tri-state area, Canada, Colombia, and Latin America. Now, we're counting down. We're paying attention to all of the counts happening. We've just been told that counting has begun at the Dighton Griffith School, where Yolanda Yard is standing by to update us in just a moment. And as soon as those ballots are counted and we get some results, we will share them with you right here. But the discussion continues with our esteemed panel, moderated by this evening's Stetson Babb. Stetson, back over to you.
Thank you. And in case you are now joining us, our panel comprises Ambassador the Most Honorable Elizabeth Thompson, representing the Barbados Labour Party. From the Friends of Democracy, we have Mr. John Delaney. We also have the Senior Law Lecturer at the UWI Cayfield campus, Dr. Ronnie Yearwood. Our resident political analyst is, of course, Mr. Peter Wickham. And from the People's Coalition for Progress, Ms. Annette Eastman. Let's hear from Ambassador Thompson. The issue was fixed election dates.
Yes, thanks. And it did go into a number of things on the EBC, which I also want to pick up. First of all, I don't think that this was a snap election because everybody was anticipating it. People have been for weeks speculating as to the election date. A snap election is one where the Prime Minister just calls it out of the blue and people really are not expecting it at all. This was an expected election, albeit that it came short of the full 5 years. Again, I think that, I don't know if I should say Ronnie or Dr. Yearwood, but he made the point very well about the fact that this has been the law in Barbados for a long time, so that the Prime Minister did not act with any shenanigans or outside of the parameters of the law. I think that it is also necessary to make the point that the UK used to have this model of prime ministerial discretion, and then they went to fixed election and have now come back again to prime ministerial discretion. I reiterate that there was a Constitutional Reform Commission and a Parliamentary Reform Commission so that people could make submissions about what they wanted to see. I believe that the Democratic Labour Party, led by Ronnie, as it then was, made submissions. So that those submissions, the PRC report has been debated in Parliament, and I guess in due course the Constitutional Reform Commission will be as well, and we will have the government say how they are going to shape the Republic in response to the recommendations by people. But the final point that I want to make is this whole notion of the EBC. They are entitled to carry out an enumeration process, which they did. That they are an independent commission. The government does not dictate to the EBC, and the Prime Minister, whomever he or she is entitled to call an election. And Peter made the point, in the UK, you couldn't say the government is collapsing, wait for us to do an enumeration exercise. That was conducted last year, and twice in November, a voters list was published in the printed press and electronic media, asking people to check their names on the list. They were given 4 weeks to do so. There were repeated public reminders by the Electoral and Boundaries Commission. We are saying the EBC, but people don't necessarily know. The Electoral and Boundaries Commission published repeated reminders. The Democratic Labour Party did. The Barbados Labour Party did, the Prime Minister did herself. People were asked to check to make sure they were on the list. The period was extended because of the date that the bank holiday was called. And in fact, people had an opportunity to say, I am or I am not on the list. The challenge is that until the election was called and the date for verifying that you were on the list came, people just weren't bothering themselves. I checked, and I found out that, just like Peter, I had voted one place all my life, and that I was now registered in a completely new area where I didn't even know where the polling station was.
I see Mr. Delaney nodding, looking very keen to get into the discussion, which we'll do in a short while. By the way, in introducing the panel, I should have mentioned that the Democratic Labour Party, BLP, they were also invited to send a panelist. and they have not done so. But I believe, Pearson, you have some correspondence in the field.
We do indeed. Mishron Robinson, we've posted at the Christchurch, in Christchurch South. We're looking at the St. Christopher Primary School. She's in Christchurch East, as a matter of fact. Mishron, good evening to you. What can you tell us? Well, Mishron tries to get herself located.
Good evening to the panel as well, where you are as Barbados decides. I'm coming to you from the St. Christopher Primary School, and I'm literally standing in a classroom, in a nursery classroom, and we know these classes are teaching the history of Barbados. And just outside of these walls of this classroom here, and to the Barbadians joining us this evening, history is being created. Now, in terms of some history of the Christchurch East constituency, from 1971 up until this present moment, Christchurch East has been considered a swing constituency, a marginal constituency. Intense voting, very, very competitive. And this is largely due to the differences of socialization within the constituencies. The second bus has just arrived, just outside here. A special vehicle has also arrived with boxes as well, I believe. We've had the arrival of 4 boxes, and a second bus has arrived with 3 of the boxes as well, Pearson. The counting has not just started as yet, but returning officer Nicole Nurse has spoken to myself and another media professional who's here within this particular classroom. And we're hoping for an early end this evening, but no promises just yet. Earlier this evening, I can also add, Pearson, we've had a number of voters out here by the St. Christopher Primary School turn up for voting possibly after work and so forth. But we've had a smooth evening, quiet, a little bit chilly with winds coming off of the southern coast and Fair Valley as well. But we're awaiting any updates from Nicole Nurse, who's the returning officer for the Electoral and Boundaries Commission. But I'm here in a nursery classroom. As I've mentioned, history being taught within these walls to young students within Christchurch East at St. Christopher Primary School. And just outside of these walls, history will be recited for this 2026 general election as well. Back over to you, Mr. Pearson.
Mishron, and for that we thank you, because nothing is impossible just above your head right there in that classroom as well. We're going back to St. Lucie, where Anmar Goodrich-Boyce is. I believe he has an update to share with us. Anmar?
I can confirm that the counting process has started here at the Darrell Jordan Secondary School for the constituency of St. Lucie. All 21 boxes are actually here on location as well. And I have standing next to me one of the candidates, Mr. Wayne Griffith, representing the People's Coalition for Progress. Mr. Griffith, thank you so much for joining us on CBC TV 8. Just give us a bit of a sense as to what brought you here to the Compton Centre.
Well, good night, everyone. Well, at this time, you know, we have to bring together our counting agents. They came to make sure that they're comfortable and they're ready. They're seeing what's going on and understand the process. And we hope that everything flows as it should. We are confident in the agents here to get the job done.
Yeah, you mentioned everything flowing as possible, as good as possible, that is. What were your thoughts on what you saw today in terms of the voter turnout?
Well, I visited a handful, I would say, of polling stations, and there was definitely a constant flow of voters. And the thing about St. Lucie turns out to vote most of the time. I believe the statistics will show that when you compare all 30 constituencies, that typically St. Lucie is among the top 5 of those who have turned out to vote. So we don't make sport down here when it comes to that, to our representation, and I believe that is one of the key issues that came up in the campaigning. There are things happening, but you know, it's how we do things, and that is really big challenges are in terms of trying to get the support to follow on from that.
You mentioned the campaign. How was the campaign trail for you?
Well, I was campaigning now for a long time. This is actually my 3rd time on the ballot, and I just am keen to bring true representation to the people of St. Lucie, because we think that we want to get people to understand we're not a 2-party state, and there are other voices that can be heard and who have good ideas, people who are committed and enthusiastic about the constituency. And I found that when you compare my canvas this time to when I first ran in 2018, it was a real marked difference, because people were more receptive to the message of the alternate voices. They didn't see you as a third party and a joke. they saw you as someone who wants to bring real representation to the constituency and accepted you on that merit.
How confident are you based on what you saw?
Well, I'm confident that those persons who committed to vote and give us the vote will do that. Now, the problem is that you don't get to reach 100% of the possible voters, but I am confident that I will get that support that was committed to me. Now, we know that the statistics show people still vote for the traditional two parties, and it will take some time. We're committed to taking the time to see it through, where eventually you will see alternative parties getting more than 20-25% in the vote.
What are your plans after this election? You plan to still be on the ground?
Yeah, I made some commitments to voters, to those in the community, that there's some issues that we can work on together to address, and I intend to hit the ground running on that from next month.
Thank you so much, Wayne Griffith, the candidate for St. Lucie for the People's Coalition for Progress. Well, Pearson, as I mentioned, the counting process has begun, and of course I'll keep you updated as Barbados decides. And Margaret Boyce from the Darrell Jordan Secondary School.
And we appreciate that. Earlier to show you those who are contending for that seat there in the parish of St. Lucie. If we could share that again so that you get a lot more familiar with those who are in the race, because representing the Barbados Labour Party is Peter Phillips, who is the incumbent. Ian Griffith, new to the race, he is representing the Democratic Labour Party. Davis is from the Friends of Democracy Party, and W. Griffith, who is representing the PCP. So there's a lot happening in St. Lucie. That's one of the constituencies which we're keeping a very keen eye on, and we'll be bringing you updates as it comes to hand. China Haynes is reporting now from St. James South. She's based at Queen's College. She reports to us now. China, very good evening to you.
Hello, good evening. China Haynes here from Queen's College in the constituency of St. James South, which encompasses Queen's College, right here, West Irish Primary School, Western Light Church of Nazarene, Melbourne Cricket Club, and Hall's Revival Pentecostal Church. Now, Hall's Revival Pentecostal Church does sound new because it is. It's a new polling station for those constituents of SH1 who formerly voted at the Caribbean Meteorological Institute in Husbands. Now, as a reminder, the incumbent, Sandra Husbands, for the Barbados Labour Party, won back in 2018 and 2022. She runs again, along with Pedro Graves from the Democratic Labour Party and Matthew Thorne of the newly formed Friends of Democracy. So when I arrived here around 6 p.m., way ahead of the receiving of the ballots, it was quite calm. It was very quiet. It still is relatively quiet right here, as activity definitely isn't up to the highest right now. We haven't gotten any confirmation from Halcourt Ravel, who is the returning officer, but we will keep you informed right here in Queen's College. Right now, we are going to wait for that. And in the meantime, stay tuned. China Haynes, St. James South.
Thank you, China, for reporting there from Queen's College. Indeed, it's almost 9:30, and yet not one result is in. Is this usual or unusual? What does this mean for the outcome at the end of it all? But the discussion continues with Stetson Babb.
Thank you, Pearson. As a matter of fact, Peter Rickham, our resident analyst, is this unusual for results to not be in some level of result to be in the end?
I think probably Liz, Ambassador Thompson, would have a better idea in terms of the reach. But certainly the panels I've been involved in, by now we would have seen something. And certainly the St. John, St. Andrew, the constituencies that are smaller, that have a large number of boxes, usually you get some kind of information coming out of those boxes.
Is that particularly significant in any way?
Sure. Perhaps, I mean, remember this is your first election that's being observed. And I also wonder whether the presence of observers may not have slowed the process somewhat, because maybe they're waiting for observers to be in place and they're dotting the I's and crossing the T's. My sense is that that could probably be the most logical reason why it's taking a bit longer this time.
I think that, and I'm just speculating here, I think that there is a new chief electoral officer. The last one retired, came to retirement age and has retired. And I think there may also be a new deputy. So maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe there are organizing themselves differently. Ordinarily, by now, you would have heard the first boxes start to sort of come in. You would get some information coming in on your phone about what is happening across the island. So the EBC, I think, made some changes in relation to their normal processes or the way they organize themselves, which they are entitled to do. I think, Peter, you made the point earlier, and others have, that people not being on the list is quite normal in this election. And it raises a question which I think is fundamental. I think, Peter, you touched on it. There are two of them. One is the extent to which candidates really know their constituencies and cleaned their lists, checked their lists for who is there and who is not. And second, the responsibility of the voter themselves to check to make sure that they're registered to vote. One of the things that happened this year, which was new, but again, it was the law, was that people who were voting for the first time were actually asked to register rather than going onto the list automatically. But it is only in conversation with somebody else that when they read the legislation to me, that I recognized that while the practice had always been that people would go on automatically, that you actually do, first-time voters actually are by law supposed to register. So the EBC has done things a little differently. We have no idea how many people were on or off. There are people who are now admitting that they got notification that they were being taken off, or they were told to check at the EBC, and they just never bothered. It's only when elections actually came and people wanted to vote that you then heard, I ain't on the list, something wrong. And of course, that was the narrative being pushed by the Democratic Labour Party, because it suited their purposes.
This is Barbados Decides 2026 election coverage on CBC TV 8. I'm getting messages that people are watching in St. Vincent and other countries across the Caribbean. We've been hammering away at this issue of the fixed election term or election date. Rather than I want to get onto some other issues as well, I want to give Mr. Delaney, first of all, a chance to weigh in. You were waiting to do that.
Yeah. And again, on the point that I was making before about the responsibility of parties, I think, again, looking forward, especially for the smaller parties where they're based, respect the intelligence of voters and show that you want them to be informed, show that you want them to be involved in this process. I think it should never be said, especially for small parties that have a small base, that your voters did not do what they required, and it's your onus, it's your responsibility as leaders to ensure that you marshal the troops, to ensure that you bring them together to do these things. One of the things with the Friends of Democracy only being about 7 months old is that they've shown that seriousness in educating their support base, those persons who have been there from years and years and years, but even those newer persons, there are a lot of newer candidates and a lot of newer supporters, and they've done what they have to ensure that persons are educated, ensure that persons know the legislation, know the process, and get things done.
I want to ask about that, because this whole issue of the presence of third parties and whether they have a real opportunity or not, what would they have done to educate people? You see, the thing with the established parties is that they have a base and they have constituency structures that allow them to mobilize and educate. The smaller parties, I don't want to say the fringe parties, the smaller parties are almost like pop-up parties. They pop up during elections. You see or hear no more of them. They get together with somebody else next election and pop up again, and then they disappear. What is the process of educating the public generally? How do they try to build a base? Are they out there in between elections, canvassing, going house to house, working in constituencies, etc.? That's how both of the existing parties built mass bases. And it is clear that in our structure, that communicating entirely by social media and feeling that the world has heard you and is persuaded to your point of view isn't going to cut it.
Let's look at this issue of the parties. In fact, if you look at this election, there are 9
All right, so parties,
parties and close to 100 candidates. And normally, if you look back, some of the data sort of go back in the 70s or 80s, you probably have, the average PT, you probably know it's better than that, maybe around 60, 62 candidates in the election. We have about 100 candidates and 9 parties. What's the significance of that? Is that particularly, is it useful or counterproductive?
I think just quickly, yeah. And I think this is where I would argue Friends Moxie has asserted itself, not as a third party, but even you can say 2.5 or even second when you compare it to the Democratic Labour Party. In July, you talked about being there in the community. In July and August, community drives would have been done, both cleanups and even water drives from St. Michael all the way to St. Lucie. In September, press conferences would have been held. I think as early as October, November, policy platform would have been presented. And for persons that complain about the snap election from the perspective of parties not being ready, I think that just shows a lack of political analysis and political forecast from those parties. From early, the Friends of Democracy would have realized election is coming, we need to put things in place. And that would have meant having training sessions. Since October, training sessions have been held for the candidates and also for their base, from even drivers, counters, polling agents, all polling clerks, polling agents, all of those things, training sessions would have been had. You look at the position that then put the Friends of Democracy when election was called, that they were even able to release a manifesto before the opposition party. I think that shows a roadmap for third parties, that they can truly assert themselves beyond that stigma, beyond that label, and show that if there is seriousness, you can make some waves.
I want to make this point though as well. I just want to get back to the point. We have about 9 political parties. Is that evidence of democracy and political participation, or interest in political participation being alive and well in Barbados? Ms. Smith?
Okay, so when we formed the United Progressive Party, I actually did a lot of research on politics and how it came about. And from what I read about the history of politics, everybody participated. You didn't have a political class as such. You had the baker, you had the butcher, you had whoever it was, they participated. And so you might find that the butcher might be on the council. Then politics became separate from the people, because you know the word really derives from people. Politics then became separate from people generally, and then you had a political class. And what has happened over time, and I think it is most clearly demonstrated in the United States, that clearly there's this political class, and they ensure that individuals from that class reach the point where they become congressmen or they become presidents. I mean, it's so clear because with the US has 330,000 people, and sometimes you wonder why it is that they seem as though they're struggling to get 2 excellent candidates to vie to be president. But it is like Barbados. You have these 2 parties, and if you're anybody with any ability, you have to fight really hard to get through there to get to the top. And what has happened also is that it's driven by money, and it's deliberately so. So you tend to keep people out who do not have the financial resources.
But doesn't it run counter to that argument, the fact, though, that we have 9 parties and about 100 candidates?
So what I'm saying, I'm just going back to say historically, so what I'm saying is there's no need to be afraid. You can have several, there are almost 100 candidates running, that's good. In Europe, you have several political parties which run in any given election, and they win seats. And I believe that that is better for their democracy, because when I look to see where the Europeans stand in terms of the Human Development Index, the ones that have many parties And the ones that have proportional representation, they're at the top of the Human Development Index. So when I see that, I think to myself, there is a connection between participating politically, economic and social development, and that's where I would like to see Barbados go.
Dr. Yearwood.
So just very quickly, in terms of the Electoral Boundaries Commission, I think Peter and Liz, if I may call you, since we're all first naming it here tonight, just done away with titles, made the point about the Electoral Boundaries Commission and its responsibility. And while I agree with that the Electoral Boundaries Commission has a role, the candidates and the parties have a role, the voters have a role, I don't think we can say that, and I think we need to really be careful how we frame that, that those particular roles are at the expense of the fact that the Electoral Boundaries Commission is primarily and mainly responsible for the management of the election, and that it actually has failed to do so in a way that has been effective and proper. And I think all things can be true at the same time, that the voters still have a role, the parties haven't been playing their role properly, and the Electoral Boundaries Commission hasn't carried out its role to the best of its mandate. That said, I think we also have to be careful that some of the flashpoints in the voting and the system, which are normal, haven't been amplified for political maximization in a way that they never normally would be. So the fact that you may, appear on the list one place and then you're voting somewhere else, that would be normal. And people wouldn't make a fuss. They'll just go and say, okay, I'll go to the Warren's Tower or whatever and change it. And, and these days with social media, something that happens all
of a sudden, media reality.
Yeah, and the sudden it's like, oh, the world is falling. But actually, no. No, so let me just finish this. So I think there has to be a balance about that and how we approach the role of the Boundaries Commission and the responsibilities of the voter without shifting the whole burden as if it's on the voter.
Are there legitimate concerns though?
But there are legitimate concerns, but we have to still balance that with what has been the practice and the convention of how elections are run in Barbados.
Ambassador Thompson.
I agree with everything that Ronnie is saying. And I think that clearly there have been some errors. We don't know the extent of the errors, and therefore it would be premature to say that the errors are more than would normally be the case. I agree again with Ronnie that social media amplifies them, because everybody who has a problem can now go on and say, and other people can say, but I also hear whether what they heard has any legitimacy or any truth or not. But there is another point here that Ronnie hasn't made, and it is that from the very start, the leader of the opposition was trying to give the impression that there was to legitimate the outcome.
Delegitimize
the outcome of this particular election, and was saying, oh, it is corrupt, the process has been corrupted, something is very, very wrong. So people started to become very afraid, and when a normal error took place, or something that would normally have occurred, which they would simply have ignored, they started to think, oh my God, something really is very wrong here. The government is up to some mischief. The government is using the EBC in a very wrong way, et cetera, when none of that was really true. And I think that we have to be very careful. My mother used to have an expression, which I think is an old Bajan expression, that when you sow the wind, you reap the whirlwind. And we have to be very, very careful about how we put negatives about our country, our governance, and our processes out there when they are not true, not accurate, reflect very badly on the country, and then lead the country into disrepute which is undeserved. If something is done wrong out of corruption or anything else, yes, it should be exposed. But where there are normal errors as take place in the course of an election, just like there ordinarily would. I think it is very, very wrong for what we have seen happen to take place. And the fact that we had to bring the Prime Minister thought, let me show that we're really not up to any mischief and that there's nothing amiss and that the government is not trying to do anything to take the election by other than legal means, that she had to bring in election observers. And I actually saw them on the ground today in the polling station where I voted.
Master Thompson?
Sure.
Because we have to get on to Pearson and reporters in the field. I want to shift the discussion when we come back. A corollary to that obviously would be the voters' turnout. And Peter Vicker might want to get your perspective on that and the rest of the panel as well. We don't have the data in yet, but when we do get that and the indications of the voter turnout and the implications for that, and we look at historical analysis as well. Pearson?
Dale Ford is at one of those constituencies which we've been earmarked as marginal. That's St. Philip West, and she is at the Princess Margaret Secondary School. Dale, what can you tell us now?
Well, the counting has started, Pearson. It started around 9:30 p.m. and it is in full force. If you can see just behind me, through the glass windows of the Reginald Lewis Auditorium, you will see that the counting officers are in full force and have started the process. As was noted, the Commonwealth observers are here as well. And of course, this is up for grabs between the Barbados Labour Party, Kay McConney, of course, who won in the 2022 election, 2,580 votes, beating David Estwick from the Democratic Labour Party, who only brought in 2,140 votes. Lynette Eastman, at that time, who was with the Alliance Party, she got 328 votes. And Karina Goodrich, who is at that time was with Solutions Barbados, but now with Friends of Democracy, getting 104 votes. So this is a marginal seat, and we're excited to see where this is going. I'm glad to report that the counting has in fact started here at Princess Margaret Secondary School and started at 9:30. In my first report, I told you that the boxes had come in, but one other box came in maybe 10 or 15 minutes after that, and the official counting has started. We've seen the agents for at least two political parties, the Democratic Labour Party and the Barbados Labour Party. And as I noted, the Commonwealth observers are here as well. And all of this is being done under the scrutiny of returning officer Pauline Morgan. So, as I said, if you can see behind me, the counting has started here at Princess Margaret Secondary School. And I will be back a little later when I have some more details about what is happening and the progress of the counting.
We thank you for that, but also allowing us to see in through the window as to how that process unfolds as well. Dale Ford reporting there from the Princess Margaret Secondary School as we watch St. Philip West. We're getting similar reports coming in from many of the constituencies as well of counting having been started. We heard it started in St. Philip North, St. Andrews, St. John, Christchurch South, St. George North, St. James Central, St. Thomas, Christchurch East Central, St. Michael North East, St. Michael South and St. Michael West. So in major part, all across the constituencies, counting has started. There's been a little delay in some instances where the boxes arrived owing to the boxes that housed the ballots for the special forces who had early voting. Their arrival had to be delayed just a little bit, and so now that everything is together, we're expecting very soon to hear some results. So that's what's happening to the moment, and as we get to know a whole lot more from our reporters who are at all of the constituencies, for the sake of our viewers who are not yet quite familiar with how Barbados works, there are 11 parishes broken down into 30 constituencies. 30 constituencies would have had their independent polling going on today, and so they're all gathered now at their respective counting stations, all 30 of them, and so it's from there we'll get those results as they continue to flow in. The discussion, however, happens right here on CBC TV8 with Stetson Babb.
This is Barbados Decides 2026 general election coverage on CBC TV, radio, and web. Back to our discussion panel. Ambassador Thompson, you want to make a point about, we mentioned earlier, we have about 9 parties, close to 100 candidates. That's significant.
Yeah, I think it suggests that democracy is alive and well in Barbados, that people are free to ventilate their particular position and to try to attract supporters and to challenge the government in any way that they wish, as long as it's legitimate. But I do want to make a point about something that I heard earlier, which made me a little nervous. Chairs have 4 legs. Dogs have 4 legs. So dogs and chairs are the same thing. We were told that because there are a lot of parties in European countries, that means that is why they're high on the Human Development Index. That is a gymnastic of illogic that really should be rejected. It is more important to note that in these countries, in many countries, where you have proportional representation, where you have multiple parties, and parties are forced to form minority governments with all kinds of coalitions, that it often leads to instability, inability to make good or sound policy decisions, and a lot of conflict at the socio-political level. And that is one of the reasons why the Parliamentary Reform Commission, on which I sat, did not accept some of the arguments to put in place proportional representation as a system that we would pursue. So that while you want a strong democracy, and as many parties as want to contest should be able to do so. And in fact, the PRC looks at the whole issue of funding of political parties and funding of political campaigns in consequence. But it doesn't mean that because you have a lot of parties that automatically you're going to go upon the Human Development Index.
Lynette Eastman of the People's Coalition, I believe is a reference to a comment you made. Do you want to respond?
Yes, and it's such a ridiculous response that I don't know what to say.
Evolve.
It's an absolutely ridiculous response to suggest that I was saying, well, because tomorrow then Barbados should be number 2 on the Human Development Index. That's a stupid thing to say. That isn't what I was saying.
I agree with
what
you.
I
It
was saying
stupid to say
is that in order to advance your democracy, you have to make changes to it. So, for example, you can have proportional representation. And this silliness about there being a lot of problems in Europe because you might have to form coalitions and govern through a coalition, is ridiculous. If there were difficulty in running the country, they would not be at the top of the Human Development Index. These countries are like number from 1 to 15. But I would also say in my research, what I looked at specifically was New Zealand. New Zealand went through a lot of reforms. And they reformed everything, not only their economy, but they recognized that it was important that when you're reforming the economy, you also reform the political system. And they recognized that the only way that a multi-party state would work, how you would stop the clinch that countries are in by just having 2 parties, was that they had to put in place proportional representation, and New Zealand did that. And New Zealand is one of the success stories that you can look at if you really want to look at economic reform, social reform, and political reform.
Mr. Delaney, your Friends of Democracy seems keen to jump in.
I'm also standing in lane.
I think looking forward, and I'll keep looking forward.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's maintain parliamentary decorum.
You don't mean parliamentary. You don't mean parliamentary.
You probably don't, yeah.
Funny enough that you mentioned that, because my point was actually on youth parliament, so dealing with that. I think, again, looking forward, we discussed a number of issues, including fixed terms, now including we look at the proportional representation. I think that going forward, even as we grow deeper, we're about going into 5 years as a republic, 6 years as independent, as we go deeper into that level of republicanism, I think the Youth Parliament needs to be engaged a lot more when it comes to these things, and it's in the BLP manifesto. And I know this is something that the Friends of Democracy will hold them accountable to and ensure that the youth are representable and the youth voice comes together to champion and to research and talk about a lot of these issues. I think that when we look at the importance that a space like our Youth Parliament has, these issues are things which need to be discussed. These things are which they need to bring their voice to the table. And so I'm looking forward to discussions like this happening in our National Youth Parliament.
This is Barbados Decides 2026 on CBC Radio, TV, and web. Just want to let our audience know we have a hectic call center. They're busy man the phones as the various election results will start to come in. There you go. We have a number of personnel manning those phones. It's starting to get hectic. As those results will start to pour, and you will know that once those results start to come, historically, Peter, once the results start to come, then they come in a real flood, and then hopefully within due course we'll have, and hopefully quickly, we'll start to have some indication of how the patterns are starting to emerge, and our analysts here will be able to give us some indication of how we read those numbers and what that portends. We're talking a lot about the number of political candidates and political parties. A corollary to that is as well a discussion about, which was suggesting the opposite rather, which is about voter apathy as indicated by the voter turnout. And if you go back historically, some of the data I was looking at far back as maybe 1976, voter turnout was like 74%, I think, as recently as 2018 was like around 60, 62%. Our election in 2022 around 42%. Peter, is that correct? Yeah. Of course, you would use as a factor in there, again, the fact that it was coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, and that might have some implications. Voter turnout, Peter, and Mr. Wickham, rather, and Dr. Yearwood, how significant is that? Is that? Actually, what does that indicate to you?
Yeah, before we get to voter turnout, I wanted to use this graphic that I had prepared with respect to the third parties, because there was a lot of interest in knowing the impact that third parties have, or alternative parties. And this is essentially the popular support that alternative parties in Barbados would have received since 1971. And you can see that really only in 1994, that was the one occasion that we actually had an alternative party that won a seat. And to do that, they had to get 13% support. So one could argue that at the 10% mark is 10% of the total popular support is where a seat is likely to emerge, as was the case with the NDP. Other than that, though, there's been nothing in terms of a third-party impact. And I will go further and make the point that what the third parties have been doing since 2018 and 2022 is further entrenching the Barbados Labour Party. And it's interesting that I keep hearing this conversation about broadening the base of democracy. Well, the reality of the situation is that third parties in this conversation that we've been having in 2018 and 2022 have essentially entrenched the Barbados Labour Party further and further and made it harder for them to win seats elsewhere, which I find is a fascinating contradiction in that way. I too, like Liz, have some challenges with this whole idea of proportional representation. I look at the state of Israel. I look at Italy, which is also now and Germany. All of these are European countries that have gone way, way to the right. And the vast reality of the situation is that they are being dictated by ultra-right small parties that have influence simply because they're in a proportional representation system. And the more I thought about this, because as a student I was fascinated with this idea of proportional representation, the more I thought about it in that context, I am not comfortable subjecting Barbados to this whole idea of the vagaries of an extreme third party.
Peter, I have to ask you to stick a pin there as we go back to Pearson and over to BLP headquarters.
So that's where Anne-Marie Burke is stationed. Anne-Marie, good evening.
Good evening to you, Pearson. We are here at the BLP headquarters in Robert Street. The crowd is steadily building as supporters come here to support the Barbados Labour Party candidates as the declarations are made. It's still early times, but nevertheless, there's supporters out and about. And I'm going to go over to two supporters I actually found along the way. Good evening, ladies. Good evening. Why did you decide to come here and support the Barbados Labour Party?
Well, that's the natural something. We come wherever the BLP is or what I always support them.
Now, for you, Saitoma, you are a staple person who supports the party. I'm sure you were out early this morning voting.
Yes, I voted at 6 o'clock because I was on the road taking people to the polling station. But the Barbados Labour Party is my life. After God, it's Barbados Labour Party. I love the Barbados Labour Party. I am a member, supporter, any name associated to the Barbados Labour Party, I am.
Now, what are your expectations tonight, though, in terms of will the party win? What are your expectations of this general election for the BLP?
My expectation is that they will win. And I don't think I'm being selfish for wanting 30. I like 30. But if I don't get 30, I like as close to 30 as possible, where I know we'll make a comfortable government.
Now, many persons opted to watch the count at home. Why come down here to headquarters?
No, I feel connected. I'm close to my family when I'm here. I want to be here. Here's where I want to be.
Well, thank you for talking to me, and good luck tonight to you and your party. Thank you so much. So as I said, the crowd is steadily building. Behind me, you can see a number of persons gathering. And of course, as the night continues and the declarations are made, we expect that the candidates will come down and their supporters. But right here in Robert Street, the anticipation is building, the crowd is building, and all seems to be going okay here. No incidents at all. Everybody's just in a nice upbeat mode and just waiting to see the results of this general election for the Barbados Labour Party. So back over to you guys in studio.
Anne-Marie, thank you so much. That could very well transform party atmosphere in a matter of moments ahead, but that will be decided by you and your voting today. It'll be interesting to compare or contrast what's happening at the Democratic Labour Party's headquarters if our technical crew could assist us in being able to do so we get a view of either side of the two major parties contesting this poll. But the decision and the discussion continues with Stetson. Stetson?
Thank you, Pearson. Just reminding our listeners and viewers, this is Barbados Decides 2026 general election coverage on CBC TV, radio, and the web. And people are listening in St. Vincent and other countries around the region. Just to remind you, our panel, we have represented the Barbados Labour Party, Ambassador, the Most Honorable Elizabeth Thompson, from the Friends of Democracy, Mr. John Delaney. We also have, of course, our resident political analyst, Mr. Peter Wickham, along with Dr. Ronnie Yearwood, senior lecturer at the UWI KFO campus from the People's Coalition for Progress. Lynette Eastman, the Democratic Labour Party, did not send a representative. When we broke off to go to BLP headquarters, Peter, we're on the whole issue of voter turnout, and we also were looking at the issue of the impact of the other parties on perhaps the performance of the Democratic Labour Party, and maybe that's maybe particularly significant in certain ratings such as St. John, for example. Right. There may be some level of cannibalization of voter support of these various parties.
No, I think that point has pretty much been made. So, the general point is that the third parties, I'm challenged to understand the role other than essentially to the evidence has shown that they have essentially entrenched the Barbados Labour Party further and further, and outside of 1994, you haven't really seen anything significant. A point was made earlier about maybe they could be engaging in public conversation and public education. The reality of the situation is that the third parties struggle so much with being able to establish themselves and to stay alive financially that it's difficult to do much else. But I'm anxious to get to the registration point, if we can. And if it's okay, I'll just skip to that.
We'll do that. When we come back, this is Barbados Decides 2026. We'll be right back.
We're
Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
Welcome back to Barbados Decides 2026 general election coverage on CBC TV, radio, and web. People watching across the country and across the Caribbean. Our panel, Peter Wickham, Ronnie Yearwood, Mr. Delaney, Lynette Eastman, the Most Honorable Elizabeth Thompson. We were talking earlier, our political analyst, Peter Wickham, about voter registration, voter turnout, and for instance, we have what? About 270,000 people registered to vote this year?
Which is where I wanted to start the conversation, because I think that's a bit high still. You know, in St. James North, we identified, say, 2,000 excess voters, and that's in one constituency. My expectation is that the voters list would have been pruned by certainly a lot more than the 8,000 that came off. So when they say to us that the number right now is 273,000, suggesting that there are 273,000 Barbadians over the age of 18 that can vote, not including it just doesn't seem right. It seems a bit high, which means the list is still bloated, which means that the re-registration process still has not achieved its objectives. But the other important point is that if you look at the size of the constituencies, St. Philip South is the largest with about 12,400 voters. St. Philip West isn't far away with 11,573. But then you have the smallest, which would be St. Michael Central with 6,000 voters. So the difference between the smallest and the largest is like 6,000 voters. And that disparity in size is something certainly that we have to address. I had also prepared a graphic. I don't know if we can have it on the screen, but there's some interesting arrangements where you have, let's say the top 10 of them have 10,000 voters or more. And then you have another set with 9, and then the smallest ones with 6. Clearly, we're going to need to look at perhaps creating another seat, or alternatively achieving a greater level of equilibrium. But for sure, there needs to be some concentration, some reflection on the party, and also on the numbers of people that are registered that can't vote.
I would say that for those of us who are not intuitively numerate, 270,000
Songs say.
Was curious.
Yeah. The other thing that's interesting too is the increases and decreases. So you have, for example, St. Philip South, which is large already, is increasing by 4% this time around. With the list being clean, one would expect decreases across the board. And we've only had decreases in like about 5 or 6 places. I think the biggest decrease was in St. Michael South, that dropped by 6%. We had one, St. George North, dropped by 4%. But we have some whopping increases. Christchurch East Central has grown by 10%. A lot of this is very, very difficult to explain, and I think that it has a lot to do with our essentially not having completely pruned the list, and essentially it means that we still have some work to do in terms of making it happen. Excuse me.
So if you look at some of the characteristics, Peter, we have
Yeah.
500, that's 5%. And Christchurch West.
Well, if I can jump in for just a moment, Stetson, just to let you know that we are hearing that some early numbers are soon to be released, and we'll be checking in with that. We are also quite excited, and we thank you so much for joining us, all of you who are watching on our website, cbc.bb. A significant number of you, in excess of 7,000, are logged on at the moment. And we're grateful also to our media partner, Carivision, who've joined in this sharing of this broadcast across 16 Caribbean territories, the New York tri-state area, Canada, Colombia, Latin America broadly. So a significant number of you are watching, and we thank you so very much for paying attention to Barbados Decides the general elections of 2026. 6. A lot of our reporters have said that counting has started, and we're excited about that because hopefully we'll get some results flowing really, really soon. So joining that long list already, St. Philip North, St. Andrews, St. John, Christchurch South, St. George North, St. James Central, St. Thomas, Christchurch East Central, St. Michael Northeast, St. Michael South, St. Michael West, St. James South, St. Michael West Central, and South Central, as well as Christchurch East. So our reporters are everywhere, and they're bringing us everything that we need to know so that we know as Barbados decides that decision. Lisa Broom has joined us now. She's at the headquarters of the Democratic Labour Party. Let's see the contrast or the comparison. Lisa, good evening.
Good evening again, Pearson. Thank you. Still relatively quiet here at DLP headquarters. As I reported earlier, there are a few people. There's a screen set up on the outside in, well, what I'm describing as the courtyard, but in the area, if you know the George Street setup, it is in the area in front of the bar where people are sitting down. There's a projector screen, and they're viewing the various broadcasts. One of the people who was here, the person who really set up everything was Pedro Shepherd, who is the DLP's candidate for one of the St. Michael constituencies.
St. Michael Southeast.
St. Michael Southeast. So, Pedro, we are beginning to hear, we've heard that counting has started at a number of the polling stations, and some preliminary numbers are coming in. Tell me a little bit about how things went for you today.
Well, I think things went relatively smoothly in St. Michael Southeast. I had, I think, 2 or 3 concerns where persons turned up to vote and were not on the list. I know one case in particular, this person was on the overseas list, having gone overseas only for 1 month. We were trying to get her back on the list. That did not work. And when the polling agents came back in this afternoon, I had one of them with a list of probably about 12 persons who were not able to vote. But it is what it is. I am comfortable with whatever the result is. I heard in the background that I'm getting some licks. That is fine. But I will continue to listen during the course of the evening to see what or how the Democratic Party is going to perform, and we'll make an assessment based on the overall result.
Now, we've been hearing that there are projections. Of course, as we said, the counting has just only recently started, so these are just merely projections that the Dems may be winning a seat or 2. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I had predicted that we would win 20 seats. I was probably over ambitious. The prediction is now that we look closely at the St. Philip North, St. Philip West, St. Lucie, St. John, and Walters in St. Michael Northwest. But the trend as it is so far appears as though the Barbados Labour Party will be doing a fairly good job at retaining some seats. And we will probably struggle to get 5 or 6, but whatever it is going to be legitimate seats this time. And we will have a legitimate opposition in Barbados to take on the Barbados Labour Party.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Shepherd. Are you expecting many more people to come as the night goes on?
Well, some people don't take defeat that easily, so some might not come, but I'm sure that the political leader, who will be the opposition leader if we get a few seats, and you never know, miracles can happen, so we can win the government, but I'm sure that the current opposition leader would come down to headquarters to celebrate with those who will be joining him in the Parliament of Barbados.
Thank you very much. That's Pedro Shepherd, the DLP's candidate for St. Michael Southeast. This is your second time in the riding.
And I'll be back for a 3rd time.
You heard it here first. He'll be back for a 3rd time. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Lisa. I always had my caveat to that, which is if it be the will of the Lord. And so we'll continue to see and watch what's happening there as well at DLP headquarters to see if more people come and what is the mood and the celebration. Indeed, we saw what is happening already in Roebuck Street with music playing, people gathered and ready to hit the street in celebration or jubilation. But the conversation continues right here. St. Joseph, we're told, has begun its counting now, and so hopefully we'll hear from them in a few moments as well. But back to you, Stetson.
Q Pearson, and thank you for picking up the slack during my not wardrobe but microphone malfunction. Back to our panel. Peter Wickham, you're on the issue of voter registration.
Yeah, I think I more or less concluded it. So my sense is that the registration numbers are probably still going to be a bit high, which means that we will be reporting a voter turnout that's still going to be considerably lower than it ought to be. And we also need to look at methods of cleaning the list and maintaining. One of the challenges that I've had over the years is that we talk about vote apathy and we base it on the voter turnout numbers, which I think is a fundamental error, because those voter turnout numbers do not reflect accurately the numbers of people who do not participate in elections. And I think that we have some results going in here. So I don't know if you wanted to switch the conversation to that note instead, in as much as
Pearson, what do you have?
Results. Yeah.
Well, like you, I'm trying to go too, because what I can see on the screen just behind you, I'm not yet seeing on my monitor right here, is, here we go, that so far votes in represent that Bradshaw has, in the St. Michael Southeast constituency, so far garnered 1,049 votes. That's 1,049 votes. To Pedro Shepherd's 206 votes. And Turney's 12 votes. That's Bradshaw 1,049, Shepherd 206, Turney 12. Bradshaw thus far having 82.7% of the votes counted, to Shepherd's 16.26% and Turney's 0.95%. Back to you.
Northeast, Sanjay Bradshaw versus Pedro Shepherd. 82% of the vote counted so far versus 16% for Pedro Shepherd. Peter Wickham, it's all yours.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a seat that I expected the Democratic Labour Party to make any impact on. And these results already, even though we don't really know which polling divisions they're coming from, and I'm hoping that we can get that information, it's not going to change a whole lot. There's 80-something% ahead. Even though there's a small number counted, it's not going to be a game changer. So that seat was not expected to move, and clearly it probably won't at this rate. But it's not one of the seats that we're watching with interest. But if we can get the polling divisions from which those numbers are taken, then perhaps we can look at a swing. That might be useful. But outside of that, it's an expected, anticipated outcome in St. Michael Southeast.
Of course, we don't have a representative of the Democratic Labour Party on the panel, but we do have from the Barbados Labour Party, Ambassador Thompson.
Nothing to, I don't want to say right home about here. I'm really very happy for the Deputy Prime Minister, of course, but not an unexpected result. As I said earlier, I think there are some boxes I think we may have been off here that I expect that are going to swing big toward the Barbados Labour Party tonight. I think Chris Gibbs is going to be one of them. I don't want to call all at this stage, but I think there are a few. But in those constituencies that perhaps we agree might be the battleground constituencies, those are the results that we want to hear.
Other members of the panel, feel free to weigh in.
Just a point of interest, and I think that viewers might be interested to hear. In the last election, Sanjay Bradshaw scored 76%. So that's a safe seat by any measure. And my sense is that it is not likely to grow significantly beyond that, because when you get into that territory, seats tend not to grow any further. Patrick Tannis ran on the last occasion. I'm sorry, not Patrick Tannis, because he ran for the APP. But Pedro Shepherd would have run there before, and he got 19% of support. So I imagine that he would want to grow his support from 19, because that's not a particularly significant number. But it's a safe seat, 76 versus 19, and it pretty much looks on track to retain that level of support.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask, 76% last time to 19?
To 19.
And on this occasion?
Well, I mean, already it's 80-something%, but that's with a small number counted.
Stick up in, we're going to Pearson.
Yes, indeed. I'm told that Trevor Clark is monitoring 6 minutes north. And I'm not sure what he has to report for us now. Trevor?
Church in Curtin, St. Philip. Counting has started. Busy activity in the church hall. The first 5 boxes are being worked on. The returning officer, Karen Callender, says she'll be counting in batches of 5. They started late because they were waiting for the arrival of the Special Forces boxes. But all in all, everything is started. It's quiet on the outside, but busy on the inside. Boxes counting in batches of 5. I believe that anytime soon, we'll be getting at least a hand queue from one of the agents that they're ready to give us some results. The agents of the parties in order, the polling agents, they are all here from the Barbados Labour Party, for Indar Weir, Neil Marshall from the Democratic Labour Party, Omar Smith, the Friends of Democracy, and John Wayne Scanlberry, the Bajan Reform Party. So that's an update as to what's going on here at the Faith New Testament Church of God in Curtin St. Philip. Back to you.
Thank you, Trevor, reporting for St. Philip South. But we do already know, as we shared with you moments ago, some of the results that have already come in for St. Michael's Southeast, where Santia Bradshaw continues to lead in that riding. But if you look there, you would have seen on your screen just moments ago those who are contesting the constituency of St. Philip South, Indar Weir, Neil Marshall, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Scanterbury as well. 4 men hoping for the opportunity to take that seat of St. Philip South. But the debate and the conversation continues. Before we do, I believe that Rachel Agard is standing by to join us now. Rachel, good evening.
Good evening, Pearson. How are you doing? Counting has officially started at St. Matthew's Primary School for the St. Michael Northeast constituency. It is currently being contested by Barbados Labour Party's Mia Amon Motley, Democratic Labour Party's Jamal Sandiford, and the Barbados Sovereign Party's Clarine Howard. The returning officer is Gwendolyn Bridgman Bushell. And we have the results for the first 4 boxes. They were just delivered by election clerk Sandra Griffith Carrington. In KA1, A to H, Ms. Howard got 7 votes, Ms. Motley 222, Mr. Sandiford 27. In KA1, I to Z, Ms. Howard got 8, Ms. Motley 225, Mr. Sandiford 16. In KA2, A to H, Ms. Howard got 4, Ms. Motley 138, Mr. Sandiford 18. And KA2, I to Z, Ms. Howard earned 3, Ms. Motley 142, Mr. Sandiford 21. That's all we have from this location so far. I'm Rachel Agard at St. Matthew's Primary as Barbados decides.
Indeed, Barbados decides the votes now in the counting position, and so we're waiting to hear as we hear more coming out of that counting process as well. But Stetson, it's back to you.
Thank you, Pearson. Of course, we have a well-manned call center, manning the telephones as the election results start to come in. Early days yet, Peter Wickham. No great surprises here. We have from 2 St. Michael constituencies.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to make a request that if we can have the information by box, KA1 and KA2, so that we know the total number in each box. And I was saying earlier that it really helps the analysis if we can have it broken down in this way. So I'm at a loss in terms of what that means, because I can't model it, but at the same time, I mean, you know, this is a constituency that we know Prime Minister Motley is going to win. She has 86% support, the highest in the island in that constituency, so the likelihood of that moving is also quite low. But I'm anxious to see whether she can grow her support there, and certainly what that means in terms of the national swing in the other constituencies. So,
Dr. Irwin?
I just want to pick up a little conversation that we had about this in terms of the fact that it reflects the 8,000, reflects that the 8,000 that were proposed to come off hadn't come off. And what it seems to me, and this is just a little bit of speculation, is that after all the complaints leading up to the election, the Electoral Boundaries Commission just seemed to almost hit the reset button, and the list was just published as is, so that nobody could then complain that they were taken off or removed. Everybody's on. So, you know, people were saying that folks who died are on. And I think they just literally just threw the list at the elections and went like, you know what, I'm just going to put everything out there so that there can't be any complaints to say that no one had the chance or they were on it. Because those numbers on the list are a little bit, not even a little, they're way too high for a list that should have been clean. The other point...
So Michael West, we're going to Pearson?
Yeah.
All right, so St. Michael West, as you know, Gibbs and Fannis beating it out indeed for that constituency. So far, the results in to us indicate that Chris Gibbs has 116 votes to Damien Fannis, 31 votes. 116, that's 116 so far in for Chris Gibbs. And for Damien Fannis, that's 31. That's 78.91% versus 21.09%. Stetson.
Any likelihood that we can hear where those boxes are coming from? No.
Excuse me.
It's a little frustrating.
And then the other point, just to follow up about the number of candidates and parties and voter apathy. The question is, do we have voter apathy per se, or that people just don't have choices, or they feel there are no alternatives to vote for? And I think if you really drill down it, I don't think people are apathetic. Barbadians are very engaged politically. They may not be engaged in general elections, but they're engaged for their causes, you know, whatever it's saving this or organizing this. If you really get young people do a lot of engagement. They're just not necessarily in a party or in a general election. So the challenge is, how do you get them into that electoral process? And I don't think people are apathetic. They just think, what's the point of voting if there are not enough credible choices? And the reality is, there are not enough credible choices in the process. And as you said earlier, if you think it's a foregone conclusion.
Again, stick a pin, and we'll be doing this as the results come in. More quickly, St. Michael's Central, I believe, Pearson?
That's correct. Where Damien Best is stationed. This Damien, good evening.
Straight into the returning officer, Pearson. Good night.
Anthony Hines, he polled 4 votes. Tyra Trotman, 84 votes. Raymond Biggins, 6 votes. Andrea Worrell, 33 votes. Total cast was 127. Yeah. MA 1, I to Z. Anthony Hines polled 5 votes. Tyra Trotman, 85 votes. Raymond Biggins, 3. Andrea Worrell, 26. Total votes polled, 119. In MA2, A to H, Anthony Hines polled 2 votes. Tyra Trotman, 98. Raymond Biggins, 11. Andrea Worrell, 13. Total, 124 valid votes. One vote was rejected. MA2, I to Z, Anthony Hines polled 0. Tyra Trotman, 102. Raymond Biggins, 5. Andrea Worrell, 35. Total valid votes, 142. 1 was rejected. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So there you have it. Quick update here from Combermere School, the returning officer, bringing the numbers back to us. And we want to say thanks so much to the returning officer, Mr. Murray, for ensuring that we got these numbers that we wanted a bit earlier, but he said he would bring them back in batches of 4. So definitely that is the update here. We'll do the tabulation, and of course we give you the full rundown of the numbers in just a moment or two. But this
Pearson, Peter Wickham, St. Michael's Central, pretty much like, what, 3-1, is it, in favor of Tyra Trotman?
I'm struggling, sorry, because I need to know where these results are coming from, the polling divisions, and the way that it's being presented, it doesn't really help. Yeah, she's leading, but we expected her to be leading. St. Michael Central is a seat that holds 68% support for the Barbados Labour Party on the last occasion. My expectation is that it was a seat that the Barbados Labour Party would retain. It is a relatively, well, it's in the safe seat zone.
Yeah, but what's significant, though, is not just a new, but a very young candidate.
Yeah, it's a young candidate, but remember she's taken over from a fairly experienced BLP candidate, a fairly senior BLP candidate. She's taken over while the BLP is in government, and she's taken over with a relatively comfortable majority. I think that all of those factors will make for a far softer landing in terms of her. And
Yes, indeed. Let's get to Anmar Goodrich-Boyce in St. Lucie quickly.
Spoiled votes. The results of votes cast in polling box LA1 H to Z. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 2 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 86 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 8 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 86 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LA1H to Z was 182 votes. There were 2 spoiled votes. The results of votes cast in polling box LA2A to E is as follows. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 3 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 102 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 8 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 151 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LA2 A to E was 264 votes. There were no spoiled votes. The results of votes cast in polling box LA2 F to H. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 2 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 71 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 7 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 155 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LA2F to H was 235. There were 3 spoiled votes. So those are the results from the first 4 boxes counted. Thank you.
Anmar, I'm not so sure if you can hear me, but if you could, did you write down the results of the first box that was declared? Because we missed a part of that, if you can. Did you get that?
Secondary school here in the battle for the constituency of St. Lucie. Mr. Colin Cumberbatch just updating the media in terms of the first 4 boxes, and we'll have the rest of the boxes coming to you shortly.
Thank you, Anmar, indeed. All right, let's take it back to you, Stetson.
Well, thanks, Pearson. That's significant because St. Lucie, of course, one of those bellwether constituencies that we're watching very carefully for the trend there. We missed the first box, as Pearson said, and I will primarily focus on the 2, what we call major candidates, BLP and DLP, Mr. Griffith. We had 86 for 1 box, 86 votes for the BLP, 86 for the DLP. Another box, 102 for the DLP, and 151, if my numbers are correct, for the BLP. And the 4th box, 71 for the DLP, and 155 for the BLP. Ambassador Thompson.
Yes, yes.
How significant is that?
Excuse me. I would be curious to check the communities that these particular boxes relate to and what the traditional voting patterns have been, because we know that there are certain parts of St. Lucie that are hardcore DLP generally, and there are certain parts that the BLP can expect to do well in. So we can't really know how Peter Phillips is truly performing until we know the communities that the boxes relate to. I'm going to check that in a minute. But I would have to tell you that when I heard the 86 and the initial results, I began to feel a little nervous. I would expect, I'll say what I thought at the beginning of the night, and I'm not yet persuaded that I've been wrong. I think the Barbados Labour Party will take this seat, but that it is going to be close. That was my view coming in here at the beginning of the night, and looking at these results, I haven't changed my mind about that. I expect that Ian really is going to perform very well.
We're also, of course, keen to see when the results start to come in for a few other constituencies. Those we are keeping a keen on. Of course, St. Lucie was one. St. John will be another. There are those who think that St. Philip West, St. Philip North, even possibly St. Michael Northwest. Those are some of the constituencies we'll keep a key eye on for what the trends will seem to portend and indicate. Peter Wickham is back in the chair.
Comment intelligently. So I'm just holding on and hoping that we can get some box by box information and then we can take it from there. I think it's clear that the Barbados Labour Party is leading, but there's a challenge in terms of understanding what it means at the box level. Yeah.
Dr. Hayward?
I agree with Peter, and having done work for Peter before in polling, you can't. We really need a breakdown. We will just be making guesswork that we can do better once we have the numbers. But you can see that so far from the general picture, the Barbados Labour Party is leading, but that's still a little bit too early to call on any.
Mr. Delaney, Friends of Democracy?
Yeah, I think the numbers that we're seeing, not the best from FOD when it comes to St. Lucie, but something to work with. And I think one of the more important things that persons want to hear from us, the newer party, is that they're here to stay. Your representative that you see in Sherlyn Davis is not a face and a name that you will only hear and stop hearing on February 11th tonight. It is a name and a face in which persons can get used to seeing, get used to hearing. We look forward to the service that he's able to give the community, even if not as a member of parliament.
That makes me raise a question, and it really has to do with canvassing generally. Griffith, the other Griffith from St. Lucie, Wayne Griffith, I'm sorry, I couldn't remember his first name. Wayne Griffith from St. Lucie indicated that, the response this time was much, much better, et cetera, and yet we're seeing only 8 votes. And it has to do, and I often say this, I tried to make this point to the DLP representative last time. Barbadian voters are generally extremely polite. And when you go to them, and I've been running in elections and working in elections. Well, I've been running since 1991, but working in elections for much longer than that. People are very, very polite, and they do not tell you. Well, very few people tell you, look, move from my place here, because I voted for you.
Or put up a sign.
Or put up a sign, yeah. Most people receive you very warmly, particularly if they like you. Rest, and they'll be gracious, and you can leave with the view that the person is with you, and you must not mistake courtesy, Barbadian courtesy, or even when they voice discontent with the incumbent, that means that it's a vote for you. And here we heard the candidate earlier, Wayne Griffith, in St. Lucie, saying earlier, how wonderfully he was received and how much better it has been this time. I don't know what he got last time. He said this is a state.
I don't think he quite said that. I think that is a great elaboration of what he said. When he was speaking about his reception, he was talking about the fact that Barbadians seem more open to listening to a party other than the BLP and DLP. And we don't know what percentage that is, but I understand from the surveys that were done, I think it's Professor Devonish, he said that people are prepared to consider another party. So that's what he said. He also said that those who made a commitment to him to vote for him, he believed that they would vote for him. He didn't say how many.
All 8 of them.
So exactly.
Crazy.
Or 24, however many it was. So that's what he said. But I also want to comment on the fact that Peter suggested that the existence of these other parties somehow caused the entrenchment of the Barbados Labour Party. But I'm not seeing that from the results so far. From the results so far, the BLP has done very well against the Democratic Labour Party candidate. It isn't like the votes of the independents or other parties caused them to do badly. I don't see that. And because
you're saying that
they do badly on their own.
You're saying that, or rather, are you saying that the votes of the alternative parties are so insignificant as to have any impact on the outcome?
Well, Peter said too that as far as he could see, they weren't having any impact. But then he turned around and said that they were entrenched in the Barbados Labour Party. So if you're not having any impact, you shouldn't be able to cause the entrenchment of any party.
With all due respect, back to the results. St. Michael Northwest, is it, Madam Producer? St. Michael Central. St. Michael Central, there you go. Tyra Trotman, 369 votes for the Barbados Labour Party. Pearson, I'll turn it over to you. That's right.
And this is what we're receiving now. Polling station. I'm not clear in the top left, what that polling station is. But Tyra Trotman receiving 306. Okay, it's flipping on me. MA1, Trotman 169 votes to Worrell's 59, Wiggins 9, and Hines 9. That's in MA1. In MA2, Trotman garnered 200 votes, 200, to Worrell's 35, Wiggins 11, and Hines 2. That's in MA2. Those are results in thus far. And the total thus far comes to Trotman 369 votes, to Worrell's 94 votes, Wiggins 20, and Hines 11. So Trotman so far gathering 74.7% to Worrell's 19.03, Wiggins 4, and Hines 2% of the votes. Back to you.
So I'm looking more at the percentages and the actual individual actual quantities. It's looking like Peter Wickham, our analyst, something like 3 to 1, something like 4 to 1, Tyra Trotman of the BLP. Sorry, stop again. We have back to Pearson, St. Lucie.
It's hotly contested constituency of St. Lucie, where Anmar Goodrich-Boyce has more to report for us. Anmar?
Yes, that's right, Pearson. It is extremely close in terms of the battle to see who will become the next member of Parliament for the constituency of St. Lucie. Just moments ago, the returning officer, Colin Cumberbatch, she gave us the results in the first 4 boxes. I have them here on my phone, so I'll read them for you. In LA1, A to G, the Barbados Labour Party's candidate, Peter Phillips, 99 votes. The Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 98 votes. Friends of Democracy, Sherlyn Davis, 1 vote, and the People's Coalition for Progress Party, that candidate, Wayne Griffith, 6 votes. LA1, H to Z, the Barbados Labour Party's candidate, Peter Phillips, 86 votes. The Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, also 86 votes. The Friends of Democracy, 2. That, of course, is Sherlyn Davis, and the People's Coalition for Progress candidate, Wayne Griffith, has 8 votes. In LA2, A to E, 151 votes for the Barbados Labour Party's candidate, Peter Phillips, 102 votes for the Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 3 votes for Sherlyn Davis of the Friends of Democracy, and 8 votes for the People's Coalition's Wayne Griffith. And finally, LA2, F to H, 155 votes for Peter Phillips of the Barbados Labour Party, 71 votes for the Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, and 2 votes for the Friends of Democracy's Sherlyn Davis, and 7 votes for the People's Coalition Progress. That representative there is Wayne Griffith. So it is a total. I'll just break it down for you. Peter Phillips leading the way for the Barbados Labour Party, the incumbent, 491 votes. Ian Griffith, his biggest challenger from the Democratic Labour Party, 357 votes. Sherlyn Davis, Friends of Democracy, 8 votes. Wayne Griffith of the People's Coalition Progress, 29 votes. So those are the results, the early results, the first 4 boxes from the Darrell Jordan Secondary School as we're tracking the results. And this is what is expected to be a very keenly contested seat here in St. Lucie. As Barbados decides, Anmar Goodrich-Boyce, Pearson, it's back over to you.
Thank you, Anmar. The electricity is charged right there in St. Lucie at the moment. Most people sitting on the edge of seats. It's a very hotly contested seat indeed. And so let's go now to Ryan Broom, who is at St. John, as we monitor what's happening in that particular riding there as well. Ryan, over to you. All right, we're hoping that Ryan will again get himself settled so that he can bring us some information out of St. John, the constituency of St. John, which is hotly contested as well. It's one of those marginal seats that we're keeping a very keen eye on because it's also one being contested by the opposition leader. So Ryan, if you're ready, it's over to you.
Well, good evening, Pearson. With just moments ago, we got the first set of boxes here in St. John, and now I'll let you hear from the returning officer, Ms. Gracia Bolden Thompson.
All right. So we're not sure what's happening there technically with Ryan. We'll get that sorted out as soon as possible because like the other constituencies, we're also watching that one very, very closely. And we're very all eager to hear the results coming out of that polling there today. So while we wait, we'll take it back to you, Stetson, for continued discussion. And then when Ryan is settled, we'll bring it back to you.
Thanks, Pearson. And let the panelists know, obviously, as soon as we get any data from any of the polling stations or from the constituencies, we'll, of course, break. Let's go.
Okay.
Numbers.
I can tell you, given the information in JA1, Griffith, garnering 183 votes. To Thorns, 101 votes, 101, and Kemar Stewart's 25 votes. Once again, Griffith 183 to Thorns 101. So in JA2, Griffith has polled 238 votes, 238, to Thorns 186, that's 186, to Stewart's 28, 28, that's in JA2. In JA3, it's Griffith 74 votes, 74, to Thorns 63, 63, and Stewart's 9 votes, that's in JA3. And so the total until now is Griffith 495, 495, Thorn 350, 350, to Stewart's 62, 62. Griffith holding so far 54.5% of the votes cast. Stetson?
Thank you, Pearson. Very interesting. Very similar to St. Lucie. A vote very, very close, but the Barbados Labour Party maintaining a bit of a lead in both St. Lucie and St. John. But let's get Peter Wickham straight on this.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, the St. John one is, and St. Lucie seem to be interesting. The St. John one is looking as though there is a swing against the Barbados Labour Party of 3%. And from my estimations, at that level, the Barbados Labour Party can still win the seat. Certainly, he would need a slightly larger swing to be able to take it. So my sense is that there is some deterioration in support for the Barbados Labour Party there. It's consistent with expectations. However, it's not enough to be able to cause it to lose the seat.
In line with our previous discussion, how critical is the third party, alternative party role there?
And that's important because, I mean, already we're seeing Kemar is generating, but certainly he has what? I see 7% so far in these early numbers. And that's enough, you know, that's enough to make a difference in terms of the output because let's say he is now projecting at 55%. This is the Barbados Labour Party's candidate. That extra percentage would help in this situation. So my expectation now in St. John is that St. John will go back to the Barbados Labour Party. Kemar Stewart will help. There is a reduction in support for the BLP in that constituency, consistent with my expectations, but not a sufficiently large deterioration to be able to cause it to lose the seat.
Is there somebody trying to St. Lucie?
St. Lucie I've been able to work out because there's insufficient data, but there's also a negative swing in St. Lucie, but again, I don't think it's big enough.
Dr. Herwood?
Yeah. I think it just goes to Peter's point. Some of the effects that the third party candidates or the other parties are having in some of the more marginal constituencies, and we're seeing the effect there in St. John because you can't ignore. You just can't ignore those.
I want to give Mr. Delaney a chance to get it. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think, again, when you look at statistics in general, and the political analysts can chime in, generally around 2.5 to 9.9%, that is where you get those early adopters, those persons who are willing to give a chance, those persons who are willing to invest in a different opposition and in a different option. And I think that, again, the messaging that persons like a Sherlyn Davis would give to their constituents, to that 2% or 4% that comes in and votes for them, is that we are here to stay. You are the early adopters, you are the ones that have given us support in this 2026 election, and we will continue to work with you even from outside of the steps and the walls and the seats of Parliament. And so I think that that's a blueprint that you want to see all of the third and alternative parties building on, not start in one constituency and maybe move to the next, or start now, take a break for 3 years and then come back. I think that if third parties are serious about making an impact, if these 96 candidates are serious about making that impact, take hold of that 2.5 to 9% of voters that comes out and supports you, build your base so that in the next election you can continue to think on that. I think that has been a detriment to a lot of third parties, that they have not properly capitalized on those early adopters who have come out and shown their support behind them.
Ambassador Thompson, the early results from some of these key states, key constituencies, are in line with your predictions.
I've been around the block a long time, Stetson. It's the truth. I do have a very political question. Based on the results that I saw so far, I'm expecting, like Peter, that the Barbados Labour Party will hold St. John. Equally, when I look at what is happening in St. Michael, is it West Central with Tyra and... Central, beg your pardon, with Tyra and Worrell, Andre. I'm so sorry. I'm so accustomed calling him by his nickname now that I had to rein myself.
Second urgent, we have to go back to Pearson St. John.
Okay.
Yes, indeed. So I'm being told that the returning officer has approached us, and so let's go right over to St. John now.
Ready?
Okay. Okay, we're here in St. John where we're about to get more results coming in. 4 more boxes, I understand.
Returning officer's statement of the polls for polling station JA488. Charles McDonald Griffith, 115. Kimar Jabari Devonta Stewart, 11. Ralph Anthony Thorne, 36. Box JA4 I to Z. Charles McDonald Griffith, 85. Kimar Jabari Devonta Stewart, 7. Ralph Anthony Thorne, 42.
Sonia.
JB1, 88.
Let me eat it for.
Charles McDonald Griffith, 102. Kimar Jabari Devonta Stewart, 9. Ralph Anthony Thorne, 71. JB1, I to Z. Charles McDonald Griffith, 95. Kimar Jabari Devonta Stewart, 6. Ralph Anthony Thorne, 75. I think we covered all.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay,
I covered the one with 162, 115.
We had more than 13.
Yes,
So many.
that was the top.
I think that was the top.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Richard
Yeah,
Harris.
check them.
Right, so we had that from Mr. Richard Harris, the Deputy Returning Officer here in St. John. It's back to you in the studio.
Ryan, thank you. We apologize for the extraneous comments you heard earlier on, and I'm hoping that Ryan and his team there will put it all together. And so we'll continue our coverage of Barbados Decides the General Election 2026. Back to you, Stetson.
Thank you, Pearson. Ladies, gentlemen, what are we seeing so far? Your thoughts?
If I may, I was speaking. Thanks. Sorry, if you ever saw my... The question that I wanted to ask, when I started seeing the result between Andre Worrell and Tyra Trotman, I was very curious to see St. John, and I think we really have to ask a question here. Ralph Thorne insisted on moving to St. John, forced out Kimar Stewart, forced out Andre Worrell, both of whom were St. John men. But he never declared that he was going to run in St. John. He kept baiting us and teasing us and so, but he never said he was running. I mean, one round a year, but he forced out Andre. Andre Worrell is a born and bred St. John man. He forced him into urban Barbados where he wasn't known, where he did not know people, so that Ralph could move into what he thought was himself a sinecure for the Democratic Labour Party. He is now clearly losing Andre. He is losing the Democratic Labour Party base of St. John very badly because he's a political leader and that he is polling so poorly next to someone who was said to be unpopular really says a great deal about him.
Sorry, Ambassador, we have to go to St. Philip West, Pearson.
Sure.
Yes, let's go over to St. Philip West and hear what's happening there. Dale Ford.
Yes, good evening again, Pearson. I have with me the returning officer, Ms. Pauline Morgan, to give us the first set of results. Good evening, Ms. Morgan.
Good evening to you. Day 1, A to H, Eastman 11, Estwick 91, Goodridge 23, Makoni 115. PJ 1, I to Z, Eastman 3, Estwick 103, Goodridge 8, Makoni 113. PJ 2, that's A to Z. Eastman 9, Estwick 126, Goodridge 16, and Makoni 96. That gives a grand total: Eastman 23, Estwick 320, Goodridge 47, and Makoni 324.
So there you have it, and the initial boxes PJ1, A to H, PJ1, I to 7, and PJ to Z. We have Eastman a total of 23 in these initial countings, Estwick 320, Goodridge 47, and K. McCartney 324 votes. And of course, we will be keeping on top of the counting here at Princess Margaret Secondary School for the constituency of St. Philip West.
And we'll keep on top of it with you, Dale, as well. This is Barbados Decides, the general election of 2026. We're back in a moment.
Barbados Decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze. Mount Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
And we are indeed grateful for the support of our sponsors. We thank you so much for joining us here at Barbados Decides, the general election of 2026. We're also excited about the people who are watching from all over the world, thanks to that partnership with CariVision. Those of you watching in the 16 Caribbean territories where CariVision is part of your package, or in the New York tri-state area, Canada, Colombia, or Latin America, thank you for watching and staying with us here as well. But thankful we're also being heard across the platforms of the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, and we are thankful for you being there as well. But let's go now to Christchurch South and get some information coming in there. Good evening to you, Kimberly.
Good evening to you, Kimberly. Good evening, Pearson. Once again, we're coming to you from the Cuthbert Pilgrim Memorial Hall, and I'll give you the results as they come to hand from our returning officer, Tristan Heelis. VA1. Barbados Labour Party, 174. Democratic Labour Party, 55. People's Coalition for Progress, 2. Solution Barbados, 1. VA2, A to Z. Barbados Labour Party, 136 votes. Democratic Labour Party, 62 votes. Solutions Barbados, 4 votes. People's Coalition for Progress, 6 votes. VA3, A to J. Barbados Labour Party, 307 votes. Democratic Labour Party, 69 votes. Solutions Barbados, 0. People's Coalition for Progress, 10 votes. And just a recap, of course, the Barbados Labour Party represented by Dr. Chantal Monroe-Knight, Democratic Labour Party by Mr. Corey Greenidge. We have from our Solutions, Barbados Robert Toussaint, and Christopher Alleyne of the People's Coalition for Progress. As we continue Barbados Decides, we'll keep those numbers flowing.
Thank you, Kimberly. So far, we can tell you that Monroe-Knight has 617 votes to Corey Greenidge's 186. Alleyne, 18, and Toussaint, 5. So there you have it so far, the state of play in Christchurch South. Another one of those that are pitting experience against youth and all the rest of it indeed. What a mix indeed in Christchurch South. So Stetson, the discussion continues with you.
Thank you, Pearson. Analyst Peter Wickham, Christchurch South, new candidate, Dr. Chantal Monroe-Knight, roughly about 74% of the vote. They're clearly pretty comfortable, projected to win there, we think. St. Philip West, a little tighter, as is St. John and St. Lucie. What are your projections?
A bit before, please. Peter, and everybody has been messaging, saying they could hear me talking and laughing over the returning officer just now. Please, innocent, it was not me. We have no idea where it was coming from.
I could attest to that.
Thank you.
There was no laughing.
Sorry to interrupt.
It was not Ambassador Thompson. In fact, my understanding is
difficult.
It was some intrusion from the Counting Centre. Someone in the Counting Centre was speaking.
Thank you.
And that went into the feed. Peter Wickham.
Right. No, Stetson, the Christchurch South, and I want to thank Kimberly for the way in which she called through Christchurch South, because it made it easy to follow. And yes, you're right, it is 75% support for Chantal Monroe-Knight. But the more interesting point is that there's a healthy 5% swing in favor of the Barbados Labour Party. I didn't have an expectation that the BLP would lose that seat, but I expected that the BLP may have lost some support. In as much as one could say overall the expectation was that there would be some contraction in terms. But thus far she is outperforming Ralph Thorne, and I think that that's a pretty impressive feat on her part.
What does that say to you? Why?
Well, I mean, she's a new candidate, and clearly she's a candidate that seems to be preferred. I get a sense that Christchurch South is a strong Barbados Labour Party area, and one in which there's a lot of anger and resentment as a result of the fact that they were essentially abandoned by Ralph Thorne. And maybe there was an effort on the part of supporters there to dig in their heels to demonstrate to Chantal that the love is still very much strong and there, and that it really is BLP country. Christchurch South historically has been a very strong Barbados Labour Party riding. It was created for Bree St. John for all intents and purposes, and the improvement there is certainly a credit to her.
Let's look at the others. St. Philip West, touch and go. St. John also tight. St. Lucie also close. Your thoughts, Peter?
Yeah, I mean, St. Lucie and St. John are close, but not to the extent that I think there's a likelihood of the Barbados Labour Party losing them. In both instances, there is a slight deterioration, but I think the Barbados Labour Party can hold on to those two. My sense is that the battle really now is St. Philip West. There is a distinct possibility that St. Philip West could be lost by the Barbados Labour Party. What is interesting in St. Philip West, though, is last time the strength of the third party. So we're really looking to Lynette now to see whether she can assist in helping the St. Philip West candidate for the Barbados Labour Party over the line. Because quite frankly, if the Barbados Labour Party wins tonight, if Kay McConney wins tonight, she will certainly have Lynette and the other candidate there to thank for that performance.
And indeed, St. Philip West is a constituency where Lynette Eastman, who's on our panel, she is a candidate in that constituency. Ms. Eastman, your comments?
So my view is, I know that we've come up in this tradition where we believe that the country, the votes are divided between the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party. I think we have to move away from that. I really do not see myself as taking anybody's vote. I believe that people are voting for me, and they're voting for all of the candidates here as they see fit. The votes belong to the people. I think it is really kind of undermining or playing down the fact that people have a choice to make by saying that votes belong to the DLP or votes belong to the BLP. My view is that anybody who has something to say and they want to represent a constituency, they're able to run, and they should be able to get votes. They're able to pick up votes just like anybody else, and they're their votes. If you are a candidate that feels that you can influence the constituency in such a way, you should not really be worrying about if anybody else is running. You should be able to get your votes. So I really don't agree with the notion that these other parties or independents are robbing you of your votes. If they were your votes, they would be with you. It means that they're not yours. They belong to somebody else.
I mean, I don't know. I think it's kind of splitting hairs at this stage because I think what Kay McConney wants is to win tonight. My sense is that the Barbados Labour Party would like to win that seat. It is traditionally a DLP seat. And if it is that she gets over the line by virtue of her own votes or by virtue of a combination of the two, Liz Thompson knows that very well. She would recall in 94 when yourself and four others from the Barbados Labour Party got over the line because of the NDP's role. And to her credit, Ambassador Thompson was able to secure the seat on her own steam in 1999. That's a good segue in which with a pretty decent majority.
That's a good segue in which to get a reaction from Ambassador Thompson.
I want to make just 2 points here. One is that if Eswick is not winning in PJ2, which is normally his second strongest box, that is one of the boxes which he would be looking to secure a victory in St. Philip West. And if he is not winning and winning big in that box, he cannot carry the constituency, full stop. The second thing the point that I wish to make is this. Constituencies and constituency boundaries are artificial divisions. And particularly so in some communities. St. Philip is one of them. St. Philip is not 3 constituencies. St. Philip is an intersection of communities and families and people who line together and play cricket together, etc. If the Barbados Labour Party is winning in the other 2 St. Philip seats, the pressure that momentum is going to exert on St. Philip West and with the families and the communities lying down at night with the man who lives in the next constituency cross day saying, look, sweet boy, if you want to come back here tomorrow night, you better vote for you know, that's the kind of talk between couples and so, brothers and sisters and families. So St. Philip West is unlikely, in my view, to be able to go against the momentum of the BLP in St. Philip. If
Ambassador,
the BLP is winning.
we may have some more results, so let's
Yes, of
go
course.
to Pearson.
That's right, and I'm told that Damien Best is with the returning officer there, St. Michael Central. Damien.
132. Raymond Biggins, 5. Andrea Worrell, 29. Total of 173 valid votes. 1 vote was rejected. 1 ballot. MB1 8H, Anthony Hines, 2 votes. Tyra Trotman, 93. Raymond Biggins, 27. Andrea Worrell, 26. 148 valid votes. 2 ballots were rejected. Overall total of 150. MB1 I to Z, Anthony Hines hold 2 votes. Tyra Trotman, 84. Raymond Biggins, 25. Andrea Worrell, 31. A total of 142 votes. That's it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Murray. So there you have it. We caught Mr. Murray mid-sentence there as he started to announce the various boxes in the second batch of 4. I'll get the complete list for you in terms of the numbers, but the numbers are coming back pretty quickly now, and I'm going to give you the update in a moment or 2, but it does appear that the Barbados Labour Party candidate, Tyra Trotman, has a very comfortable lead at the moment.
I mean, if you could just reflect those numbers for us after this commercial break, we'd be very grateful. So, Damien, don't go too far. This is Barbados Decides, the General Election 2026, back in a moment.
Barbados Decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze. Night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
Well, Barbadians voted today and the results are flowing in. Let's go now to the Bethel Auditorium where Anthony Nelson is standing by with some results from the city of Bridgetown. Anthony.
That's right, Pearson. The city constituency, we have got results from 3 boxes in, and the polling officer here, the returning officer, is Gloria Met.
Okay, good night. BA1, A to Z, Corey Beckles, Michael Lashley, 106, Dale Rowe, that's a total of 174 different spoiled ballots. BA2, A to H, Corey Beckles, 4, Michael Lashley, 82, Dale Rowe, 27, a total of 113 spoiled ballots. BA2, I to Z, Corey Beckles, 6, Michael Lashley, 93, Dale Rowe, 16, one spoiled ballot, a total of 100. BA1, A to Z, Corey Beckles, 2, Michael Lashley, 160, Dale Rowe, 10. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. Total of 100, but I think I called that one.
So that's it for the 3 boxes here. Have been counted so far, and we will continue as the counting continues here at the Bethel Auditorium.
Hoping you don't let the returning officer disappear because we missed the first set of results. Call, if you can call her back, that'll be great. We'd be grateful for that. We didn't quite hear clearly the numbers that were called. So Anthony, if you can, try to get that information clearer for us as well in the studios. But we want to go back to Damien Best, who is monitoring the results flowing out of St. Michael's Central, where we missed some of the information shared as well. And he promised to reflect that information for us. And so, Damien, back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pearson. We missed the first part of the announcement from Mr. Murray. We're going to start with MA3, A to H, Hines 6, Trotman 143, Wiggins 14, Worrell 29, MA I to Z, Hines 7, Trotman 132, Wiggins 5, Worrell 29. MB1 A to H, Hines 2, Trotman 93, Wiggins 27, Worrell 26. MB1 I to Z, Hines 2, Trotman 84, Wiggins 25, and Worrell 31. That is the update here from Commonwealth School, St. Michael's Central. As I mentioned before, it looks as if Tyra Trotman is definitely on course to win this seat.
Damien, thank you so much for your reporting for us indeed. So now we have a few more bits of information, perhaps greater discussion. Back to you, Stetson.
Thanks very much, Pearson. Panel, I will open up to you because what we are looking at so far, based on the data, the numbers we have, preliminary as they are, fairly comfortable wins potentially for new candidates, Dr. Chantel Monroe Knight, Tyra Trotman, and new to the Barbados Labour Party, Michael Lashley. St. Philip West, a bit more dicey, could go either way. St. Lucie and St. John, 2 other bellwether constituencies, also close, but could be retained by the Barbados Labour Party. I'll throw it out to the panel. Mr. Delaney, of the Friends of Democracy, because a lot of discussion is centered on the role that the alternative parties have played.
Yeah, and I think a few things I would say have contributed to Barbadians, and we've seen that even in the last results that we got from St. Michael Central, where the FD candidate and the DLP candidate are getting very comparable number of votes. And I think two things that have contributed to that very heavily is, one, a cohesive brand and messaging from the candidate and their party. I think that's an area where the DLP has fallen short. And a lot of persons who, when we talk about vote splitting, I think a lot of persons who generally would gravitate towards a DLP, especially coming out of what happened last year, in 2024 in August, a lot of them are gravitating towards the cohesive messaging and marketing that they are seeing in the Friends of Democracy. Another thing that I think is a bit worrying for some voters and why they are gravitating maybe to a party like Friends of Democracy is a single point of leadership. In 2018, it was a problem for the DLP. In 2022, it was a problem for the DLP. And although they have all, quote unquote, rallied in spirit on the stage behind Ralph Torn as their leader, I think there's still some questions behind, if they lose, what will happen in that single point leadership. I think with the Friends of Democracy, persons see a party which consistently rallies behind its leader and a party that has a certain loyalty and security that they can trust.
A question for you. Because we've seen a multiplicity of what we call new alternative parties over the years, over the decades, in fact, many of them are not in this election this year. What did you say about the longevity in the debate in terms of stick-to-itiveness of these newer alternative parties, such as yours?
I can't speak for the other, I think it will be 7 or the other 6, but I can speak for the Friends of Democracy in that the party has done a lot in terms of ensuring that they choose quality candidates. For example, they weren't just handpicked randomly, but it was actually a candidate selection process in which some persons, even persons who have run an election before, saw that it was kind of gruesome for them that they had to go through that to ensure that when you are selected as a candidate, you are not just a candidate for this election, but you are truly a representative, even if you are out of Parliament. I think we also look at the fact that the party started not as a party but as a movement and really saw commitment not in announcing candidates and policies up front, but ensuring that they were in the community, ensuring that they were engaging with persons on that one-on-one basis.
Stick a pin, we have to go back to the results and to Pearson.
That's right. We have Trevor Thorpe, who's monitoring the polling results in St. Philip's South. And so, Trevor, what can you tell us now?
Yeah, I can tell you that the boxes have just come. PF1, Indar Weir, 207. Neil Marshall, 81. Omar Smith, 5. John Scantlebury, 4. In box DL1, Weir, 199. Marshall, 90. Omar Smith, 2. John Scantlebury, 3. In box M to Z, Weir, 170. Marshall, 94. Smith, 5. John Scantlebury, beg your pardon, 2. Box PF2, Indar Weir, 186. Marshall, 78. Smith, 8. Scantlebury, 2. In box H to Z, Weir, 181. Marshall, 60. Smith, 1. And John Scantlebury, 1. That's the position here at St. Philip's South. We'll be back with you as the second set of 5 are ready.
Trevor, don't
back
go anywhere.
Trevor,
if you can clarify for us, because there's no, to my knowledge, there's no box A to Z or no box I to H, so, or whatever. So could you just repeat your results again and look very carefully for us, even if a box is broken down A to Q and then whatever comes after. Could you repeat those results for us, please? Trevor? If we can get Trevor back, because it would help us for clarity to understand the results that have been coming in from St. Philip's South. We need to have the clarity there indeed. So if you can, Trevor, just reflect for us as soon as you possibly can that information coming from St. Philip's South. Back to you, Stetson. All right, I'm told now that we do have Trevor back. Trevor, could you share with us those results again? Being very careful to call the box numbers very clearly for us. All right, it seems as if he's actually gone now. So Stetson, back to you.
Well, thank you, Pearson. We broke off to go to results. Mr. Delaney, you had the floor.
Yeah.
To speak. The question was the longevity, of these alternative new parties, in fact, whether they are viable in the Barbadian political context at all.
I think they certainly are. Again, you look at what the Friends of Democracy has offered Barbadians for the last 7 months.
But has history shown that they're viable?
I would say so. And I would say so from the sense of, while young, you see a lot of maturity in the focuses. For example, the party has focused on ensuring that its structure is set, that there really is a clear point of leadership, which you don't necessarily see in some of the third parties. It's sometimes a question, even we look at, for example, the coalition. If the coalition was to win, who would be that one singular point of leadership?
Again, St. George South, Pearson.
And as the results flowing, we'll bring them to you. Keith Goddard is monitoring the polling in St. George South. Keith. All right, we're hoping to get his audio clear so that we can share that information with you. But Keith Goddard is trying to sort that out himself, and so we'll be back to Keith Goddard as soon as we hear that we got the okay to get in the audio coming from St. George South. As you know, that's another keenly contested seat as well, and I'm sure our panel is waiting to hear the results flowing from the counting of polling today in St. George South. So as soon as you're ready, Keith, you'd let us know, and we'll come right back to you as we've been doing all evening long. So Stetson, if you could.
Stetson, if I could just speak some hypotheticals, because you were hearing a lot of talk going on about going to court and objecting to the list and things like that. So.
Well, thank you, Pearson. And in fact, Dr. Yearwood is keen to weigh in. Dr. Yearwood.
Yeah, so no, I was saying that if we can look at a little dimension of this, because earlier we were hearing talk that people were going to court, they're objecting to, the fact that people may have been left off the list, etc. And I think if we look at one of the key cases on this would be Parry and Brantley in St. Kitts and Nevis. And I think that case would be instructive to anything that happens around going to elections, because that case considered the issue of objections in terms of the list and issues around the list. It's probably the case that matches just the scenario best. And the reason the court upheld the do-over...
For clarity, Dr. Yearwood, we haven't verified this or confirmed it, but you were hearing of a potential challenge.
Yeah. And I'm saying that if there was a challenge to the elections in terms that people were left off the list and they're going to court to say, can I still vote?
Secretary, we get back to that critical constituency, St. Lucie?
Yep, indeed. Yes, thank you, Stetson. We can go back to St. Lucie, where Anmar Goodrich-Boyce is standing by with some more results. Anmar?
Yes, Pearson, I can confirm to you that the Barbados Labour Party's candidate, Peter Phillips, has increased his lead to 246 votes. I'll just give you the latest boxes announced just moments ago by the returning officer, Mr. Cumberbatch. LA2, I to Z, Barbados Labour Party candidate Peter Phillips, 171 votes. The Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 106 votes. Sherlyn Davis of the Friends of Democracy, no votes. And Wayne Griffith of the People's Coalition's Party, 7 votes. In LB1, A to G, Barbados Labour Party candidate Peter Phillips, 113 votes. The Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 98. Sherlyn Davis of the Friends of Democracy, 4, and Wayne Griffith of the People's Coalition Party, 5 votes. LB1, H to Z, Barbados Labour Party's candidate, 110. That is the Peter Phillips, the incumbent, Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 78, Friends of Democracy, Sherlyn Davis, no votes, and Wayne Griffith of the People's Coalition Party, 1 vote. In LB2, A to Z, Barbados Labour Party candidate Peter Phillips, 80 votes. Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 79. Sherlyn Davis of the Friends of Democracy, no votes. And Wayne Griffith of the People's Coalition Party, 3 votes. So if I tally it up for you, Peter Phillips, the incumbent of the Barbados Labour Party, so far 965 votes. The Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 718 votes. Friends of Democracy, Sherlyn Davis, 12 votes. And the People's Coalition Party, Wayne Griffith, 45 votes. As I mentioned earlier, the Barbados Labour Party's candidate and the incumbent, Peter Phillips, leading by 246 votes. Well, Pearson, that's the update here from the Dower Jordan Secondary School, the Counting Centre for the constituency of St. Lucie. Anmar Goodrich Boyce, it's back over to you as Barbados decides.
Indeed, Anmar, thank you so much, and you'll continue to bring us those updates. Let's head to St. John now, where Ryan Broom is standing by to bring us more results. Ryan?
Good night to you, Pearson. Coming to you here again live from the Lodge School, where I'm going to just give you those updates, the most recent updates, where JB2 A to H, Mr. Griffith polled 131, Mr. Stewart 12, and Mr. Thorne 50. JB2 J to Z, that's Mr. Griffith 137, Mr. Stewart 11, and Mr. Thorne 48. And JC1 A to Z, Mr. Griffith 81, Mr. Stewart 12, Mr. Thorne 83, and then Mr. Thorne wins this box here, JC2 A to 1, A to I, sorry, Mr. Griffith 64, Mr. Stewart 6, Mr. Thorne 143, and then it's JC2 J to Z, where Mr. Griffith polled 76, Mr. Stewart 9, and Mr. Thorne 145. My total, and I know you all will check behind me as you should, because that's important. 489 for Mr. Griffith in this last set, 469 for Mr. Thorne, and Mr. Stewart doing well with a total of 50. And those came from the Deputy Returning Officer here, Mr. Richard Harris. So it's back over to you tonight as the election decides, Barbados decides, Pearson.
Thank you, Ryan. Your math seems like it's right. Well done indeed. Christchurch South now has some more results for us this evening. Kimberly Skeet, back over to you.
Aline 4, Greenwich 73, Monroe Lake 138, Stone 3, rejected 1, Brooklyn 9, and BA4 IC, Aline 5, Greenwich 52, Monroe Lake 111, Stone 1, totaling 169. Combined totals therefore for BA4 are Aline 9, Greenwich 125, Monroe Knight 149, so on 4, 1 rejected, totaling 308 for BA4.
Thank you so very much. Of course, we're going to recap those figures for you, just in case you missed it. But as Barbados decides, it's back to you in studio.
All right, I hope you get that recap for us as soon as possible, Kimberly. It's critical that you do so we can continue tracking it as well. So as soon as you can, come back to us so we get a sense of what happened there. It's back to you, Stetson.
Thank you, Pearson. Before I get back to you, Mr. Delaney, I know you want to weigh in on the topic you were speaking on. But St. John, a critical constituency. Peter Wickham, what are you saying there?
I was actually going to ask if we could get the St. John graphic with the up-to-date data on it so that we could see where St. John is, because I have to admit I'm struggling a bit in terms of understanding what is happening in St. John in terms of the way the numbers have been called.
What I'm seeing so far, St. Philip South, we're looking fairly comfortable. Christchurch South, Dr. Monroe Knight clearly well in the lead. St. Michael Central, Tyro Trotman also comfortable. St. Lucie, still very, very close. St. John, too close to call at this point. St. Philip, in danger of flipping to the Democratic Labour Party. Is that accurate?
Right, okay. So we're seeing the St. John numbers here. And yeah. I mean, it's useful to see this. It is close, certainly 53 to 40, but I think that the key here is going to be Kemar Stewart in terms of ensuring that the seat seems to be handed to Griffith. My sense is that with several boxes counted and Griffith maintaining a slim lead, it appears as though he is going to hang on. The point that we were making before about St. John is that the level of swing required to move it is still quite substantial, and it doesn't appear as though Thorne, certainly with Kemar Stewart involved, is going to be able to make it. Yeah.
In reality, then, the key function or role or impact of the alternative parties, is that primary or key impact as spoilers, Peter Wickham?
Well, certainly if you look at the St. John numbers now, I mean, that's the case. But as the night grows on, it is entirely possible that he will be able to increase the lead to the point where Kemar Stewart doesn't matter. But definitely that seems to be the case. And my sense is that it will be even more critical in the two St. Philip seats that we're watching closely.
Mr. Delaney.
That one.
Yeah. I think, again, going back to your point about the longevity of a party like FOD, another thing that I think you have to look at when you think of longevity is...
I'm going to have to pause you, sir. I'm going to have to pause you. We're going back to Christchurch East, I believe. Is it, Pearson? Back to you.
That's correct. Christchurch East with Mishron Robinson is. Mishron?
Good evening to the panel. Thank you so much, Pearson. We have some results from returning officer and holders. The first 5 boxes have been counted. XA1, H. Wilfred Abrams, the incumbent, 180. Ingrid Best of the People's Coalition for Progress, 8 votes. Amoy Goldenborn of the Democratic Labour Party, 57 votes. Steve Prescott of Reform Barbados, 3 votes. XA1, I to Z, Wilfred Abrams, 77. Ingrid Best, 9 votes. Amoy Goldenborn, 72 votes. Steve Prescott, 3 votes. We move over to XA2, H. Wilfred Abrams, 222 votes. Ingrid Best, 3 votes. Amoy Goldenborn, 42 votes. And Steve Prescott, 4 votes. As we move on to the 4th box, XA2, I to Z, Wilfred Abrams, 208 votes. Ingrid Best, she's at 9 votes in XA2, I to Z. Amoy Goldenborn, 43 votes. Steve Prescott, he's at 2 votes of Reform Barbados. And the final box, the 5th box, XA3, A to Z, Wilfred Abrams, 167 votes. Ingrid Best, 5 votes of the People's Coalition for Progress. Amoy Goldenborn, 54 votes of the Democratic Labour Party. And we have Steve Prescott at 2 votes. So you have it there, the first 5 boxes here in Christchurch East. Contending the seat with the incumbent Wilfred Abrams, Ingrid Best of the People's Coalition for Progress, Steve Prescott as well of Reform Barbados, and Amoy Goldenborn of the Democratic Labour Party. The first 5 votes, and we should expect them in 5, 15, and 2 for the 17 boxes in total here at the St. Christopher Primary School. Pearson, back over to you.
Thank you, Mishron. 5 of 17 boxes. Boy, that's another 12 or so to go. But we'll continue our discussions from the studio as well with Stetson Babb.
Thank you, Pearson. Christchurch East, the incumbent Wilfred Abrams, Ambassador.
Well, I can share with you, Stetson, if you don't mind. I'm sorry to interrupt you because I know we want to get back to those discussions. Yeah. But folks, if you take your eyes to our screen right now, listeners on radio and elsewhere, we can give you final results for the constituency of St. Michael Southeast. The incumbent, Santia Bradshaw, returns with 3,015 votes. That's 3,015 votes. 3,015 votes, garnering 79.36% of the total cast. To Shepherds, Pedro Shepherds, 734 votes, 734, with just garnering 19.32%. To Turley's 50 votes. And so the final result from St. Michael Southeast, Bradshaw winning with 3,015 votes.
Thank you, Pearson. That's the incumbent Santia Bradshaw by a landslide. 80% of the votes tallied there. Christchurch East as well. Ambassador Thompson, any significance for you?
These were expected. I can't say anything else. I really have a different question. Forgive me if my mind is going in a different direction.
You often do have a different question.
Given these numbers, I'm thinking on Tyra's result. First of all, I want to say that Chantal worked very, very hard, Chantal Monroe Knight, and she was running against perhaps one of the candidates of the Democratic Labour Party who was taken most seriously. So that she is doing as well as she has really is a tremendous credit to her, and she did it on her own. But I mean, clearly there was party machinery, but she really worked from the time she was nominated, and I'm very, very happy for her. But my other question, really, as I look at these results, I'm particularly curious to see what is going to happen with Tyra and Michael Ashley in the end, because the whole issue of leaving the Democratic Labour Party to come into the BLP and the implications of that. I mean, there are now two presidents of the Democratic.
A good segue for that. Sorry to interrupt you, Ambassador,
yes.
But again, I think we're going to the city of Bridgetown. Are we, Pearson?
That's right. As it so happens, where Anthony Nelson is standing by. Anthony, over to you.
We're back in the city with the returning officer, Gloria Medford, with a couple boxes, 4 boxes in this set.
Okay. BB1, A to H, Corey Beckles, 1. Michael Ashley, 126. Dale Rowe, 28. There was 1 spoiled ballot, a total of 150. BC1, A to Z, Corey Beckles, 1. Michael Ashley, 76. Dale Rowe, 10. A total of 87. BA3, A to Z. Corey Beckles, 18. Michael Ashley, 168. Dale Rowe, 47. A total of 233. BB1, I to Z. Corey Beckles, 5. Michael Ashley, 147. Dale Rowe, 18. There was no spoils, 170 total.
Thank you. Gloria Medford here from the Bethel Auditorium in the city as the counting across the country continues.
Thank you, Admiral, indeed. And so let's go now to Christchurch South, where Kimberly Skeet is standing by with more results. Kimberly?
Ready.
I am ready too. And so Kimberly Skeet is over to you.
Good. Yes, I'm back with you. Just a recap of VA4, A to H, Chantal Monroe Knight, Dr. Chantal Monroe Knight, 138. Corey Greenidge, Democratic Labour Party, 73. Christopher Allen, People's Coalition for Progress, 4. Robert Toussaint of Solutions Barbados, 3. There was 1 spoiled. VA4, I to Z. Dr. Chantal Monroe Knight, 111 votes, Barbados Labour Party. Corey Greenidge, 52 points, Democratic Labour Party. Solutions Barbados, 1 vote, Robert Toussaint. And Christopher Allen of the People's Coalition for Progress, 5 votes. Just a recap as well, VA3 was divided into 2 portions. Barbados Labour Party, A to J, 150 votes. Democratic Labour Party, 34 votes. Solutions Barbados, 0. People's Coalition for Progress, 3. VA 3, K to Z. Barbados Labour Party 157 votes. Democratic Labour Party 35 votes. Solutions Barbados 0. And People's Coalition for Progress 7 votes. And there you have it. As Barbados decides, we'll continue to do those tallies. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Kimberly. The discussion continues. I know Ambassador Thompson was mid-stride in a comment. Back to you, Stetson.
Indeed, thanks, Pearson. And over to you, Ambassador.
No, I was only making the point. I mean, I'd already said I thought Chantal was doing very well and against one of the most promising candidates of the Democratic Labour Party, but it looks as if it will be about a 2-to-1, a 3-to-1. The point I was making is that the whole notion of people leaving the Democratic Labour Party and going into the Barbados Labour Party, whether the electorate would have embraced them or not. And it is significant that 2 presidents of the Young Democrats now reside within the bosom of the Barbados Labour Party. Shaquani Hunt, who was not a candidate, but was very much, I think, their last president, the Youth Arm, and is now very much, I mean, she walked up to me at a political meeting in a red shirt and hugged me up and kissed me. I was so shocked. and Tyra Trotman, who is really holding her own extremely well as a new candidate running for the first time against somebody who was arguably far more politically experienced than she was, but again, another president of the youth arm of the Democratic Labour Party. And I think that even at this stage, it is not too early to start to ask whether the Democratic Labour Party. We have a leader in St. John who seems to be in some trouble. I mean, it is looking close, but I think we are agreeing that the Labour Party will take it across the country in a third term. The Barbados Labour Party is outperforming considerably. So every Democratic Labour Party candidate, it is clear that in St. Lucie, Peter Phillips will retain St. Lucie, but albeit with a considerably reduced majority. His majority before was about 1,000. Just over 1,000, 1,005, 1,010 in that region. He is now polling ahead of Ian Griffith by about 500 votes approximately. But so he's winning comfortably, but with a reduced majority. What is going to happen to the Democratic Labour Party tonight if they hold a really significant defeat, like a 30-0 or very close to? And it is something that I think we're going to have to look at the way that the votes are shaping up.
I think Peter Wickham earlier was actually addressing that issue. In fact, history is repeat. Okay, again, let's go over to Pearson for more results. Pearson?
Thank you, and for that, we're heading to Trevor Thorpe. Trevor, who's watching St. Philip South. Trevor.
Yeah. Yes, I've got the returning officer, Karen Callender. She is ready with another batch of results. Mrs. Callender, go right ahead.
Polling district PF3, A to G. Mr. Marshall, 61. Mr. Scantlebury, 2. Mr. Smith, 3. Mr. Weir, 111. There were 2 spoiled votes. Total for that polling district PF3 is 179. PF3 H to Z, Mr. Marshall, 63. Mr. Scantlebury, 3. Mr. Smith, 3. Mr. Weir, 111. There was 1 spoiled vote. Total 181. Polling district PG1 A to D. Mr. Marshall, 106. Mr. Scantlebury, 4. Mr. Smith, 3. Mr. Weir, 159. Number of spoiled, 2. Total 274. PG1 E to L. Mr. Marshall, 98. Mr. Scantlebury, 1. Mr. Smith, 3. Mr. Weir, 168. Total 270. PG1 M to Z. Neil Marshall, 32. Mr. Scantlebury, 3. Mr. Smith, 7. Mr. Weir, 155. spoiled vote, total 298. PG2 A to G, Mr. Marshall 109, Mr. Scantlebury 4, Mr. Ware 154. It is 1 spoiled vote, total 273. PG2 H to Z, Mr. Marshall 83, Mr. Scantlebury 7, Mr. Smith 2, Mr. Ware 135. There was 1 spot vote. Total number 288. After this, I will bring the final results.
Thank you very much. You heard it from the returning officer here at St. Philip South. And it's back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Trevor. We're nearing the finish line there in St. Philip South. Let's go now to the city of Bridgetown, the constituency of the city of Bridgetown, where Anthony Nelson is waiting with more results. Anthony?
Yeah, back at the Bethel Auditorium, we've got the returning officer, Gloria Medford, in with 3 more boxes.
BD1, I to Z, Corey Beckles, 10, Michael Lashley, 172, Dale Raw, 34, 1 spoiled, a total of 217. BD1, A to H, Corey Beckles, 7, Michael Lashley, 200, Dale Raw, 40, 1 spoiled, a total of 247. BE1, A to H, Corey Beckles, 2, Michael Lashley, 115, Dale Raw, 21, a total of 138. There was 1 spoiled ballot.
Thank you. Gloria Medford, the returning officer here at the Bethel Auditorium here, Bay Street, the city. We'll come back as the counting continues from this constituency, Bridgetown.
Indeed, Nelson, and it is indeed Barbados decides 2026, the general election. Our coverage continues in just a moment.
Barbados Decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze. You by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
This is coverage of Barbados Decides the general election of 2026. We can tell you so far we have heard of one declaration of one seat so far in favor of the Barbados Labour Party. And we can tell you as we try to fill in those maps, and we will be filling in the map and colouring it as we go, that the declared winner for St. Michael's South East has been Santia Bradshaw, returning with 3,015 votes, or 79.36% of the votes cast in the general election today, the 11th of February. We're closing in on midnight of the 11th of February, and there are still 29 other seats to be declared, but most of them are pretty obvious to our analysts who are part of our panel. But there's one in particular which they're watching very, very keenly and very closely as well, and that we will continue to share with you as we continue the analysis of Barbados Decides general election of 2026. Part of the conversation that was ensuing while you were away from us has been about the loss of a base, whether or not there's a concern relative to one of the parties or the other party. And so I'm sure that as Stetson settles again, we'll be talking a little bit more deeply about that while we await further information flowing from the different counting stations of the other 29 constituencies yet to be declared. And so, Stetson, the discussion has been about a base, but before we get to you, we need to get back to Kimberley, sir, as Kimberley continues to monitor what's happening in Christchurch South. Kimberley.
Yes, Pearson, we return to our returning officer.
Christchurch South, BA5, A to G, Ali 6, Greenwich 36, 142, Tucson 3, rejected 3, totaling 192. Also BA5, now H to Z, Ali 3, Greenwich 41, Monroe Night 166, Tucson 1, totaling 211. Combined total therefore for BA5, Ali 9, Greenwich 77, Monroe Night 308, Tucson 4, rejected 3, totaling 401. That was for BA5.
Of course, we'll try to give you that recap if need be, but you can see exactly where we're going at this point, and the boxes are being counted steadily. Back to you.
Well, can you give us a sense of who's there while the counting is going on to represent either party or all of the parties?
Can you repeat that for me, Pearson?
I just want to get a sense of who is there on behalf of the respective parties and generally paint for me the picture so that we understand the mood as it goes as well.
Well, we currently don't have any representatives sitting here at the moment, but I can tell you surrounding the Cuthbert Pilgrim Memorial Hall are those within the neighborhood, members of the parties, and persons in the community sitting in their gallery, looking out here just to see and hear as well what is happening. So normally you would expect at a minute to midnight, all lights are off, but people are definitely up in this neighborhood, and they're in their galleries waiting with great anticipation.
Keen interest indeed. And so let's head back to St. Lucie, where Anmar Goodrich-Bai is waiting with more. Anmar?
Yeah, good evening to you again, Pearson. And I can tell you that we are halfway there in terms of the counting here at the St. Lucie constituency at the Darrell Jordan School. 3 more boxes, I can tell you. LC1, H to Z, the Barbados Labour Party's candidate, Peter Phillips, 80 votes. Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 69. The Friends of Democracy, Sheldon Davis, no votes. And Wayne Griffith of the People's Coalition, 3 votes. And there were 5 votes, that is, and there were 2 spoiled votes. At LD1, A to G, the Barbados Labour Party's Peter Phillips, 121. The Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 89. Friends of Democracy's Sherlyn Davis, 1. People's Coalition, 4. There were also 4 spoiled votes. LD1, H to Z, Peter Phillips, 105, representing the Barbados Labour Party. Ian Griffith of the Democratic Labour Party, 81. Sherlyn Davis of the Friends of Democracy, 3. People's Coalition's Wayne Griffith, 2, and there were also 2 spoiled votes. So I can tell you that Phillips continues to increase his lead. It's now 317. In total, he has 1,271 votes representing the Barbados Labour Party. Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 954. Sherlyn Davis of the Friends of Democracy, 19. And Wayne Griffith of the People's Coalition Party, 58 votes. So that's the latest update here from the Dow Jordan Secondary School, the counting center for the constituency of St. Lucie. Of course, Pearson, I will keep you updated as the counting process continues, as Barbados continues to decide.
Thank you so much, Anmar, indeed. And I can tell you, we've just crossed into the 12th of February. As Barbados continues to decide, there are still 29 other constituencies to be declared. And we are continuing to monitor it too right here at the CBC and across the good services of CariVision. I do know that we have reporters fanned all over the place. I was hearing in my ear that we may be attending to Damien Best. Is Damien Best ready to share something with us? All right. So as soon as we get to know more, Anne-Marie joins me now from the Barbados Labour Party's headquarters, and boy, is the crowd building, Anne-Marie.
Yes, Spirit. So what I can tell you is that the crowd has really grown here now in Robert Street. Of course, one candidate already declared the winner in Santia Bradshaw. So I'm telling you that the atmosphere here is electrified. They're also listening to our broadcast. So as the votes come in and as the tallies come in, then of course, and then as the tallies come in, then what's happening is that persons are just feeling the vibe that the Barbados Labour Party will be returned to government. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing the crowd grow even bigger. The supporters are coming down. Of course, they were waiting on the counting to get a certain point, as well as ensuring that the count also is completed at some constituencies before they come down to their supporters. So I can tell you the crowd is growing here. The atmosphere is getting more and more electrified. There's a lot more anticipation that there will be celebration here in Robert Street as the Barbados Labour Party seemingly is looking to return to the government for a 3rd term. So back over to you guys, as I of course expect that by the time I get back to you, the crowd would have been growing even more and more. So back over to you guys.
No, before you go, Anne-Marie, it looks as if one particular commercial entity has been smart enough to capitalize on the crowd that's building right behind you, as a matter of fact. The other shoulder.
I mean, persons are in. Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. That's one of the things that I thought was really interesting. Hill Supermarket decided to open for the entire night. I would do the same thing because there's a lot of foot traffic right here. Persons are going to need to quench their thirst when the excitement happens. If the declaration is that they're successful, I'm sure persons might want to have that drink with a little special spike to it. And I'm sure they'll go into Hills as well. So the vendors are also set up. A number of individual vendors. So you're seeing the entrepreneurs also getting their time here in Robert Street. So it's an all-around atmosphere. The supporters, the vendors, we even have our technical crew. I want to say good day, especially to my cameraman, Chris Wood. He's out here weathering all the storm and taking in all the action with me as well. So it's a really, really good atmosphere. The buses, every time the buses pass, they actually stop and somebody's getting off. So I'm telling you, the supporters from the Barbados Labour Party are coming down to celebrate with their party for sure. So thank you so much from here, Pearson, and I look forward to seeing you, and I'm sure by the time you see me, the crowd will be growing bigger and bigger right behind me.
Then perhaps I won't see you, but thank you so much, Anne-Marie, for joining us as well to bring us from party headquarters at Robert Street, from the Barbados Labour Party's headquarters, the energy and the action there. But Setson, as I was sharing with you, there was a little bit of a discussion about base, and I'd love to hear how that furthers indeed. I'll take it back to you.
Indeed, Peter.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I wanted to, I think that before we talk about the base of the DLP, I think that we need to reflect on the first seat that has been declared, which would be the St. Michael's Southeast seat. I think it's only appropriate that we congratulate the former Deputy Prime Minister. I don't know whether she will be Deputy Prime Minister again, presumably. Santia Bradshaw on a victory in St. Michael's Southeast. And the fact that we have all the data for St. Michael's Southeast allows us to start to have a conversation about the, the overall election and where it is going.
With an overwhelming 80% of the voters.
Yeah, that's right. So she's now on 79%, which is essentially short of 80%. Yeah. Her personal swing is 3.5%. The Barbados Labour Party at this time looks to have contracted somewhat in terms of its national support. Yeah. So the fact that she's on 3.5% is pretty impressive. She's grown that from a seat that she marginally won when she first got in to the point now where she is in the 80% region, which is a region that you normally associate with leaders. So that is pretty impressive. The voter turnout thus far is 42%. Which is actually an improvement over the previous election.
The voter turnout is what? Is it 42%?
42% in that constituency.
In that constituency.
In that constituency. So she has a 2% improvement over the previous election in terms of voter turnout, or there is a 32% improvement in the previous election, which is interesting because I think that may very well be a reflection of the fact that the list was cleaner, so it looks larger. But the numbers may very well be different.
Yeah, I'm here. We're ready for more results. Pearson, correct?
Yes, we are. Back to the constituency, the city of Bridgetown, where Anthony Nelson is standing by with more results. Anthony.
Thank you, guys. Ms. Gloria Medford has been very patient and tolerant with us. We've got results from 4 more boxes.
BE1, I to Z, Corey Beckles, 4. Michael Lashley, 125. Dale Raw, 13. There was 1 spoiled ballot, a total of 143. BF1, A to G, Corey Beckles, 6. Michael Lashley, 105. Dale Raw, 13. There were 2 spoiled ballots, a total of 126. BF1, H to Z, Corey Beckles, 6. Michael Lashley, 136. Dale Raw, 20. A total of 162. There were no spoiled ballots. BF2, A to I, Corey Beckles, 2. Michael Lashley, 129. Dale Raw, 29. There were no spoiled ballots. A total of 160.
Thank you, Gloria Medford here at the Battle Auditorium in the city. The 4 boxes left. So stand by because at any moment now we'll be bringing you the final results here from the city constituency live from the Battle Auditorium.
Let's go now live to Crystal Hoyt, who's at the Ellerslie School, as we continue to look now at St. Michael Northwest. Crystal?
Good night, Pearson. I'm here in St. Michael Northwest, where returning officer Charles Haynes is providing results from the first set of boxes.
Okay, we start with HA1, A to Z. 189 votes were cast. Neil Rowe got 67. Ryan Walters got 117. Ricardo Williams, 4. 1 was spoiled. Total 189, HA1, A to Z. HA2, A to Z, 245 votes were cast. Neil Rowe, 114. Ryan Walters, 130. I'm sorry, and one ballot was rejected, making a total 145. 245, sorry. HA3, A to H, total votes cast, 191. Neil Rowe, 106. Ryan Walters, 83. Ricardo Williams, 2. Total 191. That's it, HA3, A to H. And HA3I to Z, total votes cast, 231. Neil Rowe, 121. Ryan Walters, 104. Ricardo Williams, 5. 1 spoiled ballot. Total, 231. Thank you. I'll be back to you shortly with more results.
There you have it. Counting is ongoing at Allergy Secondary School here in St. Michael Northwest. Returning Officer Charles Haynes just provided those first set of boxes. A total of 15 boxes are being counted, and I'll just share those initial numbers with you again. HA1, A to Z, 67 for Neil Rowe, Barbados Labour Party's candidate. Ryan Walters, Democratic Labour Party's candidate, 117 votes. Ricardo Williams, Friends of Democracy's candidate, 4 votes. HA2, A to Z, Neil Rowe, 114 votes. Ryan Walters, 130 votes. Ricardo Williams, 0. 1 spoiled. HA3, A to H, 106 votes for Neil Rowe, Barbados Labour Party's candidate. 83, Ryan Walters, Democratic Labour Party's candidate. 2 votes for Friends of Democracy. And in HA3 I to Z, 121 votes for Barbados Labour Party's candidate Neil Rowe, 104 for Ryan Walters, Democratic Labour Party's candidate, and 5 votes for Ricardo.
All right, we do apologize for that technical glitch for the moment, because Crystal was trying to recap most of the results. I'm told that Keith Goddard is standing by. Let's go to Keith Goddard now.
Hi, Pearson, if you were hearing me. In the last few minutes, we've had about 8 boxes counted here at the Elton Primary School, which is the counting center for St. George South between Dwight Sutherland, Ms. Stu John, and Susan Holligan. I will go through JA1. And JA1, Barbados Labour Party had 201, Democratic Labour Party 64, Independent 7, and 3 spoiled votes. JA2, A to Z, 62 votes for the Barbados Labour Party. The Democratic Labour Party had 18 votes. Susan Holligan, 2 votes, 3 spoiled. GA3, the Barbados Labour Party, 152. The Democratic Labour Party, 29. Independent, 6. No spoiled votes. GA4, A to H, the Barbados Labour Party, 223 votes. The Democratic Labour Party, 75. Independent, 9. 2 spoiled votes. GA4, I to Z, the Barbados Labour Party, 204. The Democratic Labour Party, 73. Ms. Holligan, 8. And the spoiled votes, 5. GB1, the Barbados Labour Party, 156. The Democratic Labour Party, 53. Susan Holligan, 5. 1 spoiled vote. GB1, J to Z, the Barbados Labour Party, 151. The Democratic Labour Party, 63. Holligan, 8. And the 2 spoiled votes. GB2, A to H, The Barbados Labour Party, 189 votes. The Democratic Labour Party, 80. Independent, 11. No spoiled votes. GB2, I to Z. The Barbados Labour Party, 170. The Democratic Labour Party, 74. Ms. Holligan, 18. 1 spoiled vote. And GB3, A to Z. The Barbados Labour Party, 164. The Democratic Labour Party, 81. Independent or Ms. Holligan, 12. And 3 spoiled votes. There, Pearson, you can see that there's a very wide lead between the Barbados Labour Party and the closest candidate there from the Democratic Labour Party. And therefore, we're waiting for, I think there are another 8 more boxes to be counted in this constituency. We will keep you updated as the boxes and Mr. Roger Hadmore, who's the returning officer, provides us with the information here for the members of the public.
Thank you, Keith. Indeed, what I'm also seeing is the performance of the independent in this particular race as well. But thank you so much. We wait for more results as they come in. For further discussion, well, not yet. They tell me I have to head back to Kimberly Skeet. Kimberly, what can you tell us now?
Well, I can tell you first off, Pearson, that the deliberations have not been made. The final numbers are not totally added up, but we've been hearing shouts and chants coming through the gap as well. But let me give you the tally for VB1, A to H. Chantal Monroe Knight, Barbados Labour Party, 100 votes. Corey Greenidge, Democratic Labour Party, 78 votes. Solutions Barbados, 0. People's Coalition for Progress, Christopher Allen, 4 votes. VB1, I to Z. Dr. Chantal Monroe Knight, Barbados Labour Party, 96 votes. Corey Greenidge, Democratic Labour Party, 71 votes. PCP, Christopher Allen, 5 votes. And Solutions Barbados, Robert Toussaint, 2 votes. At present, we can see, of course, those representing the Barbados Labour Party gathered on the outside of the Memorial Hall here in Maxwell, of course, waiting for the jubilant return, but we don't have those final figures as yet. We're getting there as Barbados decide.
Kimberly, is the gentleman behind you the returning officer? If you just spin around.
Yes, oh, well.
Is that him?
Yes,
so
he did.
we're right on the point of.
I guess we're in time.
Let's do some action. Go ahead.
A to H, Aline, 2, Greenwich, 53, Monroe Knight, 104, Toussaint, 1, a total of 160 votes. B2, Aline, 3, Greenwich, 41, Monroe Knight, 110, Toussaint, 0, rejected, 1, totaling 155 votes. Combined total for VB2, therefore, Aline 5, Greenwich 94, Monroe Knight 214, Toussaint 1, rejected 1, totaling 315 votes for VB2. Thank you.
All right. So you heard it right here. As per usual, I'll try to give you a recap if necessary. Of course, we are still not at the final count as yet. So it's back to you in studio.
Thank you, Kimberly. Let's get to an update now from St. Philip North, where Adriel Richards is on location to monitor this for us. Adriel.
Yes, good night to you, Pearson. Mm-hmm. And the first 5 boxes have been finally shared with us. And I can tell you that in PA1 A to H, this box coming in from St. Philip Primary School, We have Wayne Beckles, independent. He pulled 3 votes. Dr. Sonia Brown of the Barbados Labour Party, 114. Simon Clark of the Democratic Labour Party, 130. Anya Lord of Friends of Democracy, 5. Nigel Newton of the People's Coalition for Progress, he got 3, and there were no rejected votes. In A1 I to Z, also from St. Philip Primary School, it was Wayne Beckles 4, Dr. Sonia Brown 95, Simon Clark 107, Anya Lord 9, Nigel Newton 1, and 1 rejected vote. Then we go to PB1 A to G. This is also coming in from St. Philip Primary School. Wayne Beckles 3, Dr. Sonia Brown 107, Simon Clark 92, Anya Lord 6, Nigel Newton 1, and rejected votes 1. PB1 A to Z, Wayne Beckles 11, Dr. Sonia Brown 133, Simon Clark 108, Anya Lord 11, Nigel Newton 2, and no rejected votes. And we have just the first half of the box PC1, and that is of the St. Mark the Resource Center. Wayne Beckles 5, Dr. Sonia Brown 133, Simon Clark 127, Anya Lord 3, Nigel Newton no votes, and there were no rejected votes from that box. By my tally, Dr. Sonia Brown 582, Simon Clark 564, Anya Lord 34, Wayne Beckles 26, Nigel Newton 7, and just 2 rejected votes. So those are the first 5 boxes from St. Philip North.
Thank you, Adriel. Indeed, that's a very keenly contested one of those that we're keeping a very close eye on. Now let's go over to the constituency of St. John for final results as we join Ryan Broom.
Well, good evening, good night, Pearson. I almost have to say, well, good morning. Well, we're here in St. John with Returning Officer Mrs. Gracia Bolden-Thompson. We have final results here in St. John, and I'm going to turn it over to her now to give those final results.
Returning Officer statement of the polls by polling station JC4 A to Z. Charles Griffith, 220. Kemar Stewart, 7. Ralph Thorne, 87. Total 314. JD1 A to Z. Charles Griffith, 194. Kemar Stewart, 25. Ralph Thorne, 133, total 352. JD2 A to Z, Charles Griffith, 52, Kemar Stewart, 7, Ralph Thorne, 70, total 129. JE1 A to H, Charles Griffith, 110, Kemar Stewart, 15, Ralph Thorne, 109, total 234. JE1 I to Z, Charles Griffith, 90, Kemar Stewart, 8, Ralph Thorne, 139, total 229. JE2 A to Z, Charles Griffith, 57, Kemar Stewart, 9, Ralph Thorne, 123, total 189. JC 3A to Z, Charles Griffith, 118, Kemar Stewart, 3, Ralph Thorne, 40, total 161. JE3 A to Z, Charles Griffith, 105, Kemar Stewart, 17, Ralph Thorne, 140, total 162. The results of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. John is as follows. Mr. Charles Griffith, 2,327 votes. Mr. Kemar Stewart, 236 votes. Mr. Ralph Thorne, 1,876 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates was 4,439 with 18 spoils. I therefore declare Mr. Charles Griffith to be elected and be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. John to serve in the House of Assembly of this island. Thank you.
And Pearson, I do have Mr. Griffith here. I'm going to ask him if he can just come over here and have a word with us. Mr. Griffith, he's greeting some of his supporters. Just one moment. Sir. Mr. Griffith. We have a moment here. Mr. Griffith is being congratulated by Kemar Stewart, the PCP's candidate in this St. John riding. Good night, sir, and congratulations.
Good night. Thank you.
Your reflections, has this been a tougher one than usual?
I would say that it was tough. I was always confident because I think I put in the work in St. John in relation to my stewardship as the rep. And the end results is revealing that, people are still going with me, still believe that there's something that I can do to continue moving St. John forward.
Okay, and I saw you just congratulating your one of your competitors, Mr. Stewart. What any words about his performance in this election?
Yeah, well,
Charles, you could just speak up a bit. Sorry.
Sure, it is the voice. Kemar came into the race. You don't take anything for granted in politics. So you respect your opponents, and I respected him coming into the game. I guess he believed he had something to offer in terms of serving the people of St. John. So there's nothing wrong at all in congratulating him for entering the race.
Finally, your message to the people of St. John, both those who have voted for you, both those who haven't voted for you, your final message.
Yeah, look, as far as my candidacy, as far as me being a rep for St. John, I have always been apolitical. So I don't see red or blue when it comes to representing my constituency. There's a lot of work to be done in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of sports and developing my young people. So I will continue to do what is necessary. I am happy to be and humbled to be part of a party that is really, really proactive in terms of how we treat to the development of the country as a whole. And hence that is going to read down to my constituency.
Okay. Thank you so much and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Pearson, there you have it. We spoke with Mr. Charles Griffith, now re-elected as the MP for St. John. And the celebrations are already starting outside the door as I speak. But that's it from me here, from Ryan Broom from the Lodge School in St. John. You can hear the noise in the background. Barbados decides 2026 from St. John.
Those are the cries of victory there at the Lodge School in St. John as Charles Griffith has returned as Member of Parliament. No doubt that action will make its way downtown to be joining the posse there in Roebuck Street. Another set of information coming into us, this time from Lynette Taylor, who is based at the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium. She's monitoring the race there at Christchurch East Central. Lynette, good morning to you.
Hi, Pearson. Good morning.
What can you tell us?
Well, returning officer Michael Field has recently declared the incumbent candidate Ryan Strawn as the winner in the Christchurch East Central constituency. He's won by a total of 3,003 votes. And Quincy Jones for the Democratic Labour Party, his total was 1,412 votes. And we had a total number of votes cast in the constituency, 4,555 votes. Of that total, Dominic York of Friends of Democracy amassed 81 votes, And Natalie Parrish for the People's Coalition for Progress got a total of 49 votes. We had a total of 10 spoiled votes in the constituency. Here with me now is Ryan Strong, who was greeted by a jubilant number of supporters waiting to escort him down to the headquarters at Robert Street. Mr. Strong, what can you tell us about your lead up to this victory, and how are you feeling early this morning?
Thank you very much. I'm really humbled by the result that we saw today. The team really worked hard to try to reach as many people in the last few weeks, but really and truly that was just a combination of the work that we'd already started 7.5 years ago when it was elected to member of parliament. We've gone through a whole lot, both on the national level as well as the constituency level, and therefore, as I said to constituents last year, the best is yet to come. We are working to resolve a number of key issues in relation to not just infrastructure in the constituency, but focusing more on the opportunities that we can provide for young people, not so young, as well as being able to bring greater relief to the entire constituency. So I am happy, very excited at what we have in place to move forward, and I think this result just demonstrates that once you stay connected with people and you can see what it is you're offering, then they will continue to create their confidence in you. I'm really thankful to the people of Christ Church for giving me another opportunity to work on their behalf and to have that work also extended across the length and breadth of the nation. So thank you very much, President Central. Thank you very much, brother.
There you have it, Pearson, newly elected representative for Christchurch East Central, Mr. Ryan Strong.
Lynette Taylor, thank you as well so much for joining us for your coverage as well. Thank you, Lynette, reporting there from the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium on the results of the polling in Christchurch East Central. So far, we're into the first half hour of a brand new day, the 12th of February. We have 3 declared seats. But the jubilation, no doubt, is really heating up, as the young people will say, hotting up, in Roebuck Street, where Anne-Marie Burke is among the revelry. Anne-Marie? No doubt you could well imagine.
Well, it's jubilation here in Robert Street, as you can imagine, especially when the declaration was made for Charles Griffith to return as the member of Parliament for St. John, defeating the opposition leader Ralph Thorne. The entire street went into an eruption. We missed the party atmosphere because we're looking at the other constituencies being counted. But if you would have felt the energy that went through the crowd here when that declaration was made, to know that Charles Griffith was returned to St. John. St. John usually one of the BLP strongholds, but Charles has been able to hold his own, and Mr. Griffith was able to come through again to ensure that he would have beaten the incumbent, beaten the opposition person from the Democratic Labour Party. Even more important, the opposition leader. It was a sea of red. There was jumping, there was screaming, there was partying. It was an atmosphere like no more. So I'm sure that the Barbados Labour Party right now and their supporters are at this point feeling an entire victory. They already have about 3 constituencies definitely that they can be assured that they've won, and more are coming in. As the numbers come in, you also really can tell that the Barbados Labour Party candidates are leading in the various constituencies. So as the night goes by, I'm sure the celebrations will even be amped up even more. I look forward to the candidates that would have already been declared making their way down here now to Robert Street for the celebrations to continue with the entire Barbados Labour Party family. But of course, it is an atmosphere like no more, and the crowd has now grown to just about hundreds of persons. The street is lined, they actually blocked off the street, so it's a sea of red here at Robert Street. So back over to you guys as we continue to follow the count for this general election 2026.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. I think there's going to be a celebration. If we could have a split screen, I'd love to have that split screen because we're about to have an announcement from the city of Bridgetown. And Admiral Nelson, you take it away.
That's right, Pearson. Final count from the city. The returning officer, Gloria Medford, joins
us. Corey Beckle, Michael Lashley, 150. Dale Rowe, 25. There were no spoiled ballots. 184 in total. BF3, A to G, Corey Beckles, 4. Michael Lashley, 109. Dale Rowe, 9. There were no spoiled ballots. Total of 142. BF3, H to Z. Corey Beckles, 5. Michael Lashley, 139. Dale Rowe, 37. There were no spoiled ballots. A total of 187. BG1, Corey Beckles, 6. Michael Lashley, 74. Dale Rowe, 8. There were no spoiled ballots. Total of 88. The results of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of the city of Bridgetown is as follows. Corey Beckles, 92. Michael Lashley, 2,312. Dale Rowe, 425. There were 7 spoiled ballots. The total number of votes polled for all the candidates were 2,829. I therefore declare Mr. Michael Lashley to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the city of Bridgetown to serve in the House of Assembly on this island. Thank you.
There you go. You heard from the city of Bridgetown. We congratulate Michael Lashley. Mr. Michael Lashley, let me see if we can get Michael over here. Michael, come over, Michael. Michael has gone to his constituents, but we want to get a word from Michael Lashley as soon as we possibly can. Michael, come over. Come over. Michael Lashley is coming over to our microphone. First of all, congratulations. Michael, what do you have to say to your constituents?
Let me say I want to thank the of Bridgetown constituents for support during this period. We recognize that short periods of time of the canvas, but during the canvas, too, I recognize too based on my work, based on the national profile. It made it a lot easier for me to canvas the constituency. And I think the strength too of the Prime Minister, that too assisted me in Bridgetown. I want to thank the Prime Minister Party for endorsing me and their support. I want to thank the officers, my campaign manager, everyone who walked with me through the sun and the rain, who went to me. I want to thank them so much. And of course, I want to tell that I'm here to give them a strong representative as I'm accustomed to.
Is it too early to tell us what's your first order of business?
My first order of business, get down on the ground again. Get down on the ground. Also, community meeting all the residents, particularly those living in the terrace unit. I want to meet. I want to do some work with the young people. I want to do work with these second chances. I want to do work with respect to victims of crimes. I want to sit down, have a chat with them, have a body. We also have some important work to do. Plus the projects that are coming, I would like to be lobby to ensure that the city of Bridgetown and the constituent get some work.
Thank you, Michael Lashley, representing, of course, the Barbados Labour Party. He is the winner of the seat, the Bridgetown seat here in 2026. That's our presentation from the Bethel Auditorium here in Bridgetown, Barbados. Admiral, we've got a winner, Michael Lashley.
Thank you, Admiral, indeed. And so he's going to make that short trip across the Robert Street, no doubt to be a part of the party that's happening there in Robert Street as well. So the news is Michael Lashley has been returned to the House of Assembly. But let's get an update now from Mark Anthony, who has been monitoring what's going on with St. Michael. That does not sound like Mark Anthony at all. And we're hoping that we can get him on the line to tell us what's been happening with St. Michael West Central in just a little while. But in the interim, let's really hear from our panelists who are here. And so, Stetson, I return to you.
Let's state the obvious. There are a couple of, a few constituencies we continue to watch: St. Philip North, St. Michael Northwest, St. Philip West. Well, let's state the obvious. So go to the obvious scenario: the former opposition leader losing the St. John seat, Peter Wickham.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we should focus on the three that we have declared, and we already talked about the South Central. St. John, it wasn't a particularly huge surprise consistent with what else has been happening, but I think it's an important win for the Barbados Labour Party to have been able to have decapitated the Democratic Labour Party.
What's significant about that we probably need to discuss is what are then the implications for the Democratic Labour Party, although that story is not written yet because you have other candidates and potential leaders that are still in the play. In St. Philip West and St. Michael Northwest, correct?
Which is something that we've seen. I mean, in Northwest is certainly shaping up to be an interesting outcome. But, I mean, we can't get there yet. But, yeah, so the Democratic Labour Party is now looking for a leader. What happened in that constituency was that the Charles Griffith actually did lose some support. So there was actually a swing against the Barbados Labour Party, but a swing within controllable margins. And as a result, he has been returned. So he's now on 52%. Of support. Ralph Thorne is on 42%. Kimar Stewart got 5%, which means that the Charles Griffith is still a majority leader. He's still a popular leader, even though Kimar did eat into some of the votes that the opposition presumably could have laid claim to. But I think that that's an absolutely important win. The voter turnout here was actually higher, 3% higher. So again, it's in pretty much the same range as the previous election was if you take into consideration the cleaning of the list. The other result that we had was in St. Michael Southeast. We had that, and then also Bridgetown. And Bridgetown here is also interesting to the extent that there was an increase in support for the Barbados Labour Party. Michael Lashley has recorded the highest swing so far for the ones that has been declared. So he's on a 4.5% swing in favor of the Barbados Labour Party. He's on 82% support. I mean, this is a huge and unassailable lead. And it definitely means that this is not a seat the BLP is going to be losing in a hurry. The DLP has been beaten down to 15%. So I would say that these are some good results, and particularly to have been able to take the lead, even though Charles Griffith did lose some support as expected, he was able to bring it home.
I know he mentioned the role of the Prime Minister Motley. Thanked her for that, and obviously on the ground it's known that she may have played a key role in that campus in there, correct?
Yeah, I mean, and I guess that's really what you're seeing, because the last 2 weekends she was on the ground in St. John pretty much all the time, and clearly there were some political resources that were put behind, so that's significant.
I want to quickly mention before going on back to the critical ones, only because we haven't had, I don't think, any results from St. Joseph, where Andrew Lowe is. And Ryan Bradford seems to be winning that comfortably. So we don't need to dwell on that particular one. So let's go back to...
Just to jump on something that you said that the Prime Minister was on the ground in St. John. And I've heard this argument about a leader of a party supporting the candidates on the ground as if it's a bad thing. So you're like, can the candidates not stand on their own, etc. That's a lot of folly. If you are a leader of a party, you should be able to carry the party along with you. Otherwise, your leadership is a waste of time. You cannot ever be behind the party in terms of popularity, in terms of numbers, because how are you going to bring the other folks along? So the fact that, that if the Prime Minister had to go in a constituency to help a candidate along, that's a plus, because that's what all other leaders did. That's what David would have done. That's what a Barrow Effect would have done. So these effects are not anomalous to this particular leader. That's what leaders do. Obviously, in this case, you see that Mr. Thorne is unable to carry his seat and to carry anybody along with him. And that's pretty sad for the Democratic Labour Party and for the country as we speak. But we'll see how the rest of the night turns out. But so far, this is not looking good. It's not something that I think we should be rejoicing in. And it's interesting to see Ambassador, carrying, I think, a dignified approach in this way.
That's a good segue because I want to get to Ambassador Thompson.
I think the rest of us would like to
in the
say
balance.
something too.
Are we going to one of our reporters in the field? Is that what we're doing now? On the phone.
So Peter is called now. Yeah, your own constituency.
Rachel Lagarde.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Charles
Hi,
Marcy.
good night. The vote has been counted, tallied, and delivered here at St. Michael Northeast. Ms. Motley has accumulated 3,570 votes. Jamal Sandiford, 391. And Kareem Howard, 96. For a total of 4,057 votes. 13 were rejected. Altogether, there were 4,070 votes in this constituency. The Prime Minister did give thanks and delivered a speech and said it is all about the constituents as we move forward together. Of course, the party is now headed down to headquarters on Roebuck Street, and that is it here at St. Michael's Primary School in the constituency of St. Michael Northeast as Barbados decides.
Could you repeat those numbers, please? I think she's gone.
Prime Minister Motley, 3,570. Jamal Sandiford of the Democratic Labour Party, 391. Clarine Howard of Barbados Sovereignty Party, 96. A total of 4,057 votes, 13 rejected ballots. So altogether, there were 4,070 votes in the constituency of St. Michael Northeast.
Rachel Lagarde reporting from St. Michael Northeast, where, as expected, Prime Minister Myanmar Morphy has comfortably retained her seat. We will segue into Ambassador Thompson, the bellwether constituencies that we continue to watch carefully. St. Michael Northwest in the balance, as is St. Michael Northwest, as is St. Philip North, and St. Lucie and St. Philip West as well.
Kimberly?
Ambassador Thompson, you want to be in there?
I don't think we yet know what the outcomes are going to be, although we can make projections.
Family, me as a friend. You see my action, I get it again. Wearing my red, I ain't worried with them. Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me, you in charge. Pick up me, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence, and saying, take charge, me, you in charge. You in charge, you is the boss. Common crisis, clearing chaos. But in the work, you do the job, and she got my trust. That is enough. Why, mean you for me? Why, mean you for we? Why, running the country firm and steady? Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me, you in charge. Pick up me, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence, and saying, take charge, me, you in charge. I feel all the war got stop, cause inflation licking me up. But be just strong, all of we built up. My pain, but be breaking up. Coming here is family, me as a friend. You see my action, I get it again. Wearing my red, I ain't worried with them. Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me, you in charge. Pick up me, leading with confidence and strength.
because clearly what we are seeing across the country is an endorsement of the Barbados Labour Party, and therefore I'm thinking that these seats may be more personal votes than party votes. That's my analysis at this time.
We have to go to Pearson to Kimberly Skeet, I believe.
Okay, yes, we do go to Kimberly Skeet, who is, as you know, placed over there at the... But there was a declaration. Kimberly, what can you tell us? Kimberly. All right, we're hoping to hear from Kimberly Skeet, who is stationed there at the Cuthbert Pilgrim Memorial Hall on Maxwell Road, I think it is.
Anthony Hines Poole, 6 votes. Tyra Trotman, 197. Raymond Wiggins, 15. Andrea Worrell, 32. MD1, I to Z. Anthony Hines, 3 votes. Tyra Trotman, 151. Raymond Wiggins, 8. Andrea Worrell, 12. Total 174 votes. MD2, A to Z. Anthony Hines, 7. Tyra Trotman, 141. Raymond Wiggins, 7. Andrea Worrell, 44. Total of 199. The result of the poll held for the election of a member served in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Michael Central is as follows. Ms. Tyra Trotman polled 1,962 votes. Mr. Andrea Worrell, 164 votes. Mr. Raymond Wiggins, 168 votes. Mr. Anthony Hines, 72 votes. There were 12 rejected votes, total of 2,666 valid votes, and overall count included the rejection of 2,678 ballots were placed. I therefore declare Tyra Trotman to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Michael Central to serve in the House of Assembly of this island.
And so that's from the Combermere School with the celebration. The jubilation has begun. Tyra Trotman making it onto the steps of Parliament soon when Parliament resumes. And so congratulations to her indeed. That's the writing where Damien Best was doing the monitoring for us. Kimberly Skeet has been tracking what's going on for Christchurch South. She joins us now again with an update. Kimberly.
All right, Pearson. This is when jubilation meets the rubber on the road. And I have Dr. Chantal Monroe. Like, you missed all of the shouts and the screams. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know, I really got to give thanks to God for this moment. Really trust to serve because my team, oh my gosh, this wonderful team. I feel really blessed and them working with me. They've worked hard. Eventually putting the hard work together. So this moment feels like, oh my gosh, well, kind of humble. And I guess somebody thought today when the hard work starts, But no, I intend to keep faith because it's what we are eventually doing. Big plans for that. Almost from next week, I'm going to get started. I'm going to keep my commitment, keep showing up the best person.
Fantastic. Now, this has been one of those seats that went through a whole lot of shakeup. How did you feel almost stepping into a space that originally, you know, you got adopted?
People were.
All right, Kimberly, I'm so sorry, but we seem to be having issues with the audio there coming from your reporting coming out of the constituency of Christchurch South. But, you know, thank you so much for joining us indeed. And so this is Barbados Decides, the general election of 2026. And so let's go now to Lisa Broom, who is at the Democratic Labour Party's headquarters. Lisa.
Thank you, Pearson. Yes, coming back to you again from the DLP headquarters here at George Street. It's been a bit quiet, well, quiet up until we started to hear some of the results coming out of, I think it's St. Michael Northwest, where the candidate is running against Neil Rowe. Ryan Walters is running against Neil Rowe, and of course there are perhaps two other candidates in that race. But the first set of positive news, it sounds like, for the DLP, where Ryan Walters' numbers are looking really, really positive. Otherwise, it has been relatively quiet here. I have with me, though, the candidate for Christchurch South, Corey Greenidge, a first-timer, the first time that we've seen Mr. Greenidge in the race. Dr. Chantal Monroe-Knight has been declared the winner of that constituency, but it's still good to hear from you, Mr. Greenidge. How are you feeling, having ran your first race?
I really had a really good experience. First, let me congratulate Dr. Monroe-Knight on her victory tonight. It was a hard-fought race, and she's obviously done very well. For me, it was an excellent experience. The opportunity to go into the constituency, I had a shortened time to be there, but the most important part was meeting the people and being able to interact with the people, interact with all walks of life, and have a wonderful experience in the constituency. And I just wanted to say the work begins tonight.
So that sounds like this is not the end of Corey Greenidge.
Most definitely not. The work begins tonight. I'm already preparing my mind for what the next year will look like, what the next 3 years will look like, because that's what I promised the people, that I will be there and I will continue to fight. And not only fight in Christchurch South, but to continue my advocacy on the national stage, being able to speak truth to power. Part of my thrust in coming into the race was my concerns for what was happening in Barbados, and I want to continue that advocacy.
Thank you so much. Corey Greenidge, the DLP's unsuccessful candidate for Christchurch South, he says he'll be back again. Back to you in the studio.
Could you, for me, Lisa, just paint me the picture, the mood, the activity? What are people doing and saying there? All right, I guess you can't hear me right about. Thank you, Lisa, indeed. Let's head now to the north of the islands, the constituency of St. Lucie. And so Anmar Goodrich-Boyce joins us once again. Anmar?
So we have the returning officer, Mr. Colin Cumberbatch, about to announce the final results for the constituency of St. Lucie. Mr. Cumberbatch.
The result of votes cast in polling box LE1H to Z is as follows. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 1 vote. Mr. Ian Griffith received 124 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 8 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 72 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LE1H to Z was 205. There were no spoiled ballots. The result of votes cast in polling box LE2A to G is as follows. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 3 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 99 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 8 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 55 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LE2A to G was 165 votes. There were no spoiled ballots. The result of votes cast in polling box LE2H to Z is as follows. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 3 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 101 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 4 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 69 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LE2H to Z was 177. There were no spoiled ballots. The result of votes cast in polling box LE3A to Z is as follows. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 3 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 117 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 5 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 83 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LE3A to Z was 208. There were no spoiled ballots. The result of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Lucie is as follows. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 37 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 2,026 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 134 votes. Mr. Peter Phillips received 2,211 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates was 4,431. There were 23 spoiled votes. I therefore declare Mr. Peter Ricardo Phillips to be elected and to duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Lucie to serve in the House of Assembly of this island. Thank you.
Yay! So there you have it, Pearson. It has been confirmed. Peter Phillips, the man who became just the second Barbados Labour Party candidate to win this seat of St. Lucie in history, has retained St. Lucie in 2026. Just heard the confirmation from the returning officer, Colin Cumberbatch. So it brings to end the race for the seat here in St. Lucie. Mr. Peter Ricardo Phillips of the Barbados Labour Party is once again the Member of Parliament for St. Lucie. Pearson, for the final time, on the behalf of my my entire team, cameraman Anderson, Arthur, Shanice Aline, and Ryan Kennedy, and Mark Gibbridge. Boys.
Yeah, hello, brother. Here what is Humphrey, we didn't make them, I'm here playing street red, brother. BLP. I don't know a BLP, a whole lot, but enough politician chat, but work around the ground. Be a Villa Road and Dighton Road, we drive round. BLP, no slogan, be a John Strong. Kirk Humphrey, smart never dump see. As a minister, I'm do a lot in the country. Work for the jobless, help for the elderly. Brand new facility in the community. Down another party, crawling. People over politics, Humphrey balling. What you think else you need in the morning? For your Humphrey for BLP, nobody carry. I don't know a BLP, a whole lot, but enough politician chat, but work around it. Yo, I'll tell you. Yeah, hello, brother. Here what is Humphrey, we didn't make them, I'm here playing street red, brother. BLP. I don't know a BLP, a whole lot, but enough politician chat, but work around the ground. Be a Villa Road and Dighton Road, we drive round. BLP, no slogan, be a John Strong. Kirk Humphrey, smart never dump see. As a minister, I'm do a lot in the country. Work for the jobless, help for the elderly. Brand new facility in the community. Down another party, crawling. People over politics, Humphrey balling. What you think else you need in the morning? For your Humphrey for BLP, nobody carry. I don't know a BLP, a whole lot. Yeah. Be a John Strong. Be a John. Yo, I'll tell you. Yeah, hello, brother. Here what is Humphrey, we didn't make them, I'm here playing street red, brother. BLP. I don't know a BLP, a whole lot, but enough politician chat, but work around the ground. Be a Villa Road and Dighton Road, we drive round. BLP, no slogan, be a John Strong. Kirk Humphrey, smart never dump see. As a minister, I'm do a lot in the country. Work for the jobless, help for the elderly. Brand new facility in the community. Down another party, crawling. People over politics, Humphrey balling. What you think else you need in the morning? For your Humphrey for BLP, nobody carry. I don't know a BLP, a whole lot, but enough politician chat, but work around the ground. Be a Villa Road and Dighton Road, we drive round. BLP, no slogan, be a John Strong. Be a John Strong. Be a John Strong. One thing that I know when election time Michael. BLP when I ready. Michael. Uptown crew when I ready. Michael. Downtown crew when I ready. Michael. Vote for Michael. Vote for Michael. Vote for Michael Lash. Lily. Vote for Michael. Vote for Michael. Vote for Michael Lash. Lily. Call him the boss. The poor people governor. The man with the plan for each and every one. Michael, ready for your situation. Come everybody join hand in hand. BLP for this election. Vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash. Lily, vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash. Lily, yes, the uptown posse them ready. Downtown say them redder than ready. In the city we know you're ready. Come out early, vote Michael Ashley. Barbados, ready. BLP, ready. Michael Ashley, ready. The people from town that speak already. Vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash. Lily, vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash. Lily, call him the boss, the poor people governor, the man with the plan for each and every one. Michael, ready for your situation. Come everybody join hand in hand. BLP for this election. Vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash. Lily, vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash. Lily, yes, the uptown posse them ready. Downtown say them redder than ready. In the city we know you're ready. Come out early, vote Michael Ashley. Barbados, ready. BLP, ready. Michael Ashley, ready. The people from town that speak already. Vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash. Lily, vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash. Lily, Barbados, ready. BLP, ready. Michael Ashley, ready. The people from town that speak already. BLP when I ready. Uptown crew when I ready. Downtown crew when I ready. The city I know that you're ready. Church Central, how we voting? Ryan Strong again. Ryan Strong again. Ryan Strong again. Ryan Strong again. Yeah. Remember living in the last decade? Oh yes, I remember. How Mia and Ryan saved the day? Oh yes, I remember. After we get so many downgrades, remember Ryan give we a pay raise. VAT-free items help to ease the strain, so we got to vote for Strong again. Vote for Strong again. Because the economy is stronger. Vote for Strong again. Christchurch Central could never falter. Vote for Strong again. Hard working is his middle name. Vote for Strong again. With Ryan we are short again. I say whoa. Strong is the only way to vote. And I'm singing whoa. Strong is the only way to vote. So we voting Ryan Strong again. We voting for Strong again. Vote for Strong again. We voting for Strong again. Ryan Strong again. We voting for Strong again. Right Church Central, how we voting? Ryan Strong again. Ryan Strong again. Ryan Strong again. Ryan Strong again. Yeah. Remember living in the last decade? Oh yes, I remember. How Mia and Ryan saved the day? Oh yes, I remember. After we get so many downgrades, remember Ryan give we a pay raise. VAT-free items help to ease the strain, so we got to vote for Strong again. Vote for Strong again. Because the economy is stronger. Vote for Strong again. Christchurch Central could never falter. Vote for Strong again. Hard working is his middle name. Vote for Strong again. With Ryan we are short again. I say whoa. Strong is the only way to vote. And I'm singing whoa. Strong is the only way to vote. So we voting Ryan Strong again. We voting for Strong again. Vote for Strong again. We voting for Strong again. Ryan Strong again. We voting for Strong again. show up. Oh yes, I remember. And gives of his best by hook or crook. Oh yes, I remember. Ryan is about community and honest upward mobility. Don't care how them try, nothing in change. We voting in Ryan Strong again. Vote for Strong again. Because the economy is stronger. Vote for Strong again. Christchurch East Central could never falter. Vote for Strong again. Hard working is his middle name. Vote for Strong again. With Ryan we are short again. I say whoa. Strong is the only way to vote. And I'm singing whoa. Strong is the only way to vote. So we voting Ryan Strong again. We voting for Strong again. Vote for Strong again. We voting for Strong again. Ryan Strong again. We voting for Strong again. Vote for Strong again. We voting for Strong again. Remember living in the last decade? Oh yes, I remember. How Mia and Ryan saved the day. Oh yes, I remember. After we get so many downgrades, remember Ryan give we a pay raise. VAT-free items help to ease the strain, so we got to vote for Strong again. Vote for Strong again. Because the economy is stronger. Vote for Strong again. Christchurch East Central could never falter. Vote for Strong again. Hard working is his middle name. Vote for Strong again. With Ryan we are short again. One thing that I know when election time come wrong again. When the BLP in power, we smiling again. Labour people, represent with your hand in the air. Put 'em up. Yo! Election is the time you love to meet up with all my friends. Must be a monthly and me's bound there. The country we live, me and people, represent with your hand in the air. Let's go! Leadership that's strong with pride in challenging times. When we come together, the country smiles 'cause we are for you, me, we, and the BLP party. It could be COVID or a threat. Me and God we said, is action you want, then real action you gon' get, because you, me, we are the heart of the country. We just come and pump it up, pump it up, pump it up. 'Cause we got the team that's winning, every single body winning, energy and vibes winning.
Thank you, Pearson. Coming to you live from Christchurch East. We're here with returning officer Nicole Nurse, and she has the results for us for the final 7 boxes. Nicole?
Good night. Final tally for the last 7 boxes: C2 8-8, Wilfred Abrams 211, Ingrid Bess 22, Amoy Gildenborn 63, Stephen Prescott 4.
And we're just turning the page at this time.
In C2 I to Z, Wilfred Abrams 204, Ingrid Bess 17, Amoy Gildenborn 56, Stephen Prescott 5. In box C3 8-8, Wilfred Abrams 217, Ingrid Bess 14, Amoy Gildenborn 55, Stephen Prescott 2. In box C3 I to Z, Wilfred Abrams 171, Ingrid Bess 6, Amoy Gildenborn 35, Stephen Prescott 7. Box D1 8-8, Wilfred Abrams 133, Ingrid Bess 3, Amoy Gildenborn 60, Stephen Prescott 2. In box D1 I to Z, Wilfred Abrams 130, Ingrid Bess 8, Amoy Gildenborn 40, and Stephen Prescott 2. In the final box D2 A to Z, Wilfred Abrams polled 160, Ingrid Best 5, Amoy Gildenborn 76, and Stephen Prescott 13. With that, in the constituency of Christchurch East, I hereby certify that 3,318 votes were polled for Mr. Wilfred A. Abrahams, and he is now a candidate nominated to serve in the House of Assembly of this island, and that the total number of votes polled was 4,592.
Thank you, Returning Officer Ms. Nicole Nurse. The people of Christchurch East have undoubtedly chosen Minister Wilfred Abrams as their candidate, as their MP for this 2026, choosing continuity over the new faces of the Democratic Labour Party and the People's Coalition for Progress as well. And Steve Prescott of Reform Barbados. We have Minister Abrams Pearson, if I can, who's in the MP, who can join us quickly. Mr. Abrams, the people of Christchurch East have chosen continuity. In a marginal constituency, there's a lot of competition here, but they've chosen to spend another term with you, the third term, since 2018.
Well, it has been nothing short of amazing. We had a fantastic response on the ground. The machinery clicked. All credit to my campaign manager, my campaign team, everything. Yeah, they're not hearing.
Hearing some noises in the background as well. Lots of bells. I think conch shells as well. And many constituents running, coming here. A lot of excitement here in Christchurch East at the St. Christopher Primary School.
I mean, my team has been amazing. It has been a fantastic experience. And you know what? I'm humble. You don't take the vote. The team is actually quite noisy. I don't take the vote for granted, and I am grateful for Christchurch East giving me the chance.
Who's the best in St. Michael West? Chris Gibbs. Who's the best in St. Michael West? Who's the best in St. Michael West? Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Yeah. Who the people want is Chris Gibbs. Who we want? Who the people need is Chris Gibbs. Who we need? Big up place we ask for Chris Gibbs. Who we want? Chris Gibbs. Who we need? Chris Gibbs. We ride the best for Chris Gibbs. Big up place we ask for Chris Gibbs. Yeah. We deserve the best. Hampers and hugs and back to school. Would you believe this man's so cool? Tell them Chris Gibbs ain't faking moves. And we got enough receipts here to prove. Come on, that we fix roads and we fix holes and even street lighting here for you. It's everything. Constituents get enough jobs and work for you. I love you work. Chris Gibbs, making all the poor people live on Chris Gibbs. Giving everything he can give. Chris Gibbs is the best in St. Michael West. Tell them. Don't forget about the rest, go be sticking with Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Who the people want is Chris Gibbs. Who the people need is Chris Gibbs. Big up. Ready? Who's the best in St. Michael West? Who's the best in St. Michael West? Chris Gibbs. Who's the best in St. Michael West? Who's the best in St. Michael West? Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Yeah. Who the people want is Chris Gibbs. Who we want? Who the people need is Chris Gibbs. Who we need? Big up place we ask for Chris Gibbs. Who we want? Chris Gibbs. Who we need? Chris Gibbs. We ride the best for Chris Gibbs. Big up place we ask for Chris Gibbs. Yeah. We deserve the best. Hampers and hugs in St. Michael West. Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Yeah. Who the people want is Chris Gibbs. Who we want? Who the people need is Chris Gibbs. Who we need? Big up place we ask for Chris Gibbs. Who we want? Chris Gibbs. Who we need? Chris Gibbs. We ride the best for Chris Gibbs. Big up place we ask for Chris Gibbs. Yeah. We deserve the best. Hampers and hugs and back to school. Would you believe this man's so cool? Tell them Chris Gibbs ain't faking moves. And we got enough receipts here to prove. Come on, that we fix roads and we fix holes and even street lighting here for you. It's everything. Constituents get enough jobs and work for you. I love you work. Chris Gibbs, making all the poor people live on Chris Gibbs. Giving everything he can give. Chris Gibbs is the best in St. Michael West. Who's the best in St. Michael West? Chris Gibbs. Who's the best in St. Michael West? Who's the best in St. Michael West? Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Who the people want is Chris Gibbs. Who we want? Who the people need is Chris Gibbs. Who we need? Big up place we ask for Chris Gibbs. Who we want? Chris Gibbs. Who we need? Chris Gibbs. We ride the best for Chris Gibbs. Who's the best in St. Michael West? Who's the best in St. Michael West? Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Yeah. Who the people want is Chris Gibbs. Who we want? Who the people need is Chris Gibbs. Who we need? Big up place we ask for Chris Gibbs. Who we want? Chris Gibbs. Who we need? Chris Gibbs.
for Chris gives. Big a place we ask for Chris gives. We deserve the best. Hampers and hugs and back to school. Would you believe this man so cool? Tell them Chris gives ain't faking moves. And we got enough receipts here to prove. Come on, that we fix roads and we fix holes and even street lighting here for you. It's everything. Constituents getting up jobs and work for you. I love you work. Chris Gibbs making all the poor people live on Chris Gibbs. Giving everything he can give. Chris Gibbs is the best in St. Michael West. Tell them. Don't forget about the rest. Go be sticking with Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Who the people want is Chris Gibbs. Who the people need is Chris Gibbs. Big a place we ask for Chris Gibbs. Who we want Chris Gibbs. Who we need Chris Gibbs. We ride the best for Chris Gibbs. Big a place we ask for Chris Gibbs. We deserve the best for Chris Gibbs. We sticking with Chris Gibbs. I know who got facts. Tell them that is their business. In St. Michael West, we deserve the best. We sticking with Chris Gibbs. We sticking with Chris. We sticking with Chris Gibbs. We sticking with Chris, so forget about the rest. It's only the best. In St. Michael West, it's Chris Gibbs. We sticking with Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs, Chris Gibbs. Who the people want is Chris Gibbs. Who the people need is Chris Gibbs. Big a place we ask for Chris Gibbs. Who we want Chris Gibbs. Who we need Chris Gibbs. We ride the best for Chris Gibbs. Big a place we ask for Chris Gibbs. We deserve the best for Chris Gibbs. Daddy, who's the best in St. Michael West? Who's the best in St. Michael West? Chris Gibbs. Who's the best in St. Michael West? Who's the best in St. Michael West? Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs.
Are you ready? 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 Are you ready?
St. Michael West, who's the best in St. Michael West? Chris Gibbs. Who's the best in St. Michael West? Who's the best in St. Michael West? Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Yeah. Who the people want is Chris Gibbs. Who we want? Who the people need is Chris Gibbs. Who we need? Big a place we ask for Chris Gibbs. Who we want Chris Gibbs. Who we need Chris Gibbs. We ride the best for Chris Gibbs. Big a place we ask for Chris Gibbs. Yeah. We deserve the best. Hampers and hugs and back to school. Would you believe this man so cool? Tell them Chris Gibbs ain't faking.
Are you ready? 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 Are you ready?
When the roll is called out, I'll be standing taller to face the darkest and the hardest of times. We'll be taking care of all the children thereof. But if it's required, we'll be on the front line. You can call me by my name. I am ready to roll. Once the rules remain the same, how the story's been told. Call me anytime, never cop out. Lioness is on the rise, don't you ever have doubt. Never say never, willingness forever to fight and be strong. Once it's for better, I'll write every letter and moving right along. And I'll roll with the punches, accept changes, work with the formula, do what I have to do. And call me by my name, I am ready to roll. Once the rules remain the same, how the story's been told. Call me anytime, never cop out. Lioness is on the rise, don't you ever have doubt. When you are willing to serve, we have room to observe, to see if you can walk the walk you talk. Let me give you my word, my voice must be heard. Bravery is a piece of my heart. Call me by my name, I am ready to roll. Once the rules remain the same, how the story's been told. Call me anytime, never cop standing taller to face the darkest and the hardest of times. We'll be taking care of all the children thereof. But if it's required, we'll be on the front line. You can call me by my name. I am ready to roll. Once the rules remain the same. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? When the roll is called out, I'll be standing taller to face the darkest and the hardest of times. We'll be taking care of all the children thereof. But if it's required, we'll be on the front line. You can call me by my name. I am ready to roll. Once the rules remain the same, how the story's been told. Call me anytime, never cop out. Lioness is on the rise, don't you ever have doubt. Never say never, willingness forever to fight and be strong. Once it's for better, I'll write every letter and moving right along. And I'll roll with the punches, accept changes, work with the formula, do what I have to do. And call me by my name, I am ready to roll. Once the rules remain the same, how the story's been told. Call me anytime, never pop out. Lioness is on the rise, don't you ever have doubt. When you are willing to serve, we have room to observe, to see if you can walk the walk you told. Let me give you my word, my voice must be heard. Bravery is a piece of my heart. Call me by my name, I am ready to roll. Once the rules remain the same, how the story's been told. Call me anytime, never cop out. A lioness is on the rise. Don't ever have no doubt. When the roll is called out, we'll be standing taller to face the darkest and the hardest of time. We'll be taking care of all the children thereof. But if it's required, we'll be on the front line.
South Central, St. Michael, Lorionis, BLP, introducing a lady for the people, woman of the people, our representative, Marsha Cat. Anyway, Marsha step hill, army gun step, so BLP stepping with a brave heart. You know see the bees, got the whole place wet till the D's we don't take car. Anyway, me step Marsha Cat gun step, car BLP stepping with a brave heart. Me and more man, if we're showing how we corner. Tell the D's we don't take car. This lady's so quiet, intelligent, hardworking. Marsha says she can't stop helping. She don't do the finna money in her face. South Central, any problems, just call her. Marsha support the old and the young, yeah, working as a team. South Central, and you know what me mean. And nothing is greater than Marsha. See all I wanna accomplish, then dream. We go where BLP go, they don't lie. BLP's riding for you and for I. We are go where BLP go, they don't lie. Don't ask me how I know. Marsha Cattle, BLP, come on. Anyway, Marsha step hill, army gun step, so BLP stepping with a brave heart. You know see the bees, got the whole place wet till the D's we not take car. Anyway, me step Marsha Cattle gun step, car BLP stepping with a brave heart. Me and more man, if we're showing how we corner, tell the D's we not take car. BLP man, listen good man, we're rich or silly, whatever DLP were. Them people silly. Watch your time, man. Be voting for Marsha election day. You hear me, South Central? When you know the code. Be a person listen Richard silly tail, man. You think with this? Huh? Marsha Cattle. 40 people. Bigging up honorable Marsha Cattle. You know what I mean? LRG, we say that. Marsha. Hey, Come on, come on, come on, come on, no. Come on, come on, come on, come on, no. Come on, man, I step here.
Vote B. Be voting for Charles Griffith. Charles Griffith, you know we done win. I could see it, think I see it, oh no. BLP done win, every single city is what I heard. That is what I heard. Ralph turn, but he ran on, take it off and put it on again. Confusing all the people and confusing all his friends. Sweet talking weak, cause he think he can get in. Well, Ralph turn, think again. And I ain't had to think, cause Charles get my vote in the eye. If I blink at me, they blink of an eye. Like a in the night, all we voting is beast from the morning to night. I ain't thinking too much, I doing what is right. Hey yo, they voting beast from morning to night. If I vote on them side, this country collide. Ralph said that he can starve you. Alright, we voting beef for life, so we can eat for life. They gotta bend and take a curve and then a laugh and then a right. I know we swerving and we skating, but they made it through the lights. So keep straight and take a right and beat brace and take a left. You know we done win. I could see it, think I see it, oh no. BLP done win, every single city is what I heard. That is what I heard. Vote B. Be voting for Charles Griffith. Charles Griffith, you know we done win. I could see it, think I see it, oh no. BLP done win, every single city is what I heard. That is what I heard. Ralph turn, but he ran on, take it off and put it on again. Confusing all the people and confusing all his friends. Sweet talking weak, cause he think he can get in. Well, Ralph turn, think again. And I ain't had to think, cause Charles get my vote in the eye. If I blink at me, they blink of an eye. Like a in the night, all we voting is beast from the morning to night. I ain't thinking too much, I doing what is right. Hey yo, they voting beast from morning to night. If I vote on them side, this country collide. Ralph said that he can starve you. Alright, we voting beef for life, so we can eat for life. They gotta bend and take a curve and then a laugh and then a right. Vote B. Be voting for Charles Griffith. Charles Griffith, you know we done win. I could see it, think I see it, oh no. BLP done win, every single city is what I heard. That is what I heard. Ralph turn, but he ran on, take it off and put it on again. Confusing all the people and confusing all his friends. Sweet talking weak, cause he think he can get in. Well, Ralph turn, think again. And I ain't had to think, cause Charles get my vote in the eye. If I blink at me, they blink of an eye. Like a in the night, all we voting is beast from the morning to night. I ain't thinking too much, I doing what is right. Hey yo, they voting beast from morning to night. If I vote on them side, this country collide. Ralph said that he can starve you. Alright, we voting beef for life, so we can eat for life. They gotta bend and take a curve and then a laugh and then a right. I know we swerving and we skating, but they made it through the lights. So keep straight and take a right and beat brace and take a left. You know we done win. I could see it, think I see it on. Vote B. Be voting for Charles Griffith.
We keep it at it. We keep it at it. We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. No reason to think twice. Ishmael is the people's choice. He's ready to serve you and get things moving again. Strong representation for every one of you here. He's ready to make things happen. He ain't here for sure. We keeping it real with Ishmael. Come on, let me go. Intellect you will see. Sensitive to your needs. Honest, decent, and not. Make sure you get results. Attentive and he will show. Eager and ready to go. Loves his community and that is why you will see. We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. No reason to think twice. Ishmael is the people's choice. Keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. No reason to think twice. Ishmael is the people's choice. Working for the people, that's what he's come here to do. You best believe Davidson will be here for you. He's ready to work through storms and take you to brighter days. We keeping it real with Ishmael. Listen what we say. Intellect you will see. Sensitive to your needs. Honest, decent, and not. Make sure you get results. Attentive and he will show. Eager and ready to go. Loves his community and that is why you will see. We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. with Ishmael. We keeping our reason to think twice. We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. No reason to think twice. Ishmael is the people's choice. He's ready to serve you and get things moving again. Strong representation for every one of you here. He's ready to make things happen. He ain't here for sure. We keeping it real with Ishmael. Come on, let me go. Intellect you will see. Sensitive to your needs. Honest, decent and not. Make sure you get results. Attentive and he will show. Eager and ready to go. Loves his community and that is why you will see. We keeping it real.
Wanna done know the program? We voted for Dr. Romel Springer, BLP to the world. Come on, Springer.
One eyeball.
The Dems no gon' pee.
When I can be worse. Peeping, everybody peeping. Them like too much peeping.
We voting for Dr. Romel Springer.
I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek. You know got to peek, you know got to peek. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek.
BLP is a party for we.
Give them one eyeball, you know got to peek. You know got to peek. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek.
Well, you will see rap won't starve we. BLP is the code, and Ramel is the man for the vote. Call the Dems taking things for joke. Nothing they been putting down poor people throat. The Dems now gonna beat when we out. When you see Romel Springer step out, St. Andrew don't know what we bout. When we touch road, we just run every route.
I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek. You know got to peek, you know got to peek. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek.
BLP is the party for we.
Give them one eyeball, you know got to peek. You know got to peek. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek.
The people not Springer now. When Romel land, everything get done up. All of the racers ready and rev up. They no gon' peep anytime Springer pull up. Every ZR and every big boss ram up. The Dems no gon' peep when we out. When you see Romel Springer step out, St. Andrew don't know what we bout. When we touch road, we just run every route.
I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek. You know got to peek, you know got to peek. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek.
BLP is the party for we.
Give them one eyeball, you know got to peek. One eyeball, you know got to peek. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek. When I can be worse. Peeping, everybody peeping. Them like too much peeping.
We voting for Dr. Romel Springer.
I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek. You know got to peek, you know got to peek. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek.
BLP is the party for we.
Give them one eyeball, you know got to peek. You know got to peek. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek.
Well, you will see rap won't starve we. BLP is the code, and Ramel is the man for the vote. Call the Dems taking things for joke. Nothing they been putting down poor people throat. The Dems now gonna beat when we out. When you see Romel Springer step out, St. Andrew don't know what we bout. When we touch road, we just run every route.
I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek. You know got to peek, you know got to peek. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek.
BLP is the party for we.
Give them one eyeball, you know got to peek. You know got to peek. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek.
The people not spring. When Romel land, everything get done up. All of the.
One thing that I know when election time come wrong again. When the BLP in power, we smiling again. Labor people, represent with your hand in the air.
Election is the time we love to meet up with all my friends. Must be a monthly and me's bound day. The country meeting, me and people represent with your hand in the air. Let's go.
Leadership that's strong
With pride in challenging times.
when we come together, the country smiles 'cause we are for you,
Me, we, and the BLP party. It could be COVID or a threat. Me and God we said, is action you want, then real action you gon' get, because you, me, we are the heart of the country.
vision strong and pump
Wait, them feel them could starve we. Listen, medic does feed we.
Medic are the man. Everybody happy when they land. Everybody get word. Everybody get word. Now, so everybody come head down to the polling station. Everybody get word. Everybody get word. Cause medic is the man voting for. Medic up the plan voting for. Medic is the man voting for. Medic up the plan. Cause medic is the man voting for. Medic up the plan voting for. Medic is the man voting for. Medic up the plan. Who got the knock for it? Medic, medic, the big man in the district. Medic, the medicine walking. The medicine walking. Who got the knock for it? Medic, medic, who helping the lame and sick. Medic, the medicine walking. The medicine walking. Blocks empty, medic providing plenty. It working. Young people getting loans, owning business and homes. Cause it working. Who got the knock for it? Medic, medic, who helping the lame and sick. Medic, the medicine walking. The medicine walking. Jobs on the rise, you must recognize it working. Home repairs, medic cares, cause it working. Who got the knock for it? Medic, medic, the big man in the district. Medic, the medicine walking. The medicine walking. Cause medic is the man voting for. Medic up the plan voting for. Medic is the man voting for. Medic up the plan. Cause it medic is the man voting for. Medic up the plan voting for. Medic is the man voting for. Medic up the plan. Gall Hill, Silver Hill, Kendall Hill, Medic, Sergeant Village, even Maxville. Kendall Hill, Maxwell Hill, Gall Hill, Medic, Vauxhall, Briar Hall and all. The medicine walking. The medicine walking. Who got the knock for it? Medic, medic, the big man in the district. Medic, the medicine walking. Medic are the man. Everybody happy when they land. Everybody get word. Everybody get word. Now, so everybody come head down to the polling station. Everybody get word. Everybody get word. Cause medic is the man voting for. Medic up the plan voting for. Medic is the man voting for. Medic up the plan. Cause medic is the man voting for. Medic up the plan voting for. Medic is the man voting for. Medic up the plan. Who got the knock for it? Medic, medic, the big man in the district. Medic, the medicine walking. The medicine walking. Who got the knock for it? Medic, medic, who helping the lame and sick. Medic, the medicine walking. The medicine walking. Blocks empty, medic providing plenty. It working. Young people getting loans, owning business and homes. Cause it working. Who got the knock for it? Medic, medic, who helping the lame and sick. Medic, the medicine walking. The medicine walking. Jobs on the rise, you must recognize it working. Home repairs, medic cares, cause it working.
Ting-a-ling-a-ling. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me, you in charge. Pick up me, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence and saying, take the war got stop, cause inflation licking me up. But be just strong, all the we built up. My pain, but be breaking up. Coming here is family, me as a friend. You see my act, she gonna get it again. Wearing my red, I ain't worried with them. Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me, you in charge. Big up me, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence, and saying, take charge, me, you in charge. You in charge, you is the boss. Common crisis, clearing chaos. But in the work, you do the job, and she got my trust. That is enough. Why? Mean you for me. Why? Mean you for we. Why? Running the country firm and steady. Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me, you in charge. Big up me, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence, and saying, take charge, me, you in charge. I feel all the war got stop, cause inflation licking me up. But be just strong, all the we built up. My pain, but be breaking up. Coming here is family, me as a friend. You see my act, she gonna get it again. Wearing my red, I ain't worried with them. Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me, you in charge. Big up me, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence, and saying, take charge, me, you in charge. I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me, you in charge. Big up me, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence, and saying, take charge, me, you in charge. Why? Ting-a-ling-a-ling. Why? I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Everybody now, let's go.
have no fear. He now got lashes to share. Everybody take 2 steps to the left. He ain't got me vote, oh yes. Oh yeah. And then 2 steps to the right. Cause we know that he is the best. Good then Edgel is the man. Oh Lord. He got the best plan. Oh gosh. Ian does always deliver. That's why he is the best ever. When things get rough, he does show up steady, yeah. Promises he always keeping. No hiding or disappearing. 7 days a week, Ian is always there. Who always show up? Ian. Who get the things done? Ian. Who for the people? Ian. 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 Who we voting for? Ian. Who we voting for? Ian. Who you voting for? Ian. Ian. Everybody take 2 steps to the left. Ian got me vote, oh yes. Oh yeah. And then 2 steps to the right. Cause we know that he is the best. Good then Edgel is the man. Oh Lord. Elections he got the best. I have no fear. He know got lashes to share. Everybody take 2 steps to the left. Ian got me vote, oh yes. Oh yeah. And then 2 steps to the right. Cause we know that he is the best. Good then Edgel is the man. Oh Lord. He got the best plan. Oh gosh. Ian does always deliver. That's why he is the best ever. When things get rough, he does show up steady, yeah. Promises he always keeping. No hiding or disappearing. 7 days a week, Ian is always there. Who always show up? Ian. Who get the things done? Ian. Who for the people? Ian. 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 Who we voting for? Ian. Who we voting for? Ian. Who you voting for? Ian. Ian. Everybody take 2 steps to the left. Ian got me vote, oh yes. Oh yeah. And then 2 steps to the right. Cause we know that he is the best. Good then Edgel is the man. Oh Lord. He got the best plan. Oh gosh. Present in the streets and the yard. The best for St. Michael West Central. He don't only talk, he understands. He's a doer and a giver, a fixer, a problem solver. Ian and the BLP red and ready. Everybody take 2 steps to the left. Ian got me vote, oh yes. Oh yeah. And then 2 steps to the right. Cause we know that he is the best. Good then Edgel is the man. Oh Lord. Elections he got the best. I have no fear. Ian now got lashes to share. Everybody take 2 steps to the left. Ian got me vote, oh yes. Oh yeah. And then 2 steps to the right. Cause we know that he is the best. Good then Edgel is the man. Oh Lord. He got the best plan. Oh gosh. Ian does always deliver. That's why he is the best ever. When things get rough, he does show up steady, yeah. Promises he always keeping. No hiding or disappearing. 7 days a week, Ian is always there.
What are you doing? Yo, it's the boy YB, young brother representing for Barbados Labour Party, founded in 1938. Who does that? She said, she said, let me cater to you, I say cater to me. She said, just relax and let me give you the thing. No, no, no. She said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. Oh, she said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. See how she walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best prime minister. Oh, Miss Martley walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best prime minister. Oh, give she the vote and watch her. I know you like she. I know you like vibes. I know you like speed. Top work gal, she is the queen bee, the real top shotter in the Caribbean. She said, let me cater to you. I say cater to me. She said, just relax and let me do everything. Yes, we gon' do everything. She said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. Oh, she said, take it easy, I will do the work. she walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best prime minister. Oh, Miss Martley, walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best prime minister. Oh,
who does set the pace and does break the plan? She has she own things. She never rub a man.
And when she put on she red shirt bacchanal, we ready to win this election. She say, let me cater to you. I say, cater to me. She say, just relax and let me do everything. Yes, we gon' do everything. She say, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. Oh, she say, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. Oh, see how she walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best prime minister. Oh, Miss Martley, walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best prime minister. Oh,
What are you doing? Yo, it's your boy YB, young brother representing for Barbados Labour Party, founded in 1938. Who does that? What are you doing? Yo, it's your boy YB, young brother representing for Barbados Labour Party, founded in 1938. Who does that?
She said, she said, let me cater to you. I say, cater to me. She said, just relax and let me give you the thing. No, no, no. She said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. Oh, she said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. See how she walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best prime minister. Oh, Miss Martley, walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best prime minister. Oh,
give she the vote and watch her. I know you like she. I know you like vibes. I know you like speed. Top work gal, she is the queen bee, the real top shotter in the Caribbean.
She say, let me cater, 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 let me cater.
We voting B, we voting profit, voting B, yeah. We voting profit, voting B, we voting profit. We voting profit. Cause it's only one man we need to run the show. I am profit with that the low rate. He got that the low rate. He got that the low rate. Barbados red and ready to go. One place that I put in my vote. My gosh. All we need is one more X in the box. So we voting profit. St. Joseph red and ready to go. The number one candidate profit. BLP, give me a little bit more. All we need is profit. St. Joseph red and ready to go. BLP, give me a little bit more. Whatever the problem we're in is solving, BLP leads, you know we succeeding. Vote after vote we cast and leaving them in the past. People asking how many seats we win in this year, how many times them can get unfair. Ryan Bradford always keep here, so put your right flags up in the air. We voting Bradford, we voting B, we voting Bradford, we voting B, we voting Bradford, we voting B, we voting Bradford, we voting B. We voting profit, we voting B, we voting profit, voting B, we voting profit, we voting profit. We voting B, we voting profit, voting B, yeah. We voting profit, voting B, we voting profit, we voting profit. Cause it's only one man we need to run the show. I am profit with that the low rate. He got that the low rate, he got that the low rate. Barbados red and ready to go. Place that I put in my vote, my God. We voting profit. Cause there's only one man we need to run the show. I am profit with that the low rate. He got that the low rate. He got that the low rate. Barbados red and ready to go. One place that I put in my vote, my gosh.
Wait, Auntie, you hear elections start?
No, me a ring the bell?
Yes, girl.
And what you voting for?
What kind of stupid question is that? We can only be one body.
Christian West constituency. Do get Less talking, more voting. Everybody let me get the voting. What about yeah? Joe can't get to the polls, no time for skylarking. Less talking, more voting. Everybody let me get the voting. What about yeah? Joe can't get to the polls, no time for skylarking. See man with the plan, who always understand. You need a helping hand to get this man. This is question West. Them parties cannot test. Don't got time for the West. BLP is the best. Less talking, more voting. Everybody let me get the voting. What about yeah? Joe can't get to the polls, no time for skylarking. Less talking, more voting. Everybody let me get the voting. What about yeah? Joe can't get to the polls, no time for skylarking. Show up. Show up. Show up.
Wait, Auntie, you hear elections call?
No, me a ring the bell.
Yes, girl.
How are you voting for?
What kind of stupid question is that?
We can only be one body.
Christian West constituency. Do yeah. Less talking, more voting. Everybody let me get the voting. What about yeah? Joe can't get to the polls, no time for skylarking. Less talking, more voting. Everybody let me get the voting. What about yeah? Joe can't get to the polls, no time for skylarking. See man with the plan, who always understand. You need a helping hand to get this man. This is Christian West. Them parties cannot test. Don't got time for the West. BLP is the best. Less talking, more voting. Everybody let me get the voting. What about yeah? Joe can't get to the polls, no time for skylarking. Less talking, more voting. Everybody let me get the voting. What about yeah? Joe can't get to the polls, no time for skylarking. Show up. Show up. Show up. Show up.
Wait, Auntie, you hear elections call?
No, me a ring the bell.
Yes, girl.
How are you voting for?
What kind of stupid question is that?
We can only be one body.
Christian West constituency. Do yeah. Less talking, more voting. Everybody let me get the voting. What about yeah? Joe can't get to the polls, no time for skylarking. Less talking, more voting. Everybody let me get the voting. What about yeah? Joe can't get to the polls, no time for skylarking. See man with the plan, who always understand. You need a helping hand to get this man.
Yeah. Tyra. Yo, Tyra Trotman. BLP. Energy, man. St. Michael Central. Yo, Barbados. Barbados, man. Na, 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 na. Tyra inspiration make you feel better. Everybody wanna be happy, nobody wanna be sad. If you not vote Tyra Trotman, you gotta be mad. Better give time for life and everything that you have. Why BLP, they wanna be good, the rest wanna be bad. What goes around, you lose your hand in a brag. And who would think a brother stab you in your back? Yo, Tyra, a journey of 1,000 miles begin with only one step. Keep your eyes on your goals and the crows, cause they always trying to break your neck. The grass is green on the other side. When you take me water mine, stitching time save 9. Tyra, you always gonna shine. Everybody wanna be happy, nobody wanna be sad. If you not vote Tyra Trotman, you gotta be mad. Better give time for life and everything that you have. Why BLP, they wanna be good, the rest wanna be bad. See, the rest wanna be bad. Tyra. St. Michael Central, BLP, Energy, man. St. Michael Central, yo, Barbados. Barbados, man. Na, 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 na. Tyra inspiration make you feel better. Everybody wanna be happy, nobody wanna be sad. If you not vote Tyra Trotman, you gotta be mad. Better give time for life and everything that you have. Why BLP, they wanna be good, the rest wanna be bad. What goes around, you lose your hand in a brag. And who would think a brother stab you in your back? Yo, Tyra, a journey of 1,000 miles begin with only one step. Keep your eyes on your goals and the crows, cause they always trying to break your neck. The grass is green on the other side. Why you take me water mine? Stitching time save 9. Tyra, you always gon' shine. Everybody wanna be happy, nobody wanna be sad. If you not vote Tyra Trump, man, you gotta be mad. Better give time for life on everything that you have. Why in BLP they wanna be good, the rest wanna be bad. See the rest wanna be bad. Tyra. Michael Central, BLP, Barbados. Yeah. Yo, Tyra, we outside. Yo, BLP. Yo, big up me any day. Anyway, you know it good. Ada. Say Michael Central, BLP, Barbados. Yo, Tyra, we outside. Yo, BLP. Yo, big up me any day. Anyway, you know it good. Ada.
One thing that I know when election time come wrong again. When the BLP in power, we spinning again. Labor people represent.
Vote for Chantal Monroe. Right. Yeah. Christchurch song. Elections coming on. I can't wait to vote tomorrow. I voted to secure my future, so I voted for Monroe. Right. Elections coming on. I can't wait to vote tomorrow. Put your flags in the air and whistle till your mouth. If Chantal is the one to run Christchurch, so can I really get to the party move again? I got the family and all of your friends. We voted for Chantal Monroe, night from 6 in the morning, straight down to the end. I'm until I let shine, voice is vain. People just go over, all of them are stains. I want you for Chantal and for Chantal again and again. Let me tell you what's next. Chantal Monroe definitely getting my ex. Cause she cares for the family and she know what's best for Christchurch and the rest. She planning a better life for the children, let me hear you say yes. Every day she working morning, noon and night, providing jobs and better roads and housing inside. Cause Chantal know the future is bright. Everything's gonna be alright. Elections coming on. I can't wait to vote tomorrow. I voted to secure my future, so I voted for Monroe. Elections coming on. I can't wait to vote tomorrow. Put your flags in the air and whistle till your mouth. If Chantal is the one to run Christchurch, so can I really get to the party move again? I got the family and all of your friends. We voted for Chantal Monroe, night from 6 in the morning, straight down to the end. I'm until I lunch, straight up voice is vain. People just go over, all of them are stains. I want you for Chantal and for Chantal again and again and again. Pressure, so be ready, you know that we ready. The whole of Barbados Labour Party. We marching down by the polling stations now as one. If we really mean business, let we get things done. You better trust and believe she ain't leaving me. To bring us all together is her destiny. She gonna make all things right. So I want you to vote for Chantal Monroe night. We voted for Chantal Monroe night. We voted for Chantal Monroe night. Christchurch elections coming on. I can't wait to vote tomorrow. I voted to secure my future, so I voted for Monroe. Right, elections coming on. I can't wait to vote tomorrow. Put your flags in the air and whistle till your mouth. If Chantal is the one to run Christchurch, so can I really get to the party move again? I got the family and all of your friends. We again and again. Let me tell you what's BLP, red flags in the air. And sure I made us you care. The Bajan strong and ready to go and put in another gear. Red flags in the air. And sure I made us you care. Going with BLP and me and Bobby all the way. I'm telling you, I voted for BLP. We voting for BLP. I voted for BLP. We voting for BLP. Bajan strong, BLP. Standing as one, BLP. You can't go wrong with BLP. We voting for BLP. Right now we Bajan strong with the Barbados Labour Party. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anytime, any weather, still standing together and we heading for victory.
740. Spoiled 15. The total number of votes polled for all the candidates was 5,438.
Mike had a song. He said, I know you're seeing red. What color you seeing? What color are you seeing? What color are you seeing, Barbados? I tell you. I have only come to tell you that we are awaiting a little bit of information on one or two boxes so that we can deliver the fulsome victory that we know we deserve. So we want you to bear with us. Hold string. Keep it tight. Because we know we can paint Barbados red. We can paint Barbados what? What? Bear with us. Just bear with us for but a few moments more. Just for a few moments more. And then, this country will erupt in a sea of red. Bear with us for a few moments more. Thank you.
Wilfred Abrams, his demand that really understand. For the community, he take the stand. Supporting Wilfred Abrams. Yes, we voting for he. Wilfred got your back, he's looking for we. Representing the constituency like a real champion. from the BLP. Southern Heights, Platinum Heights, Fairy Valley, Parish Land, Thornbury Hill, Pilgrim Road, Silver Sands, Time Bottom, Calendar, Spegwell, Gibbons, and Hillcrest, Noah Abrams is demand. Chancery Lane, Sears Court, Durant, Scovelly, Ealing Grove, Ealing Park, and Pilgrim Place B. Wilfred got your back, the whole of Christchurch East. We vote in BLP. Wilfred Abrams, he's a boss, he's a leader, that's the man. For Christchurch East, he got the plan, and working with the people hand in hand. Wilfred Abrams, he's the man that really understand. For the community, he take the stand. Supporting Wilfred Abrams. Yeah, we voting for he. Wilfred got your back, he's look out for we. Representing the constituency like a real champion from the BLP. Southern Heights, Platinum Heights, Fairy Valley, Parish Land, Thornbury Hill, Pilgrim Road, Silver Sands, Time Bottom, Calendar, Spegwell, Gibbons, and Hillcrest, Noah Abrams is demand. Chancery Lane, Sears Court, Durant, Scovelly, Ealing Grove, Ealing Park, and Pilgrim Place B. Wilfred got your back, he got the plan, and working with the people hand in hand. Wilfred Abrams, he's the man that really understand. For the community, he take the stand. Supporting Wilfred Abrams. Yeah, we voting for he. Wilfred got your back, he's look out for we. Representing the constituency like a real champion from the BLP. Southern Heights, Platinum Heights, Fairy Valley, Parish Land, Thornbury Hill, Pilgrim Road, Silver Sands, Time Bottom, Calendar, Spegwell, Gibbons, and Hillcrest, Noah Abrams is demand. Chancery Lane, Sears Court, Durant, Scovelly, Ealing Grove, Ealing Park, and Pilgrim Place B. Wilfred got your back, the whole of Christchurch East. We voting BLP. Wilfred Abrams, he's a boss, he's a leader, that's the man. For Christchurch East, he got the plan, and working with the people hand in hand. Wilfred Abrams, he's the man that really understand. For the community, he take the stand. Supporting Wilfred Abrams. Yeah, we voting for he. Wilfred got your back, he's look out for we. Representing the constituency like a real champion from the BLP. Southern Heights, Platinum Heights, Fairy Valley, Parish Land, Thornbury Hill, Pilgrim Road, Silver Sands, Time Bottom, Calendar, Spegwell, Gibbons, and Hillcrest, Noah Abrams is demand. Chancery Lane, Sears Court, Durant, Scovelly, Ealing Grove, Ealing Park, and Pilgrim Place B. Wilfred got your back, the whole of Christchurch East. We voting BLP. Wilfred Abrams, he's a boss, he's a leader, that's the man. For Christchurch East, he got the plan, and working with the people hand in hand. Wilfred Abrams, he's the man that really understand. For the community, he take the stand. Supporting Wilfred Abrams. Yeah, we voting for he. Wilfred got your back, he's look out for we. Representing the constituency like a real champion from the BLP. Southern Heights, Platinum Heights, Fairy Valley, Parish Land, Thornbury Hill, Pilgrim Road, Silver Sands. Wilfred Abrams, he's a boss, he's a leader, that's the man. For Christchurch East, he got the plan, and working with the people hand in hand. Wilfred Abrams, he's the man that really understand. For the community, he take the stand. Supporting Wilfred Abrams. Yeah, we voting for he. Wilfred got your back, he's look out for we. Representing the constituency like a real champion from the BLP. Southern Heights, Platinum Heights, Fairy Valley, Parish Land, Thornbury Hill, Pilgrim Road, Silver Sands, Time Bottom, Calendar, Spegwell, Gibbons, and Hillcrest, Noah Abrams is demand. Chancery Lane, Sears Court, Durant, Scovelly, Ealing Grove, Ealing Park, and Pilgrim Place B. Wilfred got your back, the whole of Christchurch East. We voting BLP. Wilfred Abrams, he's a boss, he's a leader, that's the man. For Christchurch East, he got the plan, and working with the people hand in hand. Wilfred Abrams, he's the man that really understand. For the community, he take the stand. Supporting Wilfred Abrams. Yeah, we voting for he. Wilfred got your back, he's look out for we. Representing the constituency like a real champion from the BLP. Southern Heights, Platinum Heights, Fairy Valley, Parish Land, Thornbury Hill, Pilgrim Road, Silver Sands, Time Bottom,
Boy, when I put my red shirt on, I start to see the country different. Ever since the BLP come in, the country been different. Boy, I put my darkers on, votes we bringing home. Boy, BLP we taking on, I put my darkers on, votes we taking on. BLP, boy, I put my darkers on, votes we bringing home. I at the poll voting early in the morning. Once the bees stay winning, then the people winning. BLP empower every Bajan that's be living.
I am Sandra Husbands, the candidate for St. James South. Service, commitment, delivery. Sometimes public, sometimes private, but always here with you.
She walks with steady footsteps. She speaks with firm resolve. In challenge before her, she's ready to solve. Her courage is steady. Her compass is clear. A leader who shows for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. Down here in St. James. She walks with steady footsteps. She speaks with firm resolve. Each challenge before her, she's ready to solve. Her courage is steady. Her compass is clear. A leader who shows up. Yeah, she's always there. Vote for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. Down here in St. James. We voted for Sandra. We going with Sandra. We voted for Sandra. Down here in St. James. We going with Sandra. We voted for Sandra. We going with Sandra. Down here in St. James. We voted for Sandra. We going with Sandra. We voted for Sandra. Down here in St. James. St. James South, come out and support Sandra husband. Vote Sandra husbands. We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. We going with Sandra. Down here in St. James. We voted for Sandra. We going with Sandra. We voted for Sandra. Down here in St. James. We going with Sandra. We voted for Sandra. We going with Sandra. Down here in St. James. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. Yes, we taking it. Gregory is the man that we going with. Now is the time. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. Yes, we taking it. Gregory is the man that we going with. Welcome the new representative. St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols. St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols. Because he for the people. Yes, he for the people. St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols. St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols. Because he for the people. Yes, he for the people. St. Thomas, we moving forward. So come together, cause this time is ours. We big and strong as we move along. One team, one BLP. With Mia as our leader. We know Barbados is better. So we have no fear at all. The challenge is great, but we are greater. Now we more focused than ever. Get ready for a brand new chapter. The road long, but we will conquer. Times changing, so secure your future. We looking toward the bigger picture. Yes, we ready, red and ready. Gregory Nichols in the wicked like sobers. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. Yes, we taking it. Gregory is the man that we going with. Welcome the new representative. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. Yes, we taking it. Gregory is the man that we going with. Welcome the new representative. St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols. St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols. Because he for the people. Yes, he for the people. St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols. St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols. Because he for the people. Yes, he for the people. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. Yes, we taking it. Gregory is the man that we going with. Welcome the new representative. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. Yes, we taking it. Gregory is the man that we going with. Now is the time. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. We taking fresh God. Yes, we taking it. Gregory is the man that we going with. Welcome the new representative. St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols. St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols. Because he for the people. Yes, he for the people. St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols. St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols. Because he for the people. Yes, he for the people. St. Thomas, we moving forward. So come together, cause this time is ours. We big and strong as we move along. One team, one BLP. With me, with me, with me.
Boy, when they put my red shirt on, I start to see the country different. Ever since the BLP come in, the country been different. Boy, I put my dark curls on, votes we bringing home. Wait, BLP we taking on, they put my darkers on. Votes we taking on. BLP, wait, I put my darkers on. Votes we bringing home. I at the poll voting early in the morning. Once the bees there winning, then the people winning. BLP empower every Bajan that's be living. Taking votes, votes, votes we bringing home. We taking votes, votes, votes we bringing home. Bees winning, the people winning. BLP empower every Bajan that's be living. Got my red shirt on. I know they're looking for me, but it's election time at the poll is where you find me, cause the opposition lost. Everybody lost. The BLP in power, cause we sticking with the boss. We voting red in south and red in west, red in east and red in north. Ask me who I voting for, they know I voting red, of course. Oi, oi, no I voting red, of course. Oi, oi, no I voting red, of course. Darkers on, votes we bringing home. I at the poll voting early in the morning. Once the bees there winning, then the people winning. BLP empower every Bajan that's be living. Taking votes, votes. We taking votes, votes, votes we bringing home. Bees winning, the people winning. BLP empower every Bajan that's be living. I tell them, do not panic. I cutting down through traffic. Early morning at the poll can be active. We ain't want nobody come and do the country damage, cause we ain't want nobody else to know they cannot manage. Votes, the votes we bringing home. Taking votes and votes and votes and votes. The votes we bringing home. Got my red shirt active, the poor active, the BLP. Oi, I got my darkers on. Votes we bringing home. I at the poll voting early in the morning. Once the bees there winning, then the people winning. BLP empower every Bajan that's be living. Taking votes, votes, votes we bringing home. We taking votes, votes, votes we bringing home. Once the bees winning, the people winning. BLP empower every Bajan that's be living. People winning, BLP empower every Bajan that's be living. Taking votes, votes. We taking votes, votes, votes we bringing home. Bees winning, the people winning. BLP empower every Bajan that's be living. I tell them, do not panic. I cutting down through traffic. Early morning at the poll can be active. We ain't want nobody come and do the country damage, cause we ain't want nobody else to know they cannot manage. Votes, the votes we bringing home. Taking votes and votes and votes and votes. The votes we bringing home. We bringing home. We bringing home. We bringing home.
The conquering lion of St. Michael's East, Trevor Prescott, Barbados Labour Party. Vote, vote, vote. Trevor Prescott, the conquering lion.
They can't keep a good man down. Always keep a smile when they want me to frown. Keep the vibes and I stood my ground. They will never ever take my crown. Oh, Jah bless, I say no man curse. Things getting better when they thought it would be worse.
Vote for Trevor Prescott, St. Michael's East, Barbados Labour Party.
But I'm so solid as a rock, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set their traps, they just can't stop me now. People will say this and that, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set up roadblocks, they just can't stop me now.
Vote, vote, vote for Trevor Prescott, St. Michael's East, Barbados Labour Party.
He cut and clear on my fault. They fight me without a cause, trying to make my life so hard. The King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, give it all reward. So solid as a rock, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set their traps, they just can't stop me now. People will say this and that, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set up roadblocks, they just can't stop me now.
The conquering lion of St. Michael's East, Trevor Prescott, Barbados Labour Party. Vote, vote, vote. Trevor
solid as a rock, and they just can't stop me now. Even when they send their traps, they just can't stop me now. People will say this and that, they just can't stop me now.
Vote for Trevor Prescott, St. Michael's East, Barbados Labour Party.
So they can't keep a good man down, always keep a smile when they want me to frown. Keep the vibes and they stood my ground. They will never ever take my crown. Who's a place I say no man curse. Things getting better when they thought it would be worse. Here comes the officers asking for a search. They found no weapon, just only a dropper. But I'm so solid as a rock, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set their traps, they just can't stop me now. People will say this and that, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set up roadblocks, they just can't stop me now.
Vote for Trevor Prescott, St. Michael's East, Barbados Labour Party.
He cut and clear all my fault. They fight me without a cause, trying to make my life so hard. The King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, give it all reward. So solid as a rock, they just can't stop me now.
What are you doing? Yo, it's the boy YB, young brother representing for Barbados Labour Party, founded in 1938. Who does that?
She said, she said, let me cater to you. I say cater to me. She said, just relax and let me give you the thing. No. She said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. Oh, she said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. See how she walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best prime minister.
Barbados.gov.bb or delivered in hard copy to the Law Reform Commission, Henry Ford and David Simmons Legal and Judicial Complex, Coleridge Street, Bridgetown.
What are you doing?
See how she walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best prime minister. Oh, Miss Martley walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best prime minister. Oh,
give she the vote and watch her. I know you like she. I know you like vibes. I know you like speed. Top work, gal. She is the queen bee, the real top shotter in the Caribbean.
She said, let me cater to you. I say cater to me. She said, just relax and let me do everything. Yes, we gon' do everything. She said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. Oh, she said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. See how she walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best prime minister. Oh, Miss Martley walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best prime minister.
One thing that I know when the election time come wrong again. When the BLP in power, we smiling again. Labour people, represent with your hand in the air.
Election is the time belongs to meet up with all my friends. Must be among me and me from there. The country within, me and people, represent with your hand in the air.
of St. Lucie, Peter Phillips.
People represent with your hand in the air.
Put them up in the air. My team is equal that full of vibe and energy. When we link up, Barbados goes far. That's a guarantee. Me and people represent with your hand in the air.
Leadership that's strong with pride in challenging times. When we come together, the country smiles 'cause we are for you, me, we, and the BLP party.
It could be COVID or a threat. Me and God we said. Is action you want, then real action you go get. Because you, me, we are the heart of the country.
We just up and down, hey,
Grateful, representing for Tony Moore. St. George North is where the action is. St. George North is where the action is. St. George is where the action is. We voting for MP Tony Moore. She always give very more in matters. From paternity, fair raises and policy, I put in my grateful, representing for Tony Moore.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Member of Parliament for the constituency of St. Michael North East and the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Amor Motley.
And as I am about to speak, the Member of Parliament for St. George North, Tony Moore, the General Secretary of the Barbados Workers' Union. Come on up, come on up. My dear people, Bajans, I want to start by saying first and foremost, thanks to the Almighty. And I want all of us to give thanks and praise because something special happened in this country today. I want to be clear that we are still waiting on one result. We do not have two of our members here who are trying to get through I suspect the density of traffic and audience. I speak of Kerry Simmons. Kerry isn't here yet, right? 3, I speak of Kay McConney. And I can speak also of Sonia Brown and Dwight Sutherland. But I'm reliably informed that all 4 of them will be the members of Parliament for St. James Central, the members of Parliament for St. George South, the member of Parliament for St. Philip North, and the member of Parliament for St. Philip West. We have one more result to come. And on my last count, he is ahead by 186 votes. I speak, of course, of Neil Rowe. But if you know me, you know that I do not count the chickens before they are hatched. But I do not also want to keep you here much longer. The hour is late, and most of you reported for duty at 5 o'clock this morning. Yesterday morning. You are now doing almost 22 hours. And I am appreciative of that fact. But I want to talk and say a few things. We stood here in 2018, and I promised you then that we would work hard to stabilize this country, that we would do the difficult things, and we did them. We thought we could move to a growth path almost immediately, but COVID had other plans for us. And rather than a growth plan, we went from mission critical to mission survival. And regrettably, some of our friends and family did not make it. It is really only in the last 2.5 years that we have started mission transformation. And it is to this that this Barbados Labour Party government is committed. We did not come simply to hold office. We have come to make Barbados better and to make your lives better. We have never stopped believing from the days of Grantley Adams that our mission first and foremost is to stop poor people from being poor and to remove injustice wherever it exists, to create opportunities for people and to be able collectively to build strong families, strong communities, strong workers, strong businesses, and ultimately a strong nation. I suspect Mr. Sutherland is trying to come through the audience. Make way for him, please. But I say to you that that has been our mission. And next month, we will celebrate 88 years as a political institution. We now know in Barbados more than ever the importance of strong political institutions. And let this Labour Party never take it for granted. But I also recognize that even as we have won tonight as convincingly, we do not turn our eyes away from the concerns of our constituents, constituency by constituency. We do not turn our eyes away from the things that ordinary Bajans want us to redouble our efforts on and to refocus. And whether it is traffic or roads, or the state of our healthcare, or indeed the issue of public safety, I give you this assurance tonight at 111 Roebuck Street that this team that I have the utmost honor to lead will be required to be able to make progress on all of these areas. I have said for most of my time very simple things, that we must see people, we must hear people, and we must feel people. And I promised you that even though we have received overwhelming mandates from the people of Barbados, that we will guard and tender and take care of this democracy as if it was a newborn child, requiring our total attention and care. I think we are now seeing the titan who has taken down the pit bull, Kay McConney. Make way for her, please. I am making the point that we must be committed to taking care of this democracy, which last year celebrated 75 years since Grantley Adams gave ordinary Bajans the right to vote without having to own property in this country. If Grantley Adams did not do that, none of us would be able to claim the Barbados that we have. And the majority of you who are here would never be able to vote. And that is why we say without fear of contradiction that the father of our democracy was Grantley Herbert Adams. I equally say that the father of our independence, Errol Walton Barrow, helped us unite as a people and to recognize the importance of taking those steps to chart our destiny, or in the words of our anthem, to be firm craftsmen of our fate. We have now come this year, as we go to celebrate the 60th anniversary of our independence on November 30th, and the 5th anniversary of our republic. It is time that we fully accept that the responsibility for transformation of Barbados is not just these men and women on this platform, but it is each and every Bajan. No one owes us a living. No one owes us anything. And we know it because in our individual lives, most of us have to find our own way. But as a society, or as a community, or as a family, we work to help each other. I want us, please, as a nation, to recommit to this process. This country has been good to us. Previous generations have worked hard for us to be here today. And we must not take it for granted. And I ask you, please, that even in this moment of victory and jubilation, that each of us recommit to doing a little more each and every day. That each of us commit to doing our job without trying to jinx and move off. That each of us commit to look and see who we can help raise up when a person needs a helping hand. That each of us recommits to making sure that our senior citizens, who are constituting more and more of our population, are treated with dignity and respect. That each of us recommit now to building the future by raising our children well. Every time I see or take a picture with a little child, I ask them one question. Are you reading? Are you reading every day? Because this country became what we are because even with the cap of a 7th standard education, even without having access to secondary education, your foreparents understood the importance of reading and being able to learn and think for themselves. In this world in which we live, there's a danger that this tool, as great as it is, as much entertainment and productivity as it gives us, if we are not careful, it will cause us to become slaves again in the 21st century. We must learn to be discerning. And I don't mean to give you a heavy speech tonight, but I need to speak to you from the heart. I am 60 years old, and I believe that I am a bridge, not a destination. I am a bridge, not a destination. And my responsibility is to ensure that the younger ones in this party receive the guidance and the mentorship that Brees and John, Henry Ford, Owen Arthur, Billy Miller, Nigel Barrow, David Simmons, Louis Tull, and I can go on, Vic Johnson, Johnny Cheltenham. They invested in me. And I have a responsibility to invest in all of these here. Because this country has paid a heavy price on the sides of both political parties by having 3 prime ministers die in office. And I don't say so because I fear that. I say so because the knowledge and the experience that they had went like that in the flash of a light. I want us, Barbados, to believe in ourselves. And as much as you have given us your trust and confidence, the major problems facing us as a nation require us internally to band together. And the major problems facing us as a nation with the outside world that has become more and more difficult and troublesome and at its worst stage since World War II requires us equally to operate as one. Tonight is not the night for me to reflect on the fact that in this campaign, unfortunately, persons chose to wash dirty linen in public and to be able to make allegations across the region that were intended to harm this country's good reputation. I'd like to make way for the next Member of Parliament for St. James North, Chad Blackman. But what I will say to you is that we have a responsibility to be able to protect our reputation. We do it as individuals. We do it as a family. We must do it to protect Barbados' reputation, because at the end of the day, that is what we have as our currency in the world. People regard us not now, but from the days of Grantley Adams as thought leaders that could help shape the world and shape the region. And I ask us to respect that legacy and to build on it. I'd like equally to say to you that this government is still focused on the basics. We must get rid of pit toilets. We must ensure that people's houses that are in a dilapidated condition, that we find new and novel ways on top of what we have done already to help lift people out of those terrible conditions. And I say so because if we don't do it, our society will disintegrate and there will be nowhere to hide on 166 square miles. And that has been the genius of what Barbados has brought to bear. But I'm equally conscious that those challenges internally, particularly as it relates to gun crime, and those challenges externally, particularly as it relates to the threat of war and cost of living and geopolitical fractions, require not just me asking us as a population to work together. When I called the election at Westbury School, I spoke to you, and I know that some people had concerns. I started to carry you there at Queen's Park in October at our annual conference. I do not enjoy the fact that the Democratic Labour Party is going through a difficult moment in history. Just bear with me, please. I don't. Because I believe that this country needs strong institutions. And I pray that they will listen to the people of Barbados and do what is necessary. It is not mine to advise them. On 2 previous occasions when I offered them the opportunity to be able to serve in the Senate, to have a voice, they told me I was out of order. But I, at risk of being told that I'm out of order again, say that they have a duty to be able to put themselves in a state to be able to help this country. Because that may take time, I made a conscious decision to be able to broaden our tent. And we brought in Michael Lashley. And the city of Bridgetown told me in no uncertain terms that they wanted Michael Lashley in the Barbados Labour Party to be able to be their representative. And Michael, I thank you, where are you, for the courage of being able to make that step. Because, as I said last night in Bay Street, moving from Saul to Paul is never an easy journey. Our elder Colin will tell me that. And equally, my role as his leader will not be the same that he might have been accustomed to with a previous leader. And I make no apology, Michael, for telling you that. Because what you may have done before under a previous leader may be different from what you do now under this leader. After all, Led Pike told me to take charge. But I want to talk you through something too. Because many of you are also aware that I would have asked Chris Sinclair some years ago to serve on our behalf in Washington as a nation. And I want tonight to thank Chris. H500, you're blocking someone. H5000, could you please move the car? You're blocking someone who is not feeling well. It's urgent that you do. I'm now told H5004. But I want to thank you, Chris, for being a part of this campaign and for helping us start to reimagine what a Barbados with a big tent can look like. Because we do not have the luxury of leading and living in a country that does not maximize the use of as many people as possible as we can. So I thank you, Chris, for the work that you have done in this campaign with us. And I don't want anybody to whisper about it, because you know me. I am up front. As I told you in Oystons, we have nothing to hide and everything to show. But my friends, I simply say to you that in spite of all of that I ask you to do, we know that the majority of the heavy lifting is this team. And this team has operated with a discipline in this campaign that I am happy to be able to celebrate with them today. It's not a perfect campaign, just as we're not a perfect government. And we will learn from our mistakes, but it was a good campaign, and we had candidates doing their best to be able to impress you and to persuade you that we deserve the opportunity to continue. I want to say to them that your future depends not on me, but it depends on these people out here. And don't ever, ever, ever forget that they must be seen, heard, and felt. And I want to say tonight that I have every confidence that when I announce my cabinet and reduce some of my portfolio and increase some of my supervisory capacity, that I will make sure that being a bridge is not simply words, but indeed will allow me to be able to mentor and ensure that this Barbados Labour Party team can continue to be appropriate and fit for the times at all times. My friends, we will do the heavy lifting, and we will ask you to allow us to tell you, don't hot up your head, relax yourself. In the song that many wondered why we did it. And I want to thank young brother, because it was a gift, and I thank him for the gift. But it is equally important for me to give you a gift, because you have worked hard the last 3.5 days, 3.5 weeks.
Oh Lord, oh Lord.
It will not be today, but Friday will be a national bank holiday in Barbados. My friends, and let's be real, the hour is so late that it would be impractical to tell the rest of Barbados not here that they're not going to school or work tomorrow. So we do things in a disciplined way, and you will have a long weekend because you will have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And my friends, it is not by accident, that Friday is a day off, that Saturday is 2 days off, that Sunday is 3 days off. That number 3 songs are a little too special. And while I do not believe in counting the chickens before they hatch, I have been taught always that I must share everything that I know with you. And if I happen to know that Neil Rowe is ahead by 217, is ahead by 217 votes. There is a recount of a box. And I will not keep you later than I need to. But I feel that, in the words of Red Plastic Bag, something is happening. And whether that is so or not, I want you to know that Friday can be your day of rest. But I feel I owe the people of St. Michael Northeast that the moment of thanksgiving, celebration, and jubilation should take place in St. Michael Northeast. And against that backdrop, I say to you that it is wonderful in life when things come together. Or in the words of Gary Sobers, when the timing is perfect. And the timing between Saturday, the 14th of February, the Day of Love. The timing between the fact that for whatever reason my parents gave me a name called Mia Amour. And the timing between the fact that the National Botanical Gardens is probably the only place that can hold all of you, all of you, all of you. But there's one more coincidence, and that now is the fourth coincidence, so we better get accustomed to loving the number 4. Saturday is not only the day of love. Saturday is the day of red, red, red. The day when we are truly red and ready. Because everybody on Saturday will show their love and their red. And their celebration and their thanksgiving. So all roads on Saturday afternoon, 4 p.m. at the National Botanical Gardens. Peter Phillips, come down from St. Lucie with your people. Colin Jordan, come down from St. Peter with your people. Ryan Rothrick, come down from St. Joseph with your people. Rommel Springer, come down from St. Andrew with your people. Gregory Nichols, come down from St. Thomas with your people. Dwight Sutherland, come down to St. Michael with your people. Tony Moore, come down from St. George with your people. Chad Blackman, make it the big man, make a big step into St. Michael. Kerry, you are not here, but I know you can hear my voice wherever you are. Make your way from St. James Central to the Botanical Gardens. Sandra Husbands, I heard you won a cricket match and you won every single over today in every single box. Come down from St. James South with your people. My dear friend Davidson Ishmael, step across the road with your people. You only got to step across the road. And Tyra, you got to step across the road from St. Michael Central. Annie and Edgel, come up. You got to go 2 steps across the road. But that is not a problem since the next man that gave you two foolish statements was the man that you left 2 foolish statements and endorsements that have already gotten you accustomed to 2 steps. Oh, Lord. I ask that Trevor Prescott step across and come. Yes, Pressy, come cross. And I ask that Cynthia Bradshaw bring them down all the way from the Pine into the Botanical Gardens. I ask that Kirk Humphrey come forward, and Marsha Cattle hold his hands and come up to the Botanical Gardens. Poor People Governor Michael Lashley, bring them up from the city. And where's the Sheriff of Christchurch? I get to you yet, don't come down. The Sheriff of Christchurch, William Dugan, marshal your troops and make sure that Ryan Strong, Wilfred Abrams, the medic, in case any of us needs him, and of course, the only lady in the Christchurch team, Chantal Monroe Knight, come cross. They tell me that the man Chris Gibbs is bringing up all of what we need from St. Michael West because he is the anchor down there. And when we do all of that, you notice that I come around so rather than going around so. I then want K. McConney. You have now silenced a pit bull for I hope ever. Bring your people from St. Philip West down to celebrate and to give thanks that we will no longer be a victim of that pit bull. Sonia Brown is not here, but I know that she too will be coming from the east. And in there, bring them down as the captain of St. Philip because we need St. Philip in the house. But you notice I have left one for last because I have spent much time in St. John in the last few weeks. And I ended my day today in College Savannah. And I said to them and to the people of St. John that with Charles you have me. In fact, I will now make sure that St. John has, along with Charles, its third Prime Minister. So my friends, get to work today. We know that everybody might be a little starry-eyed. But I give you the assurance that if you rest on Friday, on Saturday, we shall truly give thanks and celebrate. Because as of next week, I expect that the cabinet will have to be sworn in on Monday. And I have asked Parliament to get the business of Parliament ready for an opening no later than next Friday. Because this government will not be playing. We will do our rest, celebrate, but come Monday, we start the work of the next 5 years of transforming this nation. Such that the target of Mission 2030 and our 6 missions, you now have to embrace fully, just as we have embraced you, because that is the core of our transformation program. So, run the tracks, my brothers, and give the people of Barbados 3 cheers for a wonderful, peaceful election. We do not take it for granted. Let us go.
No, no, no. She said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. She said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. See how she walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best Prime Minister. Oh, Miss Motley walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best Prime Minister. Oh,
give she the vote and watch her. I know you like she. I know you like vibes. I know you like speed. Top work, gal. She is the queen bee, the real top shotter in the Caribbean.
She said, let me cater to you. I said, cater to me. She said, just relax and let me do everything. Yes, we gon' do everything. She said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. Oh, she said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. See how she walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best Prime Minister. Oh, Miss Motley walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best Prime Minister. Oh,
who does set the pace and does bring the plan? She has she own things. She never rub a man. And when she put on she red shirt back and all, we ready to win this election.
she said, let me cater to you. I said, cater to me. She said, just relax and let me do everything. Yes, we gon' do everything. She said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. Oh, she said.
take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to out up your head. You don't have to out up your head. Oh, see how she walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best prime minister. Oh, Miss Martley walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best prime minister. Oh,
what
are you doing? Yo, it's the boy YB.
My
Young
friends,
brother representing for Barbados.
all that is left for me to do now is to ask you to acknowledge my campaign team who have worked beyond the call of duty, not just for the last 3.5 weeks, but for the last few months. This man is a surgeon, but he is now perhaps the most successful campaign manager in the Caribbean. 3 cheers for Jerome Walcott. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. And I believe that he's now the longest serving General Secretary of the Barbados Labour Party. And I want to thank our CEO, Pat Paris, who has been the glue to keep all of this together. And I want to thank Paula and Natasha and Antonio and Victor and Don and Pat, of course, because this is the very small staff that we have here at Barbados Labour Party headquarters. And they do miracles given the complexity of keeping 30 individuals in line who all have a mind of their own. So I want you finally to thank all of the rest of the campaign team whose names are too many to mention. And I say to you, hip hip, hip hip, hip hip. And I ask you now, we will play some music, but we will start to ease it out because we want everyone to get home safely. Safely, safely, safely. This has been too glorious a day to be marred by anything. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you from the bottom of all of our hearts. Thank you. We will play the music for a little while, and there's a little refreshment because we know that if everybody tries to leave at the same time, there will be a lot of pressure. So the music will continue for a little while longer. God bless you. I love you, and I love this country, Barbados, beyond measure. Thank you very much, and thank you to the Barbados Labour Party. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Ting-a-ling-a-ling. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me, you in charge. Pick up me, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence, and say, take charge, me, you in charge. I feel all the war got stop, cause inflation licking me up. But being just strong, all of we built up. My pain, but be breaking up. Coming here is family, me as a friend. You see my act, she gonna get it again. Wearing my red, I ain't worried with them. Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me, you in charge.